Anyways, I got this thing back running, I guess. So we're going to have a free-for-all now in the discordant channel. Here's the link. So you can call into the forex radio show. Radio shoe. As Ed Sullivan used to say, the radio shoe. We was always looking for shoes. Sorry I had to dump out of that stream there. But we had computer issues. That's right. That's right, son. Multi-layered computer issues. Let's go to the time frame. The appropriate time frame for the trade plan, and I'm about ready to get out of this trade too. So it looks like we're retracement mode for the day. On the 1 hour charts, we got a cute little doji, a cute little spinning top. What to do with your spinning tops? Kind of just blends into the madness when you zoom out like this. I'm going to put some, here's some sell limits. So I'm in on market orders. I turn on the comments. I have these comments set so you can see I bought at the market. Here's a limit. So who's making more money, the limits or the market orders? I like to check that too. The limits, who makes more money, limits or market orders? Limits, you know. Of course, I got targets set on that, ready to cash out. So in the ultimate trading system, you really want to have a blend, a breakfast blend of these orders. And I'm up on all these tickets, even this one, which is a kind of an early entry with a wide stop, lost leader entry. Okay, well that's kind of tough. That's kind of harsh to cut. It's not like people come flying back to the stream, huh? So that's that. These could easily be 10Ks, and you'd be up 100. You'd be up 120 bucks right now if these were 10Ks. Zero commission, so you're just paying the spread, which you can see on the screen. Well, you can't see it when you take it down to a dial down mode. I'll start back with my music. The insane recording technique of me about 10 years ago. My own personal insane expressions. Yeah, where's my songs? It gets me like this. Content. Oh, that's not very loud. So, Discord, I got the Discord thing running finally. I should be happy to know that. Okay. Oh, I just like kicked everybody out of the stream there. There's nobody around. Let's start over. Yeah, I hope you know how to use the fast forward key on your, if you're watching this. Okay, we got the 1 hour chart. We're looking to come back to this floor, and we're going to put in sell limits to start getting in on the sell side now. So all these tickets become sell limits above. So I'm going to populate this little vacuum up here with some 3 hours or whatever have yous. This is pretty light trading now. I got 3 hours till the markets close. If you're a swing trader, you're going to hold this whole giant plunge. I'm presupposing you have wide stops of 100, 200 pip stops. Down $20. Okay. Wow. God, there's something really wrong with this sound system. It's turned on, is it? No. Yeah. Man, does anything work? No. Nothing fucking works. Yeah, that fucking. There we go. This doesn't work. Nothing fucking works. Wow, I can't get anything to work, dude. I can't get anything to work. I think I got Discord to work. But then it doesn't work. Something's really wrong with my audio, so it's a hardware thing. I moved something, and I also loaded this other program on top, which I think took over my sound. Experimenting with a piece of software, and it kind of overrides everything, if you know what I mean. It just overrides everything. It's like the I was using this program called LabStream OBS, and I think it came on top of OBS. So I gotta open that up and then try to fix it. It's so fucked. It's got a hold of me. It's got a hold of the I can't even create a let me try this. Fuck. Oh God, please. They got these stupid troubleshoot things. Maybe I can just reset everything. Yeah. disable and re-enable it maybe. This stuff's out. Yeah, there's no audio. See, I could have got out of that trade and I didn't. See how trading works? So it's kind of crazy because it's 2 o'clock right there on the nose. 2 o'clock. That's FOMC. It just came out actually. Yeah, I was trying to get ready for FOMC. It didn't work out. So we're long, cashing out, up 17. So when it comes to come for your tickets here, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with this computer, but so if you think you don't want to get filled in, these are sell limits up here, then you're going to have to pluck these off. So I plucked these off because I think we'd go ripping north now. Because this big beat down into FOMC, so I think I got too much exposure on the sell side. I won't let the longs cash out. Fucking, I have to do a fucking power down reset. It's stupid. I don't know what the fuck. Let me try this. I'm gonna try a hot swappable situation here now. Okay, so I just swapped out the hardware. Maybe that's gonna work. No. That didn't work either. Okay, we're letting this thing cash out. Got some greedy targets on these buy limits here. Turn on my targets. Turn on my targets here to see what they look like. Fuck. Colors. Blue on the way out. Blue with the stops. Now it's confusing because you can't tell the stops from the but here's the targets. But these could be the targets for the sell limits up here, so. Okay, I'm going to dump the whole thing right now. I'm just going to get out. So I got pendings down here to buy, and these are the targets. So if you come into this cluster, that's going to be how it bounces out of there. Market's going to come in to these aquarium and then rip out into the, hopefully, and here's the stop. So pretty good ratios. As good as you can get. So yeah, I just yeah, so I'm trying to hook up the audio so I can talk to you on this audio, and it just doesn't work. It's crazy. I'm not sure why. Let me try this. Okay. I'm going to turn it. I mean, I just rebooted the hardware, so maybe this is going to work. No. It no work. I don't hear anything. Fuck. So we're just on the not much of a reaction from FOMC, was it? It's like they're not announcing a rate. It's just minutes, you know. That was it. That was all the drama. This kind of snore fest there on the drama for FOMC. Oh, here it is. I just fixed it. Let me see now. Yeah, try that. Do you have Discord? Is it Cheesehead guy in Discord now? It should work, damn it. Okay, how are you? You're KPN. Okay. Let me see. Let me go into the Discord. Take a look at that. Let's try this. Let's see, you're back in here. I still can't fucking get the audio to work. I got the other audio to work, but I cannot get this thing to work. It says I got. It says I'm connected. I won't pick it up, dude. I got some good sense. That's all I got is me talking back to myself. I had this problem once before. I don't know what the fuck it is. Input sensitivity? No? Fucking A, man. Just call me on the good old phone. Wow, look at those things in some crazy ass trade. The British pound. Hey, look at this. So here's a limit. Here's an order that I put in. No, I bought at the market on that one. I do remember. I think I did that at the market. So the comments, See this market order? I bought it because we were down here. So market orders can make more money than a limit order sometimes. What the fuck? Oh boy. That is weird. 20 lot size? Is that what you're trading? So you just put a 20 lot in, did one trade? Wow. Oh, shit, I have to get out of this thing again. Try one more reload on Discord. Is there a 64-bit version of Discord out there? I think not. But thanks for asking. Here we go. Fucking, it sounds, see, it made a sound. You heard that, right? But then when I come in here, like, no sound. Ain't no sound. So weird, dude. Test. Hello. Hello. I'm speaking from somewhere else. I'm Sean Connery. That's as good as I can get. That's crisp. I'm Sean Connery. I'm Sean Connery. Flop. Oh my god, I don't know, dude. I give up. There's something I did wrong. I'm going to go to my volume mixer. No. Son of a bitch. I got 2 Discords up. Why do I have 2 Discords? I don't get that. So now we got to put a buy limit in here on the pound. I'll just put a rack. Let's buy, for 4 hours, I'm going to buy a 6K. I'll put another 6K right underneath it. That's 4 hour. Dollar CAD is, I would sell new highs on that. Just put this order up here. Oh God, how sad. The dollar CAD's all over the place. Look at this move. Like, you can't sell into that on limits. Unless you want to put a 200 or 300 pip stop on, then you certainly could. It's only going to cost you $20 a ticket. You know, you're trying to make $20 coming back, if it ever comes back. You know how that is. The settings on what? On Discord? Here, I'll show you. Here's what I'm doing. I mean, I don't get this. I did everything I thought I was supposed to do. I'm trying to be a good streamer, but it's not working. I said go with voice, right? And this is my situation. That's all I get. You know, it's that default's not going to work. How you have 125%, so this is supposed to be the middle of the road. Input volume is cranked, but look at this. What Discord's already got their head up there, so I guess my output volume can be really loud. Golly. Okay, push to talk. Maybe that's what I need. I don't know. You make the call. I tried to. Didn't work. You see what I'm saying? Does not work as it's not working as intended. We have a little problem, people. I can pick my background. I think I'll be this guy. Can that be my background? Or they charge for these backgrounds? Cyber City. Welcome to Cyber City. Oh, can I be this ridiculous vaporwave? That's what happens when you over vape. Keyboards start coming off. Once you lose your keyboard, then you're fucked. Input device. You mean this one, or is this going to be something special? Input device. I can go default, but I mean, I don't think default's going to hit it because I'm using a something that I think that needs the driver for that. If I scroll down, let me try this. Get to move these fucking charts around here a little bit. Okay. Discord is hell. Okay, my Discord is I see your stuff. I can't scroll down on my. It says it says it should be working, but it's not. Yeah, there you go. That's what happens. Best laid plans. So now I'll go back and I'll change the settings to what they really should be to pick up my drivers for my sound. And that should do it. Okay. Settings. It just doesn't work, and I even unplugged the sound card so that, I mean the USB, so it would pick it up, but I don't get any of my sounds. Oh, what else is there? Accessibility, appearance, playable. No, it's not working. I think I have to do a hard boot. I can't believe it, but I'm just not gonna bother. It's not. I can't even fucking. It's just a total disaster. I can't. It's gonna be just like a video I'm doing. I was trying to get people to come on the stream, but yeah, it took nothing seems to work. I took Google Hangouts doesn't work anymore. It's all gone. Put a fork in it. Yeah, I don't know. I got that PayPal to work. Yeah, Telegram, right. I can't even think about logging in and creating a username right now. It's just too tough. I mean, it's just fucking, it's not worth all the effort. It's stupid. That's just too much, man. Yeah, so Windows, I have Windows audio settings to do all the proper things. The only thing I'm thinking of is that, what's it called? It's the shell that goes on top of OBS. It's a stream. Yeah, I got the Telegram here. You know, I can never get Telegram to work. Oh, you got to update. Let's see if I get Telegram audio to work. It's just too much work. Log in using your phone number. Oh, Lord, right? Good God. This Euro's smashing down now. So I'm gonna try to catch a flying knife. It's easier now that the pattern is starting to lose its balls. So you could have sold that. We're gonna buy this for 3 hours. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of different targets and different stops in here. I typically turn off the I do turn off that exit. I don't want to see that exit because I know what it is. I don't want to see it. I just do that for people that want to see it. I just want to see where I'm getting in. I want to see where I'm getting in, man. So I could set some deep ones down here that last 4 hours and shit like this. So if you stack up different, you pick one handle here and you bring in different stops and different targets. This is the trick. So let's say in the round number, you decide you want to buy a 10K down here. So this is what I'm going to be working on is, well, it'd be nice, I don't know how to do it, but if you dropped a ticket here, and all those scripts were written into this one drop. In other words, the point of your mouse dropping. The other option, which I'm working on, is to, I had a guy, Nate, who made a robot, a linear grid robot. And that would work, but that's a little bit of waste of tickets, so I'm thinking more like the way it should be is the robot throws out, well, it just runs what I tell it to run in a script. So we're just going to run a custom, what I just did there. And I know how to write that and launch that. In fact, I could make that right now. And I could test drive it. And I think that's actually where it should be at. We should be getting in a 10 pip window with scalps and everything built into that. I'll show you what that would look like. That I can do. It's a can-do project here. So I'm going to do a little automated trading. Right, I'm gonna write a robot right now to do these trade plans. So if you're wondering if these trade plans work, then what you want to do is take my drop. I call it ticket launcher and the other thing. So let's pick a EA. Let's get modern about it here. I should probably go for this broker though. So I've already got so many arrays on here. That's crude oil daily chart. Is this not the best fucking Gartley pattern you've ever seen? That's the best harmonic setup. So I put these channels in here based on closing prices, and this is the supply and demand going way back to February. So if you zoom out one level here, that is crude oil, $1 handles. So I've been working on this project with crypto. Somebody wants me to make them a crypto video. So I'm going to do that. So here's the different grids I made, because every currency has its own handle. So I named the template by the handle. It's just a decimal point moving. And some of these could be wrong. In other words, I might have saved the objects, which if you ever save a template with the objects in there, you could get, you know what? I don't even know if this is a coin. Oh, Dash Coin. Is anybody trading Dash Coin? Look at them fucking. Now Dash Coin's nice and cheap. Oh, okay, here's the grid for Dash Coin. But this grid is not painting into, because it's making new lows. Look at this thing, man. This is, look at this fucker. Remember Dash Coin up at, what is this, some ungodly, I can't even read the number. What the fuck? Dash Coin's blowing your brains out here at $400 a Dash Coin. Now it's like fucking what? So let's take a look at this from a trader standpoint. This is really how to find a place to get in on limits. So a Dash Coin, this is going to be I'm kind of working this crypto video for people that want to trade supply and demand on crypto. So you would put in your limit grid here, and you just let it happen. Just let them come after you. And that's how you're going to make money. The other one is to look at stuff like this. This is the weekly, right? So the weekly. If you were a trader, you know, this is what you buy. You buy these wicks down here. Here's a cause and effect. Why does the market bounce when it takes out this lonely wick? Because there's so much liquidity down there. And why does it top tick Tommy on this wick, this lonely wick here? Because there's sellers up there. I would buy a little bit of this at the market for $45 a Dash Coin. How can you lose? Look at this exact same fractal drama here as here on the Dash Coin. I mean, just it's a big burst and then it just nothing. Where did that thing spike to? Did it hit the lonely wick? Not quite. No, totally not. And so fractally speaking, so you go to the monthly. Man, look at this thing. What a beatdown. Oh my lord. What else has we got here? Dot coin. What's dot? Yeah, so I got the grids in here based on they had all these templates had to be different. It's crazy. Like this thing's trading at like 0.05 cents. This is Bitcoin. This is a cross rate. This is Bitcoin versus is it Ethercoin? I mean, look at this thing, man. It's like I guess it's just the spread you're trading there. What else? Here's the Ether coins. Look at the punishment on that puppy. That is a beatdown. That's harsh. Hey Nate, yeah, I can't get my audio to work on the Discord. Fucking Is it possible? It's all experience based. Okay, so how would you make your system real base simple? Okay, so here's the thing. I guess I'm ready to do a mentorship now. just pay me at bad pips. Cash App bad pips. So it's like if X is true, place tickets. All right, I would say here's the thing. And this is going to be like the most basic thing I could think of is how many trades are you going to do, and what is the risk per trade? So let's say you're going to risk $5 per trade. Are you going to do 50 trades a day and risk $5 per trade? And I could show you all the 50 pips single drop stops. So if you're $5 per drop, 5 to make 1, 5 to make 3, 5 to make 5, 5 to make 8. Can you risk 5 pips to make 8? Yeah, but that's a pretty rare trade. You could risk 20 to make 10 and probably make your 10. I can see. Yeah. So what is the Yeah. So the first principle is, how much money do I have? Say you have $1,000. If you take $100 out of that $1,000, you can trade 100 single Ks with a 20 pip stop, and you're going to lose. You lose $2 a ticket. $200. So you either put a 20 pip stop on a standard lot, or you take 1Ks and you put a 20 pip stop on one, a 10 on the other, a 3 on the other, and you place them in unique places. So the rule would be also order placement. Let's not duplicate the entry price. If we don't duplicate the entry price, though, when the market plunges into our array of tickets, so we'll go right to the charts here. I'm going to go to the I was going to test that, but that's not going to help right now. So here, let's grab this bad ratio. So I've been writing singles. Here, risk 13 make 11 for 2 hours. What I'm saying here is, you got to get out in front of it deep. Now, if none of this, I don't think we're dropping down here in 2 hours. This is a 1 hour chart. I think we could get to here in 2 hours, right? I think we could get to here in 2 hours. So this is an amazing ratio. Risk 14 to make 44. That's not going to happen. Now, it would have happened here. So when we were up here, you could have taken singles and dropped them all along this Asian trap. Right? So that's like the Asian trap. It looks like it's going to break out. It's going to break out. And if you put all your sell limits up here and all your buy limits down here, right? So then in the Asian trap, you made a lot of money coming back to the other trap. So it's trap to trap. You're trying to capture this vacuum here, but when they take it below here, right? Look out, because this is like 10-year low, 20-year low, or some shit. So you just rocket through that. It's crazy. Now, the next plunge zone. So if I had a hot spot of tickets down here below the round there, I would have been able to play the chatter there. When you look at the big picture, as people do, so things like this, if you place orders, now this is not exciting trading, I got it. But if you buy everything here, that's only a 10-pip window. So you have to start buying, in my opinion, from here down, from this shelf down. Now that's up to you, and definitely buy more once you go deeper. If you can afford to buy like this deep, I guess you've got enough money to buy this deep, but you don't get filled in all those tickets. And the expiration on that, when you drop them here, since that's a 1 hour chart, you know that this is roughly this column of tickets. So if you put a big fat rack in here, you ain't going to fill the top. Only fill the top. That's why you need another one that starts deeper. So it's various layers. If you're always going to sell the new highs in Asia, and here you had to take a 20 pip move into new highs, and you're always going to buy the new lows, we never got filled down here. So this big vacuum's piling up, and look the fuck out, because this here is going to be the crush zone. As soon as you take out this, it's like, holy shit. Now this is 200 pips of smash down, and the only time to really get on the short train, or to run. Okay, so once you figure out how much you can risk per ticket, then you're going to figure out, are you going to be trading at the market on stops, or are you going to trade on limits? The other thing is, how often can you get to the platform? Are you sitting at home all day trading? Are you checking in on your phone? Do you place the pendings and see what happens? When you place the pendings there, if they do this stuff here, so if you're trying to if your targets are set to 20 pips, and it starts to do this thing, you're making 20, 30 pips here. you would have had to be there for that because you have to keep throwing those in again. And when the market shears down, so this would be in Wyckoff. Somebody was saying Wyckoff. Oh, you don't know Wyckoff doesn't work. Well, Wyckoff is like Elliott wave. It's a concept. So in Wyckoff, you have markdowns, which this is obviously a brutally quick markdown. So markdowns are like instantaneous at the store. This is the markdown. This is the consolidation. Now, this is a mini consolidation. I got you. The mini consolidation, one more markdown. But then, so it's markdowns, and right now it's consolidating. Are they going to mark it up? Probably at some point. I think it's done being marked down, but marked down because look at a typical Wyckoff situation. You got distribution and a markdown, but then if you could take this whole thing and call this distribution, this is a measured move of the same amount of markdown, right? In a sense, if you take this, right, so you copy that down. You're coming down in chunks like this. Then the next place you're going to buy. Now here's where you would say, with the proper script, you would have made so much fucking money here because look at the size of that move. If you placed orders in here, and this was actually a big deal when we took that out. That was mind-blowing. Right, so on the 4-hour chart, that's this, I think. So another thing, on the 4-hour chart, if you look at the world like this, so if you're just going to look at pure pips, this is a 10 pip grid. And sure, there are these, you could call these order blocks or whatever, but honestly, who the fuck's lining up a standard lot on this 4-hour wick? Not many people. And if they are, I mean, you put a couple in there. That's a 20 pip window. It's more likely that you would want to start buying, scaling in on this spike. And like that, I'm just saying this is probably the preferred kind of way to capture these. Same thing on this when you hit into this new high here. And this is a range trader's dream. All this bullshit. This is a 4-hour chart. All of this bullshit is amazing easy. When it gets tough is when they mark it down. So this is a huge distribution phase. Then all of a sudden markdown. Yeah, that's 150 pip markdown. And no, you can't. So people always ask me, what do you do? You can't. If you're not, that's a 4-hour chart. So if you're not going to jump on the 15-minute train and ride that down, then you're screwed, you know? For the most part, and for some people, this would be chop. Even though inside of here's the whole problem why people cannot get this fucking, they're like, I don't see the pattern. Yeah, because there's patterns within patterns. So if this is going to be distribution, then that means that this is distribution here, and there's the markdown within the distribution. So you have all this shit going on. Well, it matters how many pips, because if I just say I'm going to only trade this part of it, then I'm exempt from that other, so I'm just going to, I just traded a 100 pip window. So if you set your gauge to, I'll just trade this trap, this 100 pip garbage, I'll trade this up and down. I can't necessarily trade, this would be the accumulation, and there's the severe markup right after that. Here's the big markup, bam. But they're marking it up into, so it's just back and forth, It's very strange. Yeah, so the chop trading, that is, even this is kind of a chopping walk. But this would be swing trading, I think. This many pips. This chop and swing is the same entry criteria, I think. Okay, so where the fuck was I? I wish I could get the audio to work so people could phone in and discuss their latest rant. Or at least talk to each other. Maybe if I put a Peter Gabriel talk to me. Oh no, I'd get a violation then. Audio no work. All right. Well, so the market's pretty dead here into the close. Yeah, Bitcoin's trying to get some legs. So Bitcoin's supposed to be the elite coin. Does anybody remember when that guy Max, the guy from Britain, Max, but he's a big Bitcoin guy. He's bragging about Bitcoin, calling the other coins shit coins. They all crashed. Max Kaiser. Oh, he was on Tim Pool bragging about Bitcoin. Somebody bring that clip up, would you? Max Kaiser. Yeah, so getting in too big. So how to avoid getting in too big? Well, I would say that just like just like the weather, if you look at the market structure here, so Bitcoin, when you're about to cave into a window, here's I got 1,000 pip grid here on the Bitcoin. When Bitcoin falls through this thing, sure, there's probably somewhere in there so when did it work out? Well, this is such a giant vacuum. This is the problem. This is a way bigger vacuum than this one. So baby vacuums. You could trade this vacuum on limits. You could put $1,000 grid in here. You could have put you could have a grid in here. The problem is the longer the deeper the vacuum is. Same thing on the upside. Before we knew anything, Bitcoin had only been to $20,000 here. What were people thinking when Bitcoin just went nuts? Here's people making $1,000 on a pullback. So it's banging on the 1,000 handles. Such an expensive instrument. So yeah, getting in too big on anything. But you can't trade small all the time. So the time to get in big is when you're trading at the market and you got these tickets that you can just pull the trigger on. Here, I got these. Here, let me show you this. I do have some orders here on deck. So here's the dollar CAD. I'm not sure if there's anything. Let me just close all open and pendings here and start over. Close all. So that's going to wipe out all the tickets. We just go right down to 0 on the account, and I'm gonna delete all the objects. But we're making money today. We did a couple trades on here. Dollar CAD 1 hour. So let's put some. So the way to avoid getting overfilled is to put your orders in. Here, I'm going to buy a dead cat bounce. I'm going to start buying here. My exit is going to be into the floor, so you fix the scale. Stretch it out so we can see. We're not trying to trade all this shit on the left side of the chart. We're only trying to trade what we see right here. So I zoom in. I'm just going to scalp, really. All right, let's buy this. Bad ratios. We're trying to make 10 pips here. We're going to get in with a 20 pip stop. So we probably won't get stopped out of that. It's a 4-hour tickets. And then I'm going to put in some 6-hour tickets. that start at the so here's a decent ratio. Risk 20 to make 28. Start buying here. They're just 3Ks. Throw a couple in there. Let's put some 8-hour tickets with, here's a dead cat bounce. We're trying to make 8 pips from 12 pip stop. So I don't think those will necessarily fill, but the ones that I'm going to put in that last an hour. So you're trying to get just the right expiration that makes sense for the move you're expecting to see. I know I've got some 1 hours in here. Here they are. Not many. Delete the objects. Come in with these. I'm right up on the market there. Now that's going to be 1 hour, and then interlace them in between. That's a bad ratio. I'm trying to make 10 pips for an hour. This is a good one. 12 to make 18. So 12 to make 18. I probably put that in deeper because if this is going to be what I expect to be a dead cat bounce, then we got to have those early targets. What I expect it to be the better entry is going to way down deep, right? Like here's 4 hours. We're going to risk 22 to make 32. And put all these behind the wick. Okay, we're getting filled on the dollar CAD now. That's pretty aggressive. So the aggression is putting in long expirations too close to the market. That's how you get overfilled. I'm looking for that 1 hour script. I'm going to put that in front. So I put these bad ratios. Just stack this stuff up. Good ones down there. Here's 2 hour break even. 18 pips make 18 pips. But as long as you come in deeper than those first tickets. So you're really trying to populate this whole area. It's like hay bales. You know, you want this to crash in. Ideally, this thing comes into your orders and it rips out. Now it's going to scalp out. Right, it came in. Now it's going to scalp out. And how deep at this time of day? Gosh, it's almost 3 o'clock. So, but that's the essence of it. I look at it like this. I'm going to buy everything today if it drops down here. So to get this right, so the reason why you're going to get killed. So when the euro is tanking, look at the fucking dollar yen. Right, get a load of this 150 pips straight up. There's no chance on there's not even a place to buy. This is, I'm sure on the half hour there was a slight pullback. On the 15 there was I'm sure a slight pullback right here. Right, this is, and then you're off. Boom. So I don't know, on the 5-minute chart that's a trend. If you look at the 5-minute chart, you'd say that's very easy to trade. I could do that. Stock and doctor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you really have to, yeah, so ideally, it's like you have to make the grid fit the currency you're trading. So here's a British pound. In other words, the vacuum that you see, the taller it is, if you want to keep your size or your dollar risk the same, then you're going to have to spread the tickets wider. Or you're going to sit on the sidelines and put your orders in deep and in slots, really deep. So you're not in the market. I mean, you get them layered in so it starts to come in, you know. And that's going to be the preferred spacing any day, you know. So I'm up in these trades here. That's the dollar CAD. I'm just going to see. That's about as good as we get on that. We'll go to the 5-minute chart. See, on the 5-minute chart, we just bought the very wick tip of that. So I'll let that one cash out. Now, if that was a really big position, I'd be like, let's just get out now because it looks like it's going to tank. And I got so many tickets to buy on the way down. I'm ready to cash out right now. See, that might be the first tip in the window now. It looks like it's about to crush all the way down. We don't know that. This is not a lot of money either. But if these are big tickets, you'd go to the 1-minute chart, you'd be out, right? You'd be out. Let's see, you'd be out right there. This is back into the floor. But it looks like a buy on the 1 minute. So down here, it looks like a buy. There's a lot of signals on that 1-minute chart. But see all this stuff? This is FOMC. FOMC came out here. And the spread probably got wide on this. It's pretty wide, actually. With commissions, this is 1 pip. So I'm going to write scripts for this. These scripts are from a broker that I wrote for a 2 pip spread. So you see how the spread comes together here? The spread will occasionally go down to 0.2, which means if I put a limit grid in like this, and it's going to be a double click what I'll be running. We're about to get filled on that. Almost got filled. Let's force it to fill. See, this is 1 pip apart, but I'm gonna write a double click. That when it comes in and it sweeps down, it's not going to be linear. These are linear grids. So you kind of have to be a little piggish with that. Now I'm going to cash out of what I'm in. Too late. I was going to cash out and let it pick up these other pendings, but now we're in 3K dollar CAD. Also, had you placed a minefield here, that's a good trade, right? And with this broker, so when it comes smashing down in, my double clicks, when you double click it, the rack is going to be taking a half a pip where it got such a deal. If you watch the spread here, kind of hard to see, but it'll tighten up and it's worth it because the spread just went to 1 pip there. And if there's enough ticket density here, I'm talking about having a 20K in a 5 pip window. And as soon as that spread tightens up, you're getting the best price. See, the bid's not moving all the time. Sometimes it's just the ass coming down. Okay, I'm going to cash out of these. So everything's off the table. Come back in. Let's throw some sell limits up here with bad ratios. 4 hours. I guarantee that's going to fill. But with my double clicks, I'll be able to put in unique little clusters. I'm going to test it on the strategy tester tonight. So that's that. So we're about to get filled here on the buy side. It really also the other thing is how often do you want to trade this? Because I can have clusters set up here. If the news is about, this is a 1 minute chart. If the news is about to come out, you know, you may not want to be having that many tickets. You just get crushed. All you have to do is back test it and you'd see, oh yeah, that's going to be a problem. You'll get annihilated. Yeah, no, let me see if I can write an Evel Knievel bot here. Let's take a look at the ones I made so far. So I'm going to pick a... this is more like a smash in the face spot. I'm just going to write the buy side only because I don't have time to write the buy and the sell side. I know this is one. Here's a candidate. We can take this one and modify it. This one I'm just going to create a hotspot entry price. My entry price here is 0.8 pips all the way to, this is like a canvas thing. So this is a, I'm going to create a hotspot here at 100 and around 10 pips deep. So I'm going to put in 111. Unfortunately, you can't see it, but trust me. I'm going to get in 10. So it's like just a few pips away from each other. 9. This is the entry. And it's like 9.5. And leave the 8 there. So we have 8. So we're getting in 8 pips below current price. Oh, that's fucked up. Nine pips, 10 pips, 11.11 pips. Now here's where we're going to do all the magic stuff. This is we'll go 12.5. And this one will be 13 even. So it's just a half a pip apart there. And that's going to be 1440 down. I'll make this one kind of a little bit deeper. So we're covering a narrow range. And then, so there's all my entry prices. This is supposed to be, yeah, let's make that 15. Then we're going to put a master stop. I'll just leave that at 30. So on the way out, let's make it 25. Yeah, leave it 30. It's too hard to write that. So here's what it's going to be like. Now here's take profit. How far below you're going to buy buy 16.6 pips deep. Let's just scalp off some of that. I just want to see what happens. It probably won't make any money because the stop's too wide, but I mean, it'll just get crushed. But we're just trying to take like a few pips off the table. So we're going to have this thing at minus 15. This line has to be minus for this to run. Let's say minus 13. As long as we make these things congruent, that'll be good. 14 for just above it, we're going to get out. So it's very much a scalp. But let's make this one a little greedy. It's going to be 10 pips on that. Okay, so I got 10 or 11. And now we're going to go for just 5. Let's see, 5 pips off of that. It's getting in 13 down. Let's get 5 pips away. Make those 0 pips away. And now we're going to go plus. So I have to put the plus in because I'm going to go for a greedy target here on the way out. Plus, what the fuck here? Plus, I go plus 5. And these are going to be like trend trades now. They're greedy targets. I don't usually write a script like this, but we're looking for that core hotspot entry with, so here's going to be 8 pips there. This is going to be plus. $19's a little too much, so we're going to make this plus 15 pips. This needs to be plus 20. And now we're going to go for the big kahuna winner. So at 20 pips, our master stop is going to be 30 on the rack. And this is going to be 30. So this will be break even at the top. I don't think this robot's going to make too much money, but it's going to show you what the trade will look like. There's no one robot. This would be, I'm going to do limited deployment of this thing. Right, so let's see if it looks right. So you're going to get in. Market's coming down. It's going to hit all these tickets. You got plenty of room. 300 pip stop. It's just these ones, so we're going to run. You could put comments in here, unique comments. It's got blue arrows going to show up. Here's the comment. Anything you write in here is going to show up on the platform. And then we're just going to compile it. I probably have to rename it. I'm going to lose track of what I'm doing here, so that's not going to work. We'll just call it number 2. Room 222. Does anybody remember that? Let's go. Let's deep dive. Go to strategy tester now. Behold, strategy tester. Grab that robot. I'm not even sure of his expiration. We're just going to run him. I should probably check that. Like, what is the time expiration of these tickets? Here's the critical part. 1 hour. We're going to drop them every 15. Let's make them last for 15 minutes because, well, constant exposure. It's such a shallow ticket. We can't make this expiration any longer. You're going to get crushed. This style or this idea of getting in this shallow this shallow thing, yeah, M15 is what you need. M15. M1. How did I fuck that up? This would be pretty. I'm gonna run this on the euro dollar. I'm gonna set the spread to super tight because it is pretty tight. It probably would take advantage of the spread fluctuations on the CAD better, but I'm going to set this thing like 5, half a pip spread. Somewhere in time on the euro dollar. Grab number 222. This should be right there, huh? No. And we're going to run it on the 15-minute chart just to make it kosher. And we'll do a visual mode so I can see what this thing looks like. Got Hugo. Hugo jumped off the chart. Okay. Let's see this puppy trade. I'm just going to use the old standard template. We're collecting data on you. So why not use stop orders? So how would you propose to use stop orders? Like make those all stop entries so it just goes with the flow. If you do that, it's the same problem as limits. Like if you write a stop bot, if the market just tag that, you're gonna get fake breakouts. So there's no perfect entry thing. Skip to the end of this. I don't see any trades going on here. Okay, so here's the scalp. Here's the kind of the big winners there. But see how it's getting obliterated because it's just launching without any criteria. But you can see the trade plan. Keeps throwing the tickets out there. So how do you change that? Make it only launch every hour. It's going to launch these tickets instead of launching every 15 minutes. You're going to launch every hour now. So now you're just taking a little flash. You're trying to get a flash crash going. Yeah, you can do stop entry, but how far away from the current price is your stop? Right? Let's see. So I changed the frequency of drop. I cut it down to just one every hour, and they last for 15 minutes now. Probably won't get as many trades, but less likely to blow up the account. So I don't even see a trade going on. It's not getting a trade. So we overshot the runway there. Let's drop them every 30 minutes. They last for 15, dropping every 30. Go back to this. Okay, now retest it. We're just gonna pure visual mode. Okay, now we're testing it with 30 minute drops, and they last for 15 minutes. Still pretty bad ratio. But that's all it takes. So what you can do is say, well, it's getting stopped out. Let's go to the original. Let's change the trade plan and just buy deeper, right? Just buy really deep. So we want to get in right near the stop. We'll start at 20. We'll go from 20 to like every 10 pips on the way down there. Actually, to like every pip. Yeah, we'll just make them linear. It's all in a pack. Then, okay, so we're going to get to that 30 pip stop pretty fast here. So it's the master stop idea. Not the best, but it's too hard to write a soft stop right now. Okay, so right up against it. Gee, that's close. 1 pip at the bottom. I think we get stopped out of that. I just want to see what happens. We're certainly going to reduce our risk. So really good ratios, but Dropping every 30 minutes for a 15-minute expiration. Yeah, Nate. So, yeah. So I was doing, yeah, I'll talk to you about the script. So look at this. This is getting in with a tight stop. So this part is the only time it made money. See, it's having those runs. So it is better performance with a tight stop. It's still going to get clobbered in the end. But you can see the difference here. So you're so close. You're a little bit deeper in the market there. I'm just going to make this. I'm going to make this ridiculous. I'm going to make these tickets last for an hour now. And this is going to really destroy the robot. You're dropping every half hour, and that lasts for an hour. Okay. See, you end up blowing up the account. I think it's still trading. No. This trades the ass off, though. So this is real long expirations now. Super long. Wow, look at that. Man, that thing gets overfilled. Jesus. Ouch. I don't have a stop entry on. I don't have any stop. Like, I think they do the same thing. And you make stops. I'm not sure you make your exits on that. How can I get my audio to run though? Here's an old bot I wrote that's martingaling in, so see how it gets in heavy there. It loads the wagon. So here's an instance where it loaded the wagon right here. It's cashing out. But you got to have the money management. You got to have some kind of trailing stop in there. Jesus. Here. Okay, so we got filled on the dollar CAD here. We're in on the CAD. Damn. Grounding loop. So we're in on a CAD here just from the limits being set there by hand. Or no, am I selling that? No, I'm short from the. So we got filled on the short side. That's the 1 minute CAD. So I'm actually in a hedge. Let's see. We weren't paying attention. So I'm short and long at the same time. Not using very much margin, but I'm in a lot of tickets. So I can actually close all profitable trades right now. I think it just took the hedge off. There you go. Hey, mate, it's a $900 there. So I had these racks in here like this, and then now you can rinse and repeat there in 1 minute. So this shelf up in here is a lot different size, you know, because the 1 minute chart. If I go to change the time frame, you're not gonna be able to see that probably. If I go to the 15, you'd be like, okay, that's just the top wick on the 15, you know. It's not really anything. Let's zoom in there. Look at this wonderful 15-minute sell every rally. It looks good on paper until you see that wick there. So stop entry sounds like a good idea, but think about it. You put a sell stop here, and you think it's going to plunge? Here's why stop entry doesn't work either. You put sell stops here saying it's going to plunge. If you don't get out, they hit your stop. Right, so you got to have your targets. They got to go target, 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 out. If you do not get out of that trade, that you put a bunch of sell stop grids in there, you're fucked, because look at this. Look at this rip back. This thing comes pounding back. The reason why I'm buying on limits because I can see my trade. I could buy this plunge. Yes, you could probably come up here and say, well, I'm just going to sell there, and stops. But if you don't get out, you're screwed. I mean, you're not making any money. You're making some money. But, stop entries could have slippage. There's no slippage on a limit entry. In a way, the sell stop could get slippage on that. The other problem with the sell stop, if the spread gets wide, you're getting a bad price. When the spread tightens up, you can fill a limit order, but a tight spread is not something the stop entry can take. Well, I guess it can take advantage of it, but if the liability is that if you put a buy stop above and the spread expands, you're going to be caught in that trade. Yeah, so it's the exposure of all the tickets you got on there. If you've got like all the tickets below me last for an hour, that's a lot less risky than if they last for 4 hours or 8 hours. Because if they last for 8 hours and I go away from the platform and go watch a movie, come back, holy shit, they just go crushing into the zooms. So it's. But if you have market orders available and you have limit orders, I think you can survive it. I don't, like right here, buy this at the market. Would you buy the pound at the market here? Looks like it's going up. Let's chase it a little bit. So here's the answer. You going to buy at the market. I think the pound's going up. You got another 15. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Okay, let's buy. It looks like it's going to break out. Let me buy before it breaks out. If I get to the fucking ticket. Okay, hurry up and buy the pound here. I'm just going to buy like a 10K real fast. So all different exits. Here's risk 5 to make 8. My targets are stacking up. The blue lines here. Now, what if I'm wrong? So I got into about, let's see. I'm at a 10K at least. So let me put in my limit creds, because what if I'm wrong? What if I end up getting top tick Tommy? What if I only want to be a buyer. So let me put in this should probably be a 1 hour script, but it's 4 hours. It should be 1 hour because you're trying to create your own auctions, Oh, I got audio.
How are you, Simple?
Hey, it works. Look at that. The whole time it worked.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. How come it's working now? I just had Galaxy on, or Genesis on here, and he couldn't get any audio. And I'm like, I thought my system was broke. He wasn't. This whole time it's been working? Wow.
Oh, I don't know how this technology works, buddy. It's beyond me.
See, look at this. Look at this shitty fill I just bought at the market. See how that works? You see how fucked buying at the market is?
Are you on the YouTube? Hang on, I gotta go to all the different.
So look at, if I buy here, look at, I'm buying here, I'm getting a better, now I'm getting a better price. I bought a 8K. I bought a 10K there, now I'm getting a better price. But the limits. I mean, if I had limits just in there, scooched in there. What do you get the laundromat?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. I just turn on the air conditioner.
Wow.
Is it picking up? I can turn it off if it's bothering you.
No, it just sounded like there was some type of like stuff in a dryer tumbling.
Okay, now it's off. Now you can't hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
I just was at the doctor's. I had to get a blood work done. My doctor's calling me for like 3 weeks. I'm like, I don't got time for this nonsense. They don't know anything. I mean.
Oh my God, come on.
I hired and fired Dr. Simpleton. They know jack shit.
No, they're all specialists. They're all specialists. I mean, if you went in there, if you went to the foot doctor and you had pus coming out of your face, they'd ignore it.
Right.
They don't treat the whole person.
I got hives. I don't know where I got them from or how. And the doctor, at least she was cool. She said, look, we have no idea where these things come from. They come and they go. We really don't know. But let's do some blood work. We'll check your thyroid, blah, blah, blah. And I thought to myself, the first doctor I've met in 15 years that actually said the truth. She has no idea. Which is the best answer I could imagine from a doctor. So.
Yeah. They really don't know. I mean, who knows where anything comes from? And then, of course, there's so many things that are just so, like freckles. Where are freckles coming from? Yeah. Can't worry about that.
Yeah, not. So, I have Mr. Matt. He was texting me on the. I finally figured out how to work the back and forth with the messages. So that was cool. And he's looking at gold, and I said, look, I really don't have anything for you for gold. You're going to have to start from scratch and observe, maybe do some standard deviation, see how far that puppy moves, but I know nothing about gold. And I really couldn't guide him other than, look at all the times and see what Simpleton has. Maybe he's got some gold drops floating around somewhere. See how to approach it, because I wouldn't know.
I think
it's an instrument I just don't play.
Brokers give you like a 50-cent spread. That's pretty tight.
Oh.
I mean, you could go, actually, what I would do is go to Light Forex. They have all sorts of accounts. They got a fixed PIP gold account. They got a floating gold account. So, but once again, it comes down to like, how many trades are you doing? How big are these trades? How often do you trade? How does it fit in your lifestyle? People are, I want to trade this now. Like, dude, you can't sit here and do these. You can't do the market order I'm doing right now. I'm gonna buy the pound at the market right now. You can't do that trade. You have to sit there and fucking sniper it. I just snipered that on the 5 minutes. So I'm buying the pound here. I'm looking for it to break out, take the high day. I don't know if it's going to do that.
Right.
But the smart thing to do is barely buy at the market, place limits below, and just think, well, they're probably going to come back. So I put in the limits there. Some guys, So it's really it's how you position size and incremental.
Exactly.
Incrementally. Like, you don't paint a painting with one big broad brush. So I'm putting in little pieces. It's a puzzle. So they come
I think you said the right thing right there. What is your lifestyle will determine whether you're going to do that 15-minute drop, the 4-hour drop while you're doing errands. I mean, everything should start off with that first question. Are you working 9 to 5 or not? How much time you want to dedicate to this, et cetera, et cetera. And then you just kind of work it from there. And it should be just a very simple, I'm working from 9 to 5. And I really like the Euro USD, and I really like the scripts, and I understand it. I've been following for a little while. I've blown up 5 accounts already. Welcome to the Evil Knievel Club.
Well,
right?
I think really the big thing that I can't stress enough that, Forex at least is a floating, unregulated. It's over the counter. So when the market shears down, everything's a cross rate there. So when the market shears down, I mean, it's going to like the euro and the euro to the yen took out like 20-year lows in one day.
Yeah, I saw
that's
that.
going to be
It's going
to be it's going to go down 120 pips in like an hour and a half. And people are like, what the fuck? Yeah, well, I mean, who's sitting there with their finger on a keyboard pressing the sell button every time it does a 1 minute rally to try to jump on that trade. That's just unavailable trade to most people.
It's not going to happen for you.
Your trade plan describes the kind of trades you're going to do. So if you're the guy that has a 300 pip stop, or you're a fundamental trader with a 150 pip stop, you're like, oh, I heard that you're going to have this, and you know what? You get in the fucking market and you put a stop on it of 150 pips. Now, think about doing that with limits. Yeah, because if you're going to, it doesn't make sense to buy with 150 pip stop. What you're saying there is that I'm going to give it some room, but in the room below you, you should have at least some limits down there that are, some are scalps. Not everything's going to be a 10-to-1 ratio. It's not like that. And don't tell me, I can take 10 losses in a row and finally make. No, I'm sorry. Once you get 10 losses in a row, you got to make that ratio now. You're never going to make it. So you got to have a blend of, like, I'm going to risk 2 to make 3, 3 to make 2. You got to have and you got to have good order placement. And if you can trade at the market, if you're lucky enough to trade at the market, like I'm right here, dude, you can load the wagon. I can hit that button. I can put on a 40K before you get the ticket out just by double clicking my 1Ks. Plus, I got different exits. See, so I want to do a market order kind of like guide to market orders, because you know, when you see a setup, I mean, on the 15-minute, you're like, okay, pull back. You know what? It's going up. I mean, this is a logical time to pull it, or you just see it forming. You know, and then. Sure, I could put some elements above there, but you know, if you're going to be the guy that you don't mind sitting around watching for a 5-minute or a 15-minute pattern to form, and you pull the trigger, it doesn't mean that pattern is going to work out. But for the most part, you know, these things do work out. And once again, position sizing, and then. Yeah, because I think the people that end-of-day traders, people that wait for the end of the day and they never look at anything lower time frame than the daily charts, that's an obvious lifestyle. You're not going to put that trade on until about 6 o'clock at night. I mean, when you assess the charts, you're like, okay, well, here's my trade. And you might trade once a week, but I don't know what these people are talking about.
Buddy, you can get away with it. You can get away with it. I traded one trade for about a year and supported the family, right? Because I didn't have the time to look at the computer. I had to drive Dad back and forth to doctors and specialists and hospitals. I just didn't have the physical time, so I only did the Thursday trade on the ES. If you pull up the ES, you're going to see such mayhem for the last few days that they have utterly destroyed people's brains, because they'll bring it down a quarter standard deviation and rip it up 2 standard deviations above the close. I mean, they're just... Literally, this is like suicide solution going on here with the E-mini, because everyone's betting that the market's going to tank, and they're just going to go the other way on you. That's just the way they play it, right?
10%
They're always
of the time,
misdirecting.
10% of the time, or 5% of the time, it's just too fast of a market. It's just too fast. I mean, and it's too deep, too fast and too deep. So the speed is letting it go deeper, get further, quicker, but... Yeah, depth of market, speed of market, rate of change, and depth of market are the two things that. I mean, psychologically, people aren't prepared to see something move that far, that fast. In other words, if you're used if you're used to a tame, kind of like flowing market, you know. Then when the market is shocked by fundamental things, then it's going to look at that crude oil sell off. So crude's down. And the dollar's up, which is really weird, because remember the dollar went up and crude went up at the same time, so they decoupled there somehow.
Right.
There was a moment where crude and the dollar were going up.
There was no oil report this week either. I'm looking all over. There's no oil report. They're going to have one, I think, on Monday next week. I'm like, I've never seen this in all the years that I've looked at oil, which is only on Wednesdays and Thursdays because I only do the oil report trade. I've never seen them delay, cancel, postpone a report. I mean, I don't get it, man. This is like, you know you're in trouble when even the things that people count on like clockwork aren't working anymore. I mean, it's a big issue. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's so overwhelming. I remember when I first looked at this, how many instruments they give you on these platforms. I'm like, who's looking at all this shit? But people feel obligated to look at every fucking instrument. Like, dude, just pick one or two, because for you to build a trade plan
Right.
around that spread and that volatility and that lack of volatility or that lack of liquidity, I mean, those are just,
Right.
you know, like, are you going to specialize? I mean, so I picked the euro just because it's the most liquid, but you know.
No, I think you got the right track on that, and you've actually got a feel for it. I think Genesis put up his picture here. Is that his picture? I kind of reckon.
Yeah,
he
no
looked
wonder
like
he's
this.
angry. Look at that motherfucker.
He's an angry dude. He's got to get a haircut and a shave. Trim the beard,
He's
or at least put it
strung
into
out.
one of those braids.
He's strung out on piss.
Hang on, let me get this. The phone. Yeah, he looks fine. One sec.
Yeah. It's a rugged look. So we're just teetering here. This is the worst time of day to trade because there's not enough volatility. You got a half hour before stocks close. These stocks are going through the floor.
Sorry about that. The phone's ringing nonstop, and my car's dead.
Yeah.
Quite the day today. I think the battery went on it. And you know the way the mechanics are. Well, we got to check the alternator. This is listen. Check all you want. Throw in a battery. If it works with the battery on and nothing else is lighting up on the dash, then I'm ready to roll. It's a 20-year-old car. I'm not going to spend $700 in retardation like that. Forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, cars are necessary evil.
I drove so many cars. I used to sell cars when I was 19. You know, I couldn't get a job in aerospace. They weren't hiring. They were firing. I was selling Porsches and Volkswagens and you name it. I was selling cars like, you know, that's the only thing I could get into at the time that was quick and easy and would give me a free car, right? Because you get the demos. You can drive them around. So.
Right.
Couldn't sell cars to save my life, but you know, you had a draw and you had a card, a demo, and if you sold a few cars, you know, you were still in the good books. The guy I worked for, his name was Dr. Peter Kirscher. He had at the back of the dealership, he had the embassy for Costa Rica. He was the ambassador general for Costa Rica, and you know, we got to talking. We got to be fairly close. He's an older man, and he's a descendant of the Habsburgs, like royalty, some kind of shtick. And his parents put him on a boat in the 40s. He was telling me late 30s, early 40s. They put him on a boat to Canada, and his mother gave him a little like a purse with all kinds of little trinkets in it. And she said, if you ever need anything, just give one of these trinkets to the guy who was watching him, and he'll go and get the money that you need. So just little trinkets. He was making his way through the world. I thought it was pretty funny, but you know, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, that's
He showed me one day.
Gotta do something.
They had. You're not going to believe this. He showed me one day underneath one of the buildings a whole parking lot full of Porsches that they didn't sell. I'm like, what? What's going on? He goes, Nathan, whether we sell them or not, we must buy them, you know. So he was obligated to buy every year a certain number of Porsches. You think they sold that many every year? No.
Right, no, they
so they're all sitting there
cheaper by the dozen.
in underground parking lots around his office. And I thought to myself, wow, nowadays, 25 years later, these things are worth a mint. So he may have been, you know, a little bit short on the cash flow back in the 90s, but I'm sure he made it back and then some. But, you know, different business.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. Oh, the laugh crimes here? Or the other guys here? They don't have no mic on, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hello?
What's up?
Can you hear? I can't even hear myself.
Oh, yeah, I can
hear
you.
Amazing.
A little bit low.
Oh, all right. Yeah, hi. Yeah, no, it's disorienting because I can't hear myself, so I'm not even like.
Oh, really?
Um,
Oh, put your finger in your ear. You know, that's what you do, right?
wait, wait a minute, it's lagging.
Oh, there's no extra charge for the lag. Lag is free.
Yeah, no,
All lags are free.
yeah, my thing was buffering a little, so I was like hesitating a little, but I was like, hey, why not? Yeah, what's going on?
He who hesitates is buffered.
It's gone. No, Vinny, he actually shortened the lag. He has the control over that. He put the lag back up to a quarter of a second, so you're not cutting off anyone, man. It's just that we don't know when it's ending, and it's a quarter-second delay when you start talking.
Mini? You mean his live thing? Live run or whatever?
I think he owns the server or something. Simpleton was saying that he's in charge of it.
Of this one? Oh, okay. No idea. Man, my thing is lagging. I think it's on my end.
You see how they came into my buy limits? I was buying this thinking, oh, that's a good setup. Look how the buy limits are winning. Buy the market now.
Yeah.
I'll buy the market now.
Yeah, no, I like we were talking about earlier about and like stepping in front of it when it's crushing down and all that. And like that's I'm surprised how long it took me to understand the whole idea of having like scripts that or orders that expired in like 15 minutes as opposed to like 8 hours or
That's part of the technique, right? I think that's part of the whole mystery, if you will, and the artistry. It's more artistry, I think, than mystery. The artistry is, how long and how deep. Yeah.
I don't know if I can't hear like it's going in and out. But no, I think like I still don't know if I can be heard.
I can hear you, man. I can hear you. Just
Yeah, I can hear you. Just
right.
drop it.
I couldn't hear you
Squelch on there.
for a while. So it's like, okay, I couldn't hear anyone for, but yeah, I don't know. For me, I mean, it's like I think like what happens is like if your own style is a certain way, then that kind of affects how certain things sink in. Like if you're not scalping close to the market, you might not get that idea. If you are doing that, then you're like, oh, of course, if I leave this here for 8 hours and walk away, and I'm in big close to the market, then obviously that's a stupid idea, right? So, because I wasn't doing that for a while. And I was like, oh, I'm just like layering limit orders like more dense as you go further down within like a, like a typical mean reverting range on like the 1 hour chart on the Eurodollar, whatever, And
well, it's how close you are to the market, and then how tight your stops are. Because
really, right. And then,
I mean, it's like people put a stop on there. If you put a 10 pip stop with the spreads 2, it's an 8 pip stop. People don't understand. They go, oh, how am I going to stop out of that? Yeah, because your stop's coming in based on it.
Right. Yeah, not understanding that. That's interesting. I just like.
Of course, I mean, if you set your stop, based on ask, because there is inside the script there, is it based on bid or ask? So if it's based on bid, it's naturally lower, even though it says 10 pips. It's whatever the bid is added to that.
Right.
So if you're selling at the market, and you have a buy stop to protect your sell position, and the spread gets wide, they take you out. Same thing the other way, but it seems like the ask. It looks like the ask goes wide first before the bid goes down. Typically,
when it's floating. Exactly. It's like
I don't know. It's See, I bought some on the 5-minute chart. I bought the British pound on that SmackDown on the 5. But I chose to buy some at the market. But if you 80% fills on limits, I'd buy a couple at the market. Just show how stupid it is.
Yeah.
I mean, how costly it is, really.
Wait a minute.
But you can't get around. There's no way to get around losing. It's just how much you're losing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of the things is like, the whole poker thing. I was lucky enough. If you're lucky enough to get involved in that nonsense, you just have to realize you're losing like 80% of the time.
Right.
You're losing, you're throwing away hands, you go like Simpleton, I remember you saying something about how you had a friend that was like, he was new to trading, and he said something like, well, I put all this work into this trade, so I don't want to give it up.
Yeah.
And that was the essence of that was one of the first principles of having any chance in any gambling or trading thing, was to get over that, or work on getting over that as quick as possible. It's going, wait a minute, but have some perspective, maybe if I work at this, I can make more money than at my job, right? So there's your incentive, I don't know.
Yeah, no, he was really disappointed because this is my tequila buddy. So he liked to trade dollar CAD because it made such big moves. And the next morning he got up, and they took him out. He blew up the account or something. He said, "God, I'd like 3 days into that trade, And I thought, that's really like in other words, it becomes. I guess that speaks to unflexible thinking of thinking. Of thinking, wow, I have a narrative in my head so fine tuned. I have a target and everything. I have a structure.
Yeah,
I think
it's the sunk.
You think it's going to fall? Yeah.
Maybe Nate can help the sunk cost fallacy, I think, or something.
I forgot, but I know what you're referring to.
Yeah, right. But that's the thing, in any kind of gambling thing, like in horse racing, right? That drilled that into my thick skull better than anything, because in horse racing, before there was AI stuff, especially, you would sometimes spend especially in the beginning when I wasn't quite as good, I would spend an hour or 3 hours analyzing one race at one track, and then as soon as the odds, that doesn't matter, honestly.
Yeah, the jockeys are all in on it.
One of the things I talk about, if anyone asks me, is do the jockeys matter that much? You can make them work, but really you don't need them that much to make money. Anyway, it's like a grinded out big sample size thing. But anyway, what I'm saying is, what would happen is you'd spend all that time on one race, for example, but then when the odds came out, you'd have to immediately just say, can I bet this? No, okay, forget about it, next one.
Right.
But the thing is, what helped you to do that was knowing just how big of a point the crux of your whole thing turned on being able to do that. That was where I got the motivation. So I don't know if maybe people don't realize sometimes how important certain things are, I guess. I don't know, maybe you learn from experience. But just basic probabilities too, flipping a coin. I could have 10 losers in a row. Okay, basic first principle thing. Build everything on that.
My buddy Paul took me once to the races. He said, just bet on the winning horse. It'll cost us $20 for the day. We'll have a nice time, and you'll win 60% of the races. Something.
Bet on the winning horse.
Yeah, just bet on the winner. That was the joke, right?
Yeah.
That was the joke, right? That was the joke. So, yeah, I agree with you. Last time.
I mean, there's some fascinating stuff. I mean, that's a big thing in terms of people saying, how do I do good and do well and
because
stuff.
People don't have intuitive mathematics or intuitive physics. I mean, actually, they do have intuitive mathematics, but it's nothing like real mathematics. Here's a little one for you. There was a queen of Spain or someone who actually charged Descartes or one of these guys to figure out the mathematics of chemin de fer, which was, I guess, the very royals were playing this kind of card game. And the whole probability and everything that extended from that with Leibniz and calculus and the rest of it came as a result of how do we crack this game. So there's a little trivia for you there.
Really? I did not know that. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, all probability. Everything came from that. What else are the Royals going to do?
Wasn't a pretty good a really good mathematician?
Well, they had some great mathematicians in the day, you know. And that game apparently, I don't know what it is. It must be some kind of card game that all the royalty was playing. And they basically would pay people to figure it out, you know. And that's how they came up with probability theory. For sure. Yeah. But, you know, it is all statistics, probabilities, right? So I think that techniques that Simpleton is showing everyone is basically saying, look, for the next 15 minutes, we have the probability that this may happen, more likely than that. But for the next 4 hours, watch out, the whole world can change. It's kind of like the weather in the next 10 minutes is going to be a lot closer to the weather in the next 4 hours. Right? So I think that's important. Yeah, it's important to understand that concept, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about something close to the market with a short expiration is like the idea that something that is going to move that quickly, a certain amount, is going to be more likely to be a quick spike that is more, and therefore more likely to bounce and not be the slow grind through your, you know,
right
thing.
Right.
And that's why not, if someone thinks of it like that, sometimes people don't get it when they realize, oh, it's that thing. That's
right.
why.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's that kind of thing. And the thing about the whole scripts thing to me is like, I think people, they're a little impatient that they're going, oh, let me do the script thing and why is it not working and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait a minute,
oh, yeah. And they're dropping a million scripts. They're script happy.
Right. Yeah, and even if you're experienced with trading, it can like make your screen look confusing. But the first principles thing is the main thing. It's like you're scaling in to a zone, a zone of like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 levels, and you might be graduating that like with a mild martingale thing where you're increasing the density of the orders, right?
Sure.
But the point is that I don't think a lot of people realize that that's what is like mostly what's being said.
Sure.
That that's most of the thing. Which I can't blame them because, you know, it takes a while to.
Well, it takes a long time to understand these little precepts.
No, but what I mean is honestly, it depends on the style of the videos.
Yeah. Sure. Give me a sec.
I was going to ask you, Nate. So you're up in Canada, right? Are you still up in Canada, or you're from there, right? I don't know if I can't hear you.
I hear you. He just.
Oh, hello?
He died. Next question.
Fascinating. Anyway, I'll let this play out a little bit while I drink my mocha pot burnt coffee. Is that ICT? Did I hear?
No.
Well, you sound a lot like him. I know I sound a lot like Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, you do.
It's hard to argue with that, but how dare you, though? I'm from Boston, not from Brooklyn.
Yeah, like anyone can tell a fucking difference.
Well, I know you sister lovers from down south can't tell me.
Goddamn right.
I jest. How you doing, man?
Good.
By the way, can you hear like anyone else talking? I just hear.
Yeah, I hear everyone talking. Everyone can hear you talking. I don't.
Just hear you.
You're dealing with old men who just like get up in the middle of conversations and walk off. It's just something you got to get used to around here.
I think I gotta honestly say, I think my end is probably the fucked up thing.
The whole time you've been here, I've heard you just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard you until a minute ago, but I assume.
I just heard. That's because I haven't been talking.
Yeah. I figured you just chimed in. Oh, but I don't know why I can't hear anyone. Good lord. But
Yeah, it's all math, baby.
yeah, I mean,
See, he came back. I told you.
there's is everyone here?
Where's Simpleton? Is he off?
Like you, he gets up in the middle of conversations.
Yeah, well, things happen, right?
I think in a
It's just a couple. It's just a bunch of old men wandering around. If you don't tie them down, they wander off.
wandering around. Yeah. But hey, Nate, can you hear me, Nate?
I can hear you.
Okay. So
Looking for my
so,
phone.
like you're from Canada, right? So I remember you used to go to the Quebec City Music Festival, which starts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was this great thing. I mean, like I just knew about it because my dad was really into it, even though we're from Boston. We would drive up there like every year, and it starts around now, I think, like July 5th, July
Yeah,
6th.
it could be. You're gonna have to forgive me, guys. I gotta call the garage. My car is maybe ready. So, give me a minute or two. No, sorry, but no, Quebec is beautiful. That whole city, Montreal, phenomenal. Jazz festival, forget about it.
Yeah. Oh my God. When I was younger, especially, I was like so blown away by the whole thing. Man. And Quebec City, it's specifically just like, oh my God, it's just beautiful. But, I hope my computer doesn't suck that much now. Could it really be this bad? It's supposed to have like 32 gigs of RAM. What the hell? Or does that even affect it? I don't know. If anyone's like responding to my nonsense, I can't hear you, so
No.
if I sound like
you sound fine. You sound fine. I'm telling you, you sound fine. People are walking away in the middle of talking. That's all this is.
Did you short crude for the last two? Did you go short crude for the last few days? So $10 down a barrel. 2 days down. Coming into my garlic pad.
I don't know if I asked for my elbow with crude or.
Yeah, get your elbow back.
Is that like it's like a thinner? I don't know. I have no clue. It's a thinner market than the euro, obviously, right? It's like way thinner.
Crude oil?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's a futures thing, but actually, they trade this on forex brokers, so there's probably a lot of there's probably a lot of people just just using that spot price to trade with. So we don't actually know the volume of people that are trading based on that price, but yeah, the actual futures market.
Oh, you don't know the volume? Oh my God. How can you trade
it would just be the volume of this broker too.
No, it's the joke. Yeah. It's the running joke.
Yeah, volume. I mean, volume of my tickets, I think, is what I'm looking at. How many tickets do I got? That's the volume I'm looking at.
Yeah. Right.
Whether flat or not. Yeah, flat waiting for a fill. That's a. But you can also, if you see the market coming into your limits, you can just delete them. So if you set them too close, you could pluck them off or just close all open and pendings and just start over. But see, that's another thing. You're talking about, I worked so hard on this trade. Letting go, just letting go and saying, okay, but this trade plan, just forget it. So if you're stubborn, it's very difficult because, because if you take, if you miss, you put too much weight on some of the things people say about plan your trade your plan. Well, it's okay to destroy your trade plan and just start over. I mean, this kind of see it through to the end mentality, pretty tough, especially the people. That's why some people are saying to me, How dare you tell people to get in front of the market? What if it wipes them out? Well, I mean, how dare you people get in at the market? It could wipe you out. If it's too big a position.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's all sorts of hazards. That's not the...
Yeah, right. You know what? Like, it's like kind of like throwing that around in my head about how, like you say that it's like tough for people because they have this thing and, you know, they're like work invested in the trade and thinking about it and all that, putting the orders in. And I'm like, well, I'm thinking, so but if they're not aware of the principle of like, okay, the basic thing is you got to be, once the conditions change, that premise is no longer right. You got to be willing to just go against that. That's like a thing that it's like, it would be one thing if like no one is aware of that and they have to figure out on their own. But to me, that's like a basic psychology thing that's like known in trading, even in like baby pips or whatever, goober land or whatever. So the point is not like naively saying, oh, it's easy. Well, you just know that and just do it. It's that's the thing that you know is like more important than finding whatever you think the Holy Grail is. Work on that. Work on doing that because you should realize what a big key it is, and then you have no excuse if you don't. That's how we were like hammered in poker and stuff, you know.
Just I mean, once you get a little
whine.
bit,
you couldn't whine on the forums. They just say you're being an idiot. You know the basic thing. You're fucking up. Go work on it, and don't. We're gonna memes of you stupid ass all over the. You know, the internet.
You have to have some kind of mental trick that you do. So the other option is to when the market is like so the market's tanking, right? And they keep stopping you out. You know, you got this limit in there, keep crushing you. Just go trade a demo account. Like if you want to trade, if that's just bothering you, then you just turn on the demo account because you know, in my view of it, it's just like so. Performance mode is let's say you're going to play this concert and you're going to rehearse with the band and everything. So you're rehearsing the performance. But all this stuff, so you're sitting at home and you want to play. So. You have pick up your guitar and play scales. In other words, you have to find some kind of a surrogate thing to do, so that that energy goes somewhere. Because if you start saying, "I only play live and only play on stage, I never rehearse," then you got a problem. Because now you can't rehearse on stage. The performance mode is like, okay, so let's say on the weekend. Or at night, you run strategy tester and you train yourself to what's your target, what time frame are you on, and you just the data's coming at you, and if you have to put your indicators on or whatever, but you just train yourself to go, okay, it's the open range, and what am I going to do? And you have to just really keep doing it over and over again. Of course, when the market's open, it's different because now that it's live, can you stick to that clinical view, that objective view? So this guy in Meta, the Genesis guy, has this Meta Matrix or some Matrix Clubs thing. Yeah. And I watched a little bit of it. It's always a problem when people describe all these abstract things and they never show you an example. There's not one example, but he's saying stuff like, oh, well, this takes a look at the market in a different way and stuff. And okay, but, you know, I'm still kind of befuddled. Like, how is this thing... In other words, you could get all this different kinds of insight and see underneath the market. But what good is it doing you if you can't have some way to get in and out of the market? Like, you know, does it do you any good to know even if you knew the target, if you knew where the market was going, you knew where it was going to start, could you psychologically handle the ride in equity swings on the way to that target? So the guy that wants to make $1 million on a trade, well, you can handle up being like, you look at your account, you're like, in the next hour, you're going to be down at 100 grand. Then you're going to be up 100 grand. You'll be down 100 grand. By the end of the week, you made $1 million. But not a lot of people can look at unless they're used to that size of trade. Like, who's going to look at like if you're making 100 grand a year at your day job and you're watching your account swing 100 grand, how do you not have that register? You
Yeah.
have to have this other compartmentalized. You got to be like Bill Clinton. You got to compartmentalize it.
Yeah.
You go,
Yeah, yeah.
that's a blue dress. So that's not my wife. That's a blue dress. You know, you
Yeah.
really have to have that. And the sociopaths can do it. Those people that are really
Right. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that's always funny to me. Yeah. Like the what's that? The Patrick Bateman. Why did he never run for office? He was on Wall Street.
yeah. Well, it's
You know,
a
the
real
American
tough.
Psycho guy.
Yeah, I mean, so Asian session. I always like trading Asia because it's kind of like, okay, this is quiet. And there was a guy I used to talk to from
Asia's a
Australia,
gold mine.
Asian guy that moved to Australia. He only traded Asian session, and he made a lot of money because he knew
Oh
what's
my
gonna,
God.
he knew what was going to happen. You know, I mean, it's very
Yeah, no, it's really silly. No, it's great. It's a gorgeous thing. You kidding? You get your equity curve. You get 50 trillion tops and bottoms a week on like the 5-minute chart or whatever you want. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean that's 140,
And the spreads are low
140, 1,440 1-minute bars a day.
Oh man, it's a thing of beauty. People
Well, it depends
like
what you're
now
doing.
with the spreads, it's not like you get 5-pip spreads on most brokers now. You get like a 1.5-pip spread on a lot of those pairs.
Well,
You know,
the
during-
tightest is Trader's Way. So,
yeah, I guess that's the thing. I was lucky enough
Trader's
to
Way
be.
has
grandfathered.
0.4 for I think it's round turn. That might be one way though.
It might be the USJPY or something.
But the euro's at a 2-pip bets. You know, 0.2 of a pip.
It's like 0.2 of a pip, I think. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it does go wide sometimes, but for the euro, it never goes past like 8.8. It's pretty tight across the board. Yeah.
Yeah, it does vary. I mean, I don't use the fixed pip thing. So yeah, it does vary a little, but
Yeah,
it's
if you
usually
use
really
a fixed pip broker, it's great for stop entry or just for robots in general.
Could use that fixed vapor rub.
Yeah. Yeah, in the flavor. I don't use the flavored vapor rub. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Strawberry vapor rub. Everything's scented, you know. Everything's got like nothing can just clean anything anymore. It has to be scented. It's just what do they call it? Mountain breeze. It's called mountain breeze scent. Although, do mountain breezes smell anything like that? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the mountain breeze algorithm, triggering your triggering your nasal, triggering your nose.
Palms deodorant. It's like the
Use a roll on.
Oh, in Crunchyville, Cambridge, Mass, we get like Whole Foods is like the only food store around. So
Whole
they get,
Foods,
like,
yeah.
yeah, they get like organic deodorant from Maine. It's like the only. It's like it's
Is
that
it just
exact
like
thing.
bay leaves or
Mountain.
something? You rub them on your.
It smells like bear pheromones or something. I don't know.
Really? So you get
I don't
raped
know
by
if it's really
bears?
working. It's like a muskox. Or something.
Are people getting eaten by bears? And they're like, it's crazy. Like,
No, I'm like checking like onions growing under my armpits or something.
yeah.
hell's going on?
Well, you can make bread in your vagina. You know, don't forget that one.
Ah, it's very, very Mediterranean. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh boy. But yeah.
So you're going to Europe and Canada, right?
And you know what? I'm sorry. My audio sucks so bad right now. I might have to reload this thing.
You probably just started up with too much. Check out your startup folder. Make sure you don't have a bunch of weird stuff in there.
Oh, say again.
So check your startup folder because it takes up a lot of RAM when you boot. Like whatever you got. Like so every time you install a program, they try to put like these little things in there, so they just start to clog your startup folder, so you don't really have a clean boot.
You mean like the cache thing, or I'm such an IT
Windows 10?
idiot.
Are you Windows 10 or?
I suck at this shit. But
Are you on Windows 10?
yeah.
Yeah, so you just go to the trusty little icon here. See, if you go to personalize your system. Let me see the category it's under.
Okay, this. Yeah, I can't even hear you that well. Let me,
You
let
go
me
to
just-
personalize, then you pick what do they call it? Go to home.
Can they only hear you like spottily? Like
home. What is the other fucking?
You mean personalize in?
Personalize. If you right mouse click on your desktop, go to personalize, then you go to home at the top left hand corner. And I'm trying to figure out what is it.
Okay.
What did you want to fix? I forgot. What were you trying to fix? Well, I mean, what were you aiming at?
Oh, me? I'm sorry. I can't even hear you. That's the problem. Is like.
Oh. No, you said you wanted to fix. You said in Windows you wanted to fix something. You couldn't.
Oh no, I don't know. I was just saying. Whatever works to fix it, I just don't know. My tech IQ is like 90.
What is you trying to fix again? I forgot what you said.
Like the audio, like going in and out. So I was just gonna like reload it and.
Oh, the audio. No, I thought you said something else. Like it was something with the settings. I can't remember what it was. I was gonna take it to the setting to make it. There's a way to check the core of the machine there. I can't remember. What you said was. It wasn't the audio. It was something else. But
I don't know. It's
the audio. No. Okay. So here's the startup folder. If you go to so you go to personalize, and then when you get into the how the fuck is it? I gotta reopen it here. Yeah. So you pick personalize. Go to the upper left-hand corner. Go to home.
All right. Hold on. I'm going to try to reset this. I'll be right back. Hello. I don't know if anyone can hear me. I'm just going to try to reload this thing and see what happens.
I think it's under say. Oh yeah, you go to apps. You got to go to apps. You go to apps and then go to startup. That's how I find it. Go to apps.
I just like.
If you go to home and then you go to apps and you go to startup and then it's going to give you everything that loads when you start your computer that you probably don't know it's loading. You just turn off all that stuff. Like you turn off Windows Update, all that bullshit. I try to make it stream. There's only 2 things that come in on the boot.
Right. Okay, I'll try it.
That'll give you more. More RAM for sure, and then plus it'll give you more stuff running in the background, just eating up the CPU.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably. I figure I have a lot of RAM on this thing, so I figured it would be okay, but I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it could be. Sure. Yeah, it usually
I don't
does.
even know.
I only got 16 gig of RAM, but I loaded that. I loaded that Paltalk, and that thing had a fucking. I've loaded stuff like that before, where it's written for like 8-core computers or something, and it's just my mouse is like lagging across the screen, so I know that it's running in the background so hard.
Yeah. It's probably something like that going on, I guess. Let's see. Maybe I'll mess around with it. But maybe. Oh, okay. I don't know. So who's here besides? Where did Rev go? Hear anyone right now, so I apologize if. Let's see. Perf mod. Oh. That's intuitive. I thought it said perform. Perf mod. I apologize if anyone can hear me. I can't. I assume it's not. I'm not connected. I can't hear anyone.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm just.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So, I don't know if I was connected, but yeah, I'm just like looking this thing up, and it looks like a simple thing to see if the diagnostic thing is gonna work. So, but I'm just so like I don't know much about this, so I'm like not that not that swift in this area. So it's all new to me. Open resource monitor. Okay, you're getting. Anyone listening, you're getting a real-time entertainment. I got into this performance monitor thing, and it says, I don't know if a 60-second test sounds familiar, but that's what it said to do. So.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
So you rebooted? Did you look at your startup folder?
Yeah, I rebooted the like YouTube and the Discord like a few minutes ago. But I don't know. It seems a little better now. Maybe it's working.
Yeah, no. Sometimes there's stuff in the buffer that just won't go out, so you do a power down, because you have to leave everything, let it reset, clear the cache out,
Yeah, I was thinking the cache would be maybe that's like.
Because there's cache, RAM, all that stuff, I guess.
I'll see if it's okay for a few. I'll just play it by ear and see what happens. If it's bad, I'll just do that. And be back in a few minutes. But there's some other thing I was gonna ramble on about. It's a big thing is like if people are wondering about, just simply buy low, sell high, and all that, and scaling. But if they try to use too many scripts too fast, they don't know what to do. Oh, this is the thing. You just reminded me what you were saying about the demo thing. I think I remember from the beginning kind of realizing because I was lucky enough to like run into a couple of like traders with more experience who emphasize the demo thing, and then it just made intuitive sense. I was like, yeah, use the demo. Don't worry about the psychology thing yet and all that. But I didn't realize until like embarrassingly late, like after 5 years, like pretty recently. Sure enough, it was from something you were saying about rehearsing. And I'm like, well, why do I need to do that? I'm like, well, as long as I have if I'm just like trading like wide and sloppy as we would say, and like I'm not trying to scalp too much, and I just want to be lazy and throw orders in like 150, 100 pips away, 75 pips, whatever, right? And like the thing about rehearsing is that what the weird thing that jogged me into realizing this was the thing about, you know how like you get like one perspective and then somehow like until you hear someone else that you might not even agree with say something, it might not jolt you into the right thing. So it's that guy Trader Dante. I didn't know much about him before, but he said something on one of his YouTube things, something to do with, well, with his style of trading, which is different. He's doing setups and all that. But I guess if you work hard enough with that and you dedicate enough, you can do okay. So he was talking about how, well, the reason you idiots don't know what you're doing is because you don't know because you didn't research it. You don't need to go back and look at Mark Douglas. What you need to do is test your shit out to know what you can expect from your passing. And all of a sudden, I'm like, really? Okay. Not necessarily the back testing thing, but like, okay. But I see what he's getting at there is like, oh, wait a minute. With this style of trading, which I don't do setups, I do kind of like your style, the general thing. It's like you have to have your own form of knowing what the market is capable of in relation to what you're doing, right? So it's like, oh, when it is plowing into this 2-year low, never mind like the 20-year thing we're doing now, right? It's like, wow, it looks scary, but if I look at enough of these from the past, it's like this is what it always does. Oh, my average stop loss.
Yeah, if you're taking out the low of the previous day, it depends whether that low of the previous day also is the 20-year low, so that's going to be a big deal. But typically, when you're inside you're inside of a bunch of wicks, that low probably goes back, so if the market takes out last week's low and hits the low of the previous week, that's going to be a big crush, and you can see the crush coming. The vacuum stacking up. I mean, that's kind of the point of that blue indicator. The void fill lets you know. Be careful because you're coming up on a window that could be a crush into oblivion. And so when you do go to that, if you decide to trade on limits, it's going to matter at the market. If all you do is trade at the market, and you could, you're going to make that decision on the fly,
right?
You're either gonna see at the market. You have ultimate. Say you have a buy and a sell ticket ready to go. You can put on a hedge. You can put on a one direction. You can put on a 30% short, 70% long hedge. There's a lot of stuff you could do, and you wouldn't even have to have a limit order. But in a sense, if you put a hedge on at the market, and with stops and targets on each, you do have a limit in a sense, because when they take out of a leg, if they stop you out of one leg, that's the limit. That you're giving yourself a range there, and then you're going to end up totally going with the other direction. So, but that is so hard to do because, well, you have to pick the conditions have to be right to put on that hedge with tight stops. You're looking for the market goes sideways, the higher probability is going to be a clean break out of that. The more it's chopping around, it's just going to end up chewing you to bits, because if your stop isn't the right size for the pattern that you're in, so if you put a limit order, it means that you're waiting to get filled. If you trade at the market, you're in. So psychologically, if you get at the market, you're like, okay, now what? In fact, when you pull the trigger, like Mark Douglas says, who would put a trade on if they thought was going to lose? You're going to buy because you think the market's going up. But as soon as you buy at the market, I could show anybody any day on any setup, you buy at the market, it's probably going to pull back at least 3 pips.
Right.
So then the next question is, well, why don't you just get in limits? Yeah, so I kind of made... That's why I chose limit entry, because I can always pull the trigger at the market. So that's only if I don't get enough limits in there. Say I didn't put enough limits, and I'm like, oh shit, this is a good pattern, right? I decide that this is a good place to get in. But gosh, I was just too stingy on the orders. The opposite problem of putting too many tickets in and getting crushed. So of course the Goldilocks or the Holy Grail is getting the position sizing. It's not going to be perfect. It's either going to be under or over. You're never going to. I mean, rarely are you going to say, well, it's just exactly how I wanted that to fill, because if the market does a shallow pullback, then you almost have to step in at the market if you want to maintain, say, 50 to 100K positions, trying to make $100 a day or $300 a day. You're really going to have to, if you the whole idea of trading 1Ks is you have the flexibility to say, oh, I got 20% of the market and I got some limits in here, and I still got dry powder, or I could get out of the whole position. So, you can get out. Like you see, there's a dead cat bounce here this morning. You have to get out. Like if you see the market bounce 30 pips, it's streaking down 150 pips and it bounces 30. Yeah, sometimes it could streak back, but that's usually when the news comes out. Now, when the news comes out, there was no news when this market collapsed. So when the news comes out, it'll go up and down, because everybody has a different opinion. But when it's crushing through these, into these kind of unknown prices, and of course, what's going to happen? People aren't going to even trade that. Like, in other words, people that it's moving down too fast to get on the short side. It's moving down too fast to stand in front of it and know how long it's going to go. So maybe those are illiquid moves in a sense, because it's such a crush, and most systems will be stopped out. Your 20 pip stop is gone. Like, it's forget it. Your 50 pip stop's gone. Even your 100 pip stop is wiped out. So if you see the market starting to drop and you think, oh, I'll get in here and just buy at the market. Yeah, you better have a 150 pip stop. It's $15 at 1K going underwater. And you better wait to pull the trigger. You better wait an hour. So it could get away from you real fast, because if you have a you've already got a vision of what this trade is going to look like. Say you're going to buy with a 20 pip stop to make 40 pips, and you're like, okay, I got my finger on the trigger. Market's dropping so fast. I mean, it's like, you really going to have to wait every hour to pull the trigger on that. Now, that would be discipline. Yeah. That's the hard part, because what if this is even a better price you buy there, so you have to know that's probably not going to survive. Better to throw the limits in than to try to catch a falling knife at the market. So at least if you catch a falling knife on limits, you can put them really deep, and you can have some outrageously deep that never fill. And I suppose that's the best way to go, is that some of your tickets didn't fill, which meant you had enough dry powder to survive that. But when people stand in front of the abyss and they just load the wagon, it's like you go to the Grand Canyon, standing on the edge and expecting not to fall in when a gust of wind hits you, because you're right on the edge of taking it all in, and that's a ride down.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the only reason the other option was to just, if I'm going to show people what I'm thinking, it would be just to do the classical retail thing. You have a setup. Okay, we wait for an engulfment pattern with confirmation. We buy one at the market, put a stop 5 bars back, let it go. Right? There's got to be more. There's got to be more to trading than that.
Yeah.
Because if that was true, You could program a robot to do that trade. The reason why he can't is because what does he do when he gets stopped out? Does he go, okay, we got to maybe he does a re-enter, you know? But it's the market is, look at this one. The market is just so chaotic and so giant that it's like you have to like sneak around. It's like a wild beast that you got to find a way not to get killed and still take a chunk out of them. It's pretty tough because if you're chasing the market and it backs up on you like this beast, you know, you're chasing the beast. He got back up on you and you're dead. Some guy was talking about getting on a stop entry. Sounds great on paper. You look at the chart and go, if you would have filled on stops here, yeah, but most of the time, stop entry is going to be the worst price. And what if it's a fake breakout?
Right.
If it's a fake out, 80% of breakouts are fake outs.
Yeah.
So, you know, the market really just keeps tipping into the window.
Dude, you just reminded me of the amazing, this thing. I remember this rinse repeat thing where it's like, oh, when I first heard this, didn't quite sink in. And then I realized one of the first things I ever heard in trading was, okay, 70 to whatever the hell, 70 to 80% of breakouts, seeming breakouts of fake outs, right? You know, like,
it seems so, yeah.
Like, right, or something.
Well, because 80% of the market is ranging, that's why, you know.
Right, and that, I was just going to say that exact thing. And or whatever you want to say, or 80% of it is ranging and fake outs and all that, right? And I'm like, immediately thought to myself, well, why not just, it should be the opposite of all this setup crap. If that's the case, then you got an embarrassment of riches just fading all this shit. Now, and it's a first principles thing. And then you go, the devil's in the details. So how do you not blow up and don't put your life savings in at one price point?
Yeah, but
right?
see, you can't make global statements like faded because sometimes the market really does break out and it makes a big run.
No, what I'm saying is, but it's percentages though is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Who cares if it breaks out when it breaks out 1 out of 5 times, I get stopped out. Right? Yeah, I wasn't an idiot. Right. I didn't have my life savings in there and no stop on a scalp close to the market.
Right. I mean, if you're doing enough trades, so say you're doing, you know, say 100 trades a week. That's not that hard. But you know, it's just like every week's different though. So, you know, really got to be a special kind of, like if you want to try to be efficient and profitable, I suppose. Yeah. You know, you have to have a toolbox of like, if you're on the 15-minute chart and you use the 1 hour chart for reference, then, and you're on the euro dollar and trying to make 30 pips and you're trying to do it with 10 pip stops, kind of like just a ballpark trade plan. That's the trade plan all day long. I mean, if the market goes 60 pips, you're not going to see that. So you have to think, well, can I have if I'm going to scale in, then I should scale out. If I buy at the market, 10 tickets instantly at the market, and I've got one of those tickets is going to have like a greedy exit maybe. It also presupposes you waited for that fucking target to get hit. You know, a lot of times I just don't have the patience or I don't have the focus anymore to wait for the final destination. It's going to pull back, and I see it make a burst. So if it makes a burst in the top of the hour and it's like 4 o'clock and the market's climaxing, I'm just going to get out. Now you might look back and go, "Oh, if I would have stayed in." Yeah, but you couldn't stay in because it's just impossible.
Yeah, it's like we all know. It's like that's like what's good is that something like that is like covered in like baby tips, basic psychology of like, you know, if I would have done this and that was your target, right? But was it an unreasonable target, right? So like, well, if you had to say whether it's a script or just a big target without a script, whatever you're doing, you could have something where you got most of that, say. You go, now it looks ridiculous and now it looks like it's, stalling out. I'll just get out here, but I got a good chunk of that with that one little ticket. Hey, great.
Yeah,
plus,
it's just,
the thing is, you don't even need good ratios at all. I don't know if people realize that.
Well, I mean, only for So really, the ratio.
That's the apiary guy thing. So I'll just throw that out. I'll shut up.
Yeah. Well, no.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is the ratio also presupposes like you like the people talk ratios. Okay, would you put a 3-pip stop to make 10 pips? Who wouldn't love that ratio? It's an unrealistic trade in most circumstances. I can think of.
Right.
To put a 20-pip stop to make 60 pips. Okay, that's tripling your money. That's pretty good, right? But then how many of those tickets? And then, of course, how many times do you hit the 60? And if you hit the 40, when you get the structure, now the stops that I have aren't built on structure. They're just built on, this is like a risk 10 to make 3. Yeah. If it so happens that it looks like, it could come all the way back to the structure, then maybe move your targets up even and move them back. But I usually wouldn't move them back. What I'll do is I'll be sitting there watching the market unfold, and then when it gets up to there, I'm thinking, okay, and if I wait just, I'd say 5 more minutes, because usually my thing is to go, okay, we're right in there. Let's just get out. But if I do that, I bet 5 or 10 minutes later, I go up a little bit more. But it's the times it rips back that you say, well, I should just dump the whole thing. And
yeah, exactly.
Of course, that also depends how big you're in, but every day is different and every sizing's different.
Yeah, that's what's so great about the bar by bar thing.
If you're trying to be a consistent trader, exactly what does that mean? Because consistently making profits does not mean you're consistently having good trades. Because that you're consistently making the same amount of money, let's say. Because some days you make more money and lose more money, and then sometimes it's like there's nothing, right? So it's really conditional. It's market conditions, and of course that's like the weather. It really is. The hardest part is to realize that every day, and every day is going to be possibly a different. The longer the market goes sideways, the more it's going to explode.
Yeah, that's why it's so good. Like
so, there's pent up demand. There's pent up demand on both sides of it when it goes sideways, or supply.
Yeah, right. That's why it's so. Thank God for like tight ranges in the Asian session and all that kind of stuff. If you want to. You always have the option to have a good equity curve if you could put the time in.
Asia's got some terrible spreads on some brokers, so you'd have to have a fixed pip spread on it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm spoiled. I was lucky enough to get grandfathered in on Trader's Way a while back. I guess they don't accept new, man, so bad. New U.S.
Oh, really?
People.
They don't expect new. I know that.
I got in right at the couple of years ago.
Yeah, I've had that for a while. Maybe that's why. So
There's some other good ones, right? What is it? CoinX, one of them.
Oh God. Yeah, those CoinX does it. They do crypto, or they do forex also. I don't know.
They have decent spreads, I take it.
I never looked at that. Is that MT4? Are they running MT4 on that?
I think CoinX has MT4. I'm assuming. I don't know.
I remember CoinX. Yeah. Right. I got the demo somewhere. I haven't run it in a long time. The reason why I use Hugo's Way is because you could just blow up an account and open a new one. You don't have to go register at the site. Just somebody make you register.
Oh, really? Yeah. I had to register.
It's like you got to set up an official demo account inside the website. Whereas with Hugo, you right mouse click, you open a new account. You just make like it. Just be. I
had no idea.
Well, that's why it's so easy to. Hugo's Way has the most amount of instruments. They have every crypto almost. So,
cool.
There's that. Every crypto
check that out,
you can imagine.
I don't have enough brokers.
Oh, there's tons of brokers. I mean,
I know.
Well, not tons. There used to be tons, but to U.S. citizens. You're in the U.S.?
Yeah. Boston and all
that.
Yeah. I can find them. I know.
There's one in Belize, and the leverage isn't that good, but it's 2-1 leverage.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name. Especially C.
Trader's Way is still 1,000 to 1 on forex.
Oh yeah. Well, Apex Glory is 3,000 to 1.
Oh really?
If you want it, yeah.
Oh jeez.
Of course, when you get your count up to 1,000, I mean, you get your count up to like 500, they're gonna cut it down because you blow up the whole thing. But Or you can set it to 2,000. You can set it to whatever you want. I set it to
Only
1,000.
2,000.
I set it to 1,000 because the only way I can do the math. When I see him in $12 of yen, I know I'm in 12K.
Yeah.
So if I trade the yen, I can just it's gonna $12,000 of currency for $12 controlling. So it's easy to get your brain around it. There's another one. If you're in Europe, you go to Exodus. There's a lot of thousand leverage guys. I think there was one out there. It was 888 leverage. And it was like a gimmick. I can't remember a broker there, but there was so many guys.
I had someone who was another musician friend who was asking me about trading, so I was like trying to recommend brokers and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, it's about you really have to find a broker that's going to take Bitcoin because that's the easiest way to deposit. I mean, you could probably find brokers you have to wire the money, but it's like ridiculous. I'd say it's too long to go in and out. It costs too much.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is the one. I was like, I found CoinX and Turnkey forex. Those look.
Oh yeah, I had that one. Well, there's that one Samurai Trader was using at LMFX, and there's another one LQDFX.
It was just how I found these was just like the basic Google search, and then what came up was this one was pretty good at evaluating. It was like 8 offshore brokers that are the best ones or something, and it really went into a lot of detail about whether you can hedge and the fill time and all that, and pretty good.
Yeah.
That's how I found CoinX thing and all that. But, I
Do you have
mostly
any good
use
brokers in Bahamas? Did they mention the Bahamas? Any good brokers there?
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, but they kicked me out. Well, I mean, good brokers isn't really kind of subjective, but the best broker is going to be some 101 leverage broker with a gold account where the spreads are zero.
It's fucking cutting out. Fuck. Hello?
Your car's cutting out?
No, everything's cutting out on this thing. I don't know what's going on. It's a delay.
Well, it has to do maybe with the sensitivity in Discord. You can set like your microphone sensitivity, I think, too, because it definitely squelches out. It's trying to do noise correction.
He's absolutely making it impossible for people to have a conversation.
Yeah, because you got stuff like noise suppression and volume, automatic volume. See, if you automatic volume control and compression, you got all these algos running. Kind of, it's like "Baby Don't Hurt Me." You ever seen "Baby Don't Hurt Me"? It's like a belly button thing. Saturday Night Live belt, "Baby Don't Hurt Me." Don't hurt me, baby. Don't hurt me.
You know what I haven't heard in a long time, and I was just thinking about it today, was Pink Floyd "The Wall." Is there anybody out there?
Yeah.
And then he starts into the acoustic piece. I used to play that part note for note, but I realized about years later that if you don't put the feel into the song, the way he ends it, if you don't put that nice slide at the end and really, really emote it, it doesn't sound good. It just doesn't sound good to play it.
It's all about that, isn't it?
It's all feel, baby. And this is the same with trading. So unless you play guitar or bass or something and you don't understand feel and dynamics, how can you understand the markets? I'm being serious. I'm not being silly at all. How can you understand it?
No. There might be something to that.
She really, I don't know. On a 15-minute chart, look at any bottom on the 15-minute and place an order there. You probably get filled, The market retests so many times.
That's one thing I didn't realize as a young idiot. God.
Yeah, the retest factor is incredible. Of course, that's also fractally speaking, because you could have a 50 pip retest and a 10 pip retest. 10 pip retest would be considered noise to people, but of course then it really depends. If you got a super tight spread and low commissions, you can make money in a 20 pip range, but it's up to you. You got to hustle. You really got to hustle hard.
I didn't realize for a couple of years, so I've been trading for 5 years, right? It took me most of that time to realize like say what it's doing now, like this 19-year low in the euro dollar, right? Like before, I'd be like, oh my god, I got to get in now because oh my god, it's gonna. What if it goes up like 500 pips and like and I miss it and all that? I'm like, yeah, it's gonna retest about like on a scale like this. This thing's gonna. Who knows how long it's gonna take? But you're obviously gonna have time to like go back and forth on a range, fade a range for like a while. I didn't used to realize that. I had no idea.
Yeah, everybody has a view of the market.
Beginner blues or something. I don't know. You guys have been trading for like
the book view.
It takes observation. You have to really watch it for a long time. It's nothing like time.
Right. No, I wanted to know what both you guys thought of this. Because I'm a relative beginner here. Let's face it. So, do you guys have anything where you look back and you go, okay, this is something that I've been trading for so long that I might be taking this for granted, that I know that this is so obvious that a beginner might have no idea what I'm talking about. Like it took me a long time to get a few of these things that seem like they're like
self-evident, but they're not. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like they should be but they're self-evident to the super experienced person to the degree that they don't even know. It's like the air they breathe. They're not aware of it unless they really try to. Unless they're like,
Everything's like that. You talk to a guy who's a mechanic, he thinks everyone else is a mechanic.
Right, along those lines, right. Pretty much everything. But while we're talking about trading, I wanted to know, like, who, if anyone could think of how that could play out. Because it's like...
I'll have
like
it
an
in
idiot.
Simpleton, because
Now I know what he's talking about.
Euro forever.
5 years, like, But anyway.
What's going to play out?
Hello.
No, you said something was going to play out. So what are you saying?
Oh, was that Rev saying that? It's cut out.
No, the poker player guy. So you're not sure how it's going to play out. Yeah, we don't. The outcome. We don't know what the outcomes are for any of these trades. I just bought that. The euro dollar on that chart, based on that line chart. It coming to the close of market here. It's kind of ridiculous. But no, fast markets are tough. Unless you're used to that speed of the market, it's pretty tough.
Yeah. This is something that screws people up. If you say something like, "Well, I'll buy a little bit at the market at most, in relation to what I'm doing," but then at other times, if you say like, "Well, I'm loading up at the market," that's like, then some people don't know that there's a distinction, especially if you're a beginner. You might know, wait a minute, I gotta actually, but you gotta do your own thinking as a beginner too. I guess that's part of the learning to fish for yourself and all that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, if you give yourself a size limit for the day, you're only going to trade 50K a day. Yeah. And I mean, not that you can only hold 50K at one time, and then when you're out of that trade, you can put on a different trade. But if you have two 50K systems running, that's 100K, which they both got to work out, So if you just trade, pick an instrument and then just trade 50K. But maybe you're in 20K or 25K, it's just the whole thing, but you have a limit. At least you know that at the end of the day, if all your tickets get hit, then you lose $100 a day, whatever that number is. And then you just have to grow into it and build around it. There's no it's not like a car where you buy a car that's like, it does this, and this, and you get in it, and it does it. That's like a one-trick pony. You have to have more tools in the market to say, if you're a full-time trader and you want to try to make money in different techniques, you have to have different techniques. It's I can't think it's no different than any other endeavor where you have to have a trick up your sleeve. It's like because if it's kind of funny because the trading courses people teach, it's almost like how to pick up a girl course, It's stupid in a way because you really have to have either the chemistry like to pick up a girl would be. It's easy if you're relaxed and.
But it's 15 seconds.
But if you got a script with you,
either she
you're
likes
fucked.
you or she doesn't. It's 15 seconds, and if the vibe is right, you got it.
Yeah.
But how do you teach that? You can't teach that.
Yeah, like you can't force a trade. Like you can't rape a girl. You can't force a trade. So I'm gonna have the date rape forex course ready by tomorrow.
Don't date a forex girl.
How to rape a price zone? How to rape a price zone with limits?
You just reminded me not to throw this off into some crazy. Remember Hannah Forex? Hannah Forex.
Yeah, she's still here. She didn't die. Remember, like she.
Apparently, no. What's funny is that I guess she got into ICT recently. So.
Oh
she
my
turned
God.
ICT. She went. She went order block.
Yes,
she went full order block.
Yes.
Oh,
He's
no.
all seriously studying.
Oh fuck.
I looked up ICT just for the general consensus. I lasted exactly 184 seconds, about a minute and a half, and I said,
How do you like his tone? How do you like his cryptic tone of explaining things?
It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I've been around the planet, and I've heard a lot of crazy shit in my life in different countries. This is the craziest shit I've ever been exposed to in my life, and that includes everything I've seen. You know,
and that's even like, and then. Dude,
I thought it was a joke. I swear to God, I kept telling myself, this is not a joke. This guy is serious. This is not a joke.
Yeah, he trades gaps on the 1 minute chart. He goes, you see this gap here? It means something. I'm like, dude, this is fucking. It's just your server was slow. What are you talking about?
You're getting bad feels because you don't have the right information.
It's forex
anyway.
data. Maybe it is.
Right,
maybe it is ES mini data. But like, dude, really, who is fucking? And here's the question I have for ICT people. You must be heavily loaded on this fucking trade because you spent all the day looking for the fucking order block. You finally found it. You better fucking have that shit loaded.
They're all poor people. All of them are all from the Philippines. $50 is a lot of money for them. All jokes aside, we're a little bit spoiled here, and they're all looking for the guru. I think this is his play.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I am the master. I will help you with your future, and your destination is safe with me. It's a baby Jesus fucking riff.
Here, listen. Go to ICT's YouTube channel.
I can't handle it, buddy. I don't have enough life force in me to handle it.
Go read the community thing. The stuff he writes. It's so funny. You die.
That is some pretty funny stuff.
I've already come back 3 times from the minute and a half of him.
And it's weird. What's weird is this, like, I don't know about the Vinny guy that much. Like, I'm open either way. He sounds, I don't know what to make of his thing. But when you hear
he's a sniper.
the ICT thing through his thing is even, if that's true, whether it's true or not, that's just is unbelievably crazy shit.
Well,
like
because I mean, if you heard about the white van and all that stuff, you know, that's wacky.
Don't forget about the icebergs.
Don't forget about the ICT. It's on Vinny's site. There's probably about 3 months old on Vinny's site where ICT talks about how one day he woke up and God spoke to him and showed him how to get it in and out. He like revealed the magic in the charts, the secret in the charts.
That says it all to you right there. It's a religious gap.
Yes,
it's just pulling off the religious stick. That's all.
Oh yeah, he's making it so he has divine insight to the markets.
It's beautiful. I love it. I wish I would have thought of that. I would have done the whole Moses thing. And my English is a lot stronger than his, and I could put on the deep voice and forget it.
He had $100 a month membership, and he had about 10,000 members. He was doing pretty good.
I think it's time for me to take out ICT. Just for the fun of it, for the kicks and giggles for the guys here. And not take them out in a negative way, but take it out like we'll just go one up higher. We'll go fucking Moses.
Right. We'll have the Rainbow Coalition, you know.
We've got his face right here. Genesis sent out the picture. Here's Moses. We got him already.
Yeah. Oh, everything from Scientology to you name it.
It's too much, man. If I had a little bit more time, honest to God, I would make it a mission to just rack everybody's fucking brains completely with mixed messages and double scripts and entendres. You know, I took the Bandler course on language. So for me, it wouldn't be that hard to get them all fucked up. You know, so come on.
That render, all that stuff is pretty fast.
Oh, that stuff is huge. It's huge. It's huge. And you know what? It gets to the point if you've studied it, like I did, you don't even realize you're doing it. You just don't even realize you're doing it most of the time. That's what they wanted you to do.
Like eye accessing cues and stuff like that.
Oh, buddy, that stuff is I don't even call it eye accessing cues. I know when I look at the person. That's why I don't like this. I don't like this computer shit. I know what they're thinking about. I know if they're going accessing feelings, and it's not even because I'm looking at the eye accessing cues. I've just done it so often for so long.
Yeah.
It's like when you play a hand of listen. If I throw any hand at you, or I throw any chart at Simpleton, or maybe Revel as well, you guys will know exactly how you're going to play it. Or you'd have at least 3 or 4 ideas up your sleeve on how you're going to play this hand and how you're going to play this particular chart. So that's what it comes down to.
How did you get into that stuff?
You know what? I got, I'm trying to remember now. I got interested in neuro-linguistic programming. I bought a book called Mathemagical, the bookstore, when they used to have bookstores and you could just sit around, shoot the shit, pick up chicks.
Oh yeah.
And the Mathemagical had about half a page on neuro-linguistic programming, this and that. I thought to myself, this sounds pretty interesting, you know. It was just like it was a toss-out note on the side of the page somewhere. And I started looking into it, and before you know it, you know, you're buying videos, and you're buying books, and you're reading the books, and you're understanding the books. And, what they do is phenomenal. But they created a whole industry out of it, which I think is a little bit kind of cheesy.
That's the thing.
It gets cheesy.
Co-opted? You think some of it got co-opted or corrupted? Because I had, like, that book, Frogs into Princes.
That's a great book. Yeah, a lot of it's repeat, but you remember something. These guys come from the generation, this is interesting, where you made your money by doing seminars. They were on the seminar shtick, right? And that was in the 80s, I guess. Simpleton's been to 1 million, so have I. That was the whole shtick in the late 70s, 80s, let's call it, was come to my seminar, you know? And that was their business model. Yeah. They didn't really know business that well, but that was their business model.
Yeah, I prefer to go to symposiums.
or the Tom Vu. You can make money like me, buddy. When you said Tom Vu, I just about hit the floor because I used to run into that guy at like midnight in Canada on Friday night or something. You'd run into the Tom Vu. Come to my seminar, and he had all the chicks on the boat, the Sea Ray, the 30-footer, 19 broads. You want women too.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so you go through it enough times and you practice things on everyone you love. Of course, you annoy the hell out of everyone for a few years, but
I was doing that a little back in the day, like when I got into it a while ago, and
they help you with poker, but a lot of it is going to be like the cues that you're looking for. Everyone's wearing sunglasses, so the eye accessing cues are blocked from you. But there's breathing cues, there's shoulder moves, there's all kinds of little things. Yeah. Right.
There's all kinds of stuff. I mean, as far as poker goes, I was just mostly doing it online, so it didn't really matter. I mean, but
here you go.
It's just regular.
Go look at YouTube. Here's Tom Vu. You deserve to be broke.
One is fortunate enough to know my techniques of how to make a lot of money.
Make a lot of money.
If you don't follow my thing,
differs from others.
He's got these bikini-clad women behind him. Like, there's some of these girls are just gorgeous. I mean, how much did that cost him? He's in his Rolls Royce, the top down. He looks serious. He looks like a martial arts fighter guy, though.
I remember those way back in the day. I haven't seen those in a long time. Tom
Vu. Look at this guy's got his first check. I got my first check. Tom Vu at the Tom Vu Mansion in Florida. You know, when you name your the Simpleton Mansion, come to the Simpleton Mansion. I don't have any bikini-clad girls around me, though.
I'm telling you, I'm just laughing my ass off so hard.
Oh.
Can't breathe. I can't breathe anymore. I'm laughing.
Tom Vu.
That'll happen.
It's like that Pick'em guy, you know, inside the eggshell egg scrambler and the dice-o-matic.
Oh my God, I'm dying. Yeah.
You do need a mansion though. That's part of the package.
I want to see like a forex guru come out who like goes full like Rex Kwon Do from Napoleon Dynamite. Like he does that whole shtick. That's what I want to see.
That's funny.
He teaches you forex as well as fake kung fu techniques. You know.
And you just end up as like out in the desert, like just full on Manson. At the end of the day, it's like
Oh God, it's just too much.
He's got a dojo at the mall as well as the forex computer right then and there. He does both.
You throw a screen at him, he shows you how to block the screen as it's being tossed at you.
What kind of drugs are we gonna have? What do you think is the? We should brainstorm this.
We're gonna have what?
What's the ideal like cult starting drugs? You think?
What the latest drug? Or the latest
I don't know.
cult?
I'm just saying, like, whatever. What do you think the best?
The best cult or the best drug?
Best drug would be the MDMA, just small amounts.
Right.
Yeah, MDMA and a touch of Scientology on the side.
Well, I don't know about the cyanide, but you know.
No, Scientology.
Well, Scientology
Yeah.
with the MDMA.
Well, it could be
you're
cyanide for
good.
some people. You know,
Well, with the starter kit, the ICT, anti-ICT,
man.
you should just start calling them Antichrist.
The anti-ICT. There's all kinds of things you can. This is so rife with comedic gold.
ICT has 278,000 subscribers.
Okay, is that real or is that just pumped up numbers?
No, he pays for people to.
Oh, for sure.
Because if you look at the comments on his videos, which is a fascinating part of it, you're like, really? Now he turned off the comments before and he banned me from commenting. But there's not one bad comment. There's not one bad comment in here. There's no like fuck eat shit and die. There's no eat shit and die comments in here. It's all just, oh, love you to death. Could you come on my face? I love you. Oh man, showing up. Come over later. Have a burger.
What was so funny wasn't there a thing where he turned off all the comments except one or something on like 50 different videos?
Yeah. Here's one of the comments. This is awesome. I love how you break it down. He never breaks it down. I wish I ran into you a long time ago. I would have saved $30,000 on BS classes. Keep up the fantastic work, but they never.
I don't believe a word of it. I think it's a bullshit fucking comment for sure.
Well, all he's doing is trading supply and demand, but he's claiming that it's liquid. We all know what that is.
Yeah.
It's just like, how are you doing these trades to make any money when I don't know how you do it? How do you do it, right? You never see this guy trade live.
Did he ever put on one trade in the 5,000 years he's been doing trading?
He's not going to do a stream. He's not going to do a stream like I'm doing here, where if this market wasn't going to close in 2 minutes, I'd buy at the market right here, but the spread's going to go terrible here in a minute. But he doesn't call out the trades in real time. He only did it once, but it was taped. It was taped, so that means that he picks out what may be the best trades, but yeah, a live stream is not going to happen with that guy.
It's funny, in all semi-seriousness, he's the first person I knew about in forex like 10 years ago, and I was like when poker ended, that was like 2011, so I was like, all right, I got to do some other thing that involves this skill set, blah, blah, blah. It was like Dick Schmidt, who was the best horse racing guys in the world. Long story short, he got into trading like 15 years ago and was like, racing's a dying industry. Don't even bother. Why don't you just get into trading? It's not even as hard as horse racing and all this. And I should have listened to him. But so I looked into forex briefly. So the ICT was one of the first people I ever saw. And back in the day, this is when he was on like baby tips. I had no idea about any of this, right? The thing that sucked me in, I'll tell you, for a while he was harping. He did one thing right, which was that he was really, really pushing the psychology part and the risk management thing in the beginning for like if you're a beginner. And that to me made it look very legitimate for a long time. So I still don't know what to make of his whole thing, but it is really funny.
Yeah, but it's the usual kind of fake psychology that's just it doesn't mean anything in real life. I know you know this. I'm just for people that it's the old common self-help just believe in your, the usual bullshit.
I'm not
I
talking
know.
about that. I was talking about, maybe he does that too, but the stuff that I saw in his original videos was mostly stuff to do with like pretty down to earth risk management stuff. Really, really getting into the psychology and risk management. And that's how that hooked me a little for a while. So I don't know. He's really ridiculous in a lot of ways, but that kind of for a while there, he actually did help the psychological part of what I was doing to try to be objective. It's like
objectively stupid. That's the kind of risk management these people
Hey.
do. Not you. I'm saying these. What is common practice? The 2% rule that's everywhere. And for anyone that I don't think Simpleton and the other guy knows what baby pips is. And I think it's important.
Simpleton knows what it is. I think.
I don't think he knows what it is. You know what baby pips is?
No, I've been there. Yeah, actually, if you go to baby pips. You asked about the brokers.
It's a great way to poison your mind ahead of time.
There's a guy named Clinton there that's all about offshore brokers.
In that thread. I know the thread you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, that was the first thing I looked at.
I will say this. I've submitted brokers to that thread that don't require U.S. things, and I've never gotten any reply back to them. They haven't put them on there. So,
what do you mean? Like
the ones that the U.S. can go to, you're saying?
Yeah.
You see the spread just went to 18 pips at Hugo's way on the British pound.
18 pips.
Yeah, 18.8. It's 14 now.
Oh, it's like it's
5 p.m.
That time.
That's 5 o'clock. That's the showdown.
That's when the brokers reset. It's maybe the market's closed right now for all intents and purposes.
And so I think with like Clinton, that thread, I think they have like a different standard for what. In my opinion, which I think with them, it's like if a broker doesn't say specifically, we allow U.S. clients, they won't add to the thread. In my opinion, it's if they specifically don't say anything, then it's all good. If nothing's being said, then I'm of the opinion it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Well, that's not every. He doesn't have every broker, but he has some brokers in there. But he doesn't have every broker. He has that LMFX and the liquid forex people. But yeah, I know he lives us. There was one in there, Profi Forex, which is out of Russia, and I was running that because they have nano tickets there. That's a pretty fast broker when I was using it. The only thing there was, but I knew this to be true. I had an argument with them, and if there's no money, if you have a real account, and there's no money in it, and you launch a script of 10 tickets all at once, they come right in, boom, 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 boom. As soon as money hits the account, tickets are coming in slow. So I told them that, and I was on the chat window, and the lady said, "Well, you can't place tickets in a market you can't place tickets on the chart in an account with no money in it." And I'm like, yeah, you can. I mean, you can't trade the market, but you can put limits all over the fucking thing. You can take a real account with no money and throw limits all day long. When the market hits those tickets, they disappear. But the execution's slow. If there's $1 in that account, like if you do a deposit, all of a sudden these tickets come in slow, and I just telling him, I said, why is it coming? They couldn't answer because obvious the answer is as soon as there's money in the account, it's now a live account. Even though it's if it's a live account without money, it's not even it's like a demo account, really. It falls under that kind of execution. So I was just disappointed because when I put the orders in, they came in pretty slow when there was money in that account. But I said they have a lot of good things about that broker, but really, you can also do a search for brokers that take Bitcoin, but it doesn't mean they take people from the U.S. I still can't remember the name of the broker out of Belize. 200 leverage. I can't remember their name.
That the nano thing forex too, right? While we're on the subject of the nano thing,
yeah, there's about 10 nano brokers out there.
Helps people who don't have a lot of cash, like in Russia.
Well, it's also a way. It's a way to have a higher resolution entry. So
right.
You can pretty much put you can be pretty relaxed when you put your bank in.
See, I'd like to hear people discuss more about this kind of thing. That's a first principles massive thing, I think. The nano thing, like when someone says, when I first heard this, a nano account, you can make more money in that because blah, blah, blah. It's like, why? I don't even know. I don't know. And then drilling down into why that is like a massive key to understanding trading to me.
When you guys say nano account, you're talking about placing nano lot trades, right?
Yeah. So you
Instead
get
of 1,000,
way
put 100 bucks.
smaller.
Yeah, you can't do that in MT4 though, right?
Yeah, you can. So
Really?
yeah. Well, some of the brokers, what they do is if you put 100 bucks in there, they deposit 1,000 cents, and now it's a cent account. So a 10K is a 1K. So I wrote scripts for that once. Yeah, there's brokers that they just call it a cent account. That way, it looks like you're in, a 10K, but that's a 1K, and then a 1K is just 100 bucks or something like that. I can't remember how they did it. No, yeah, 10K is like it's a 10,000 cents. 10,000 cents. So you're
Right.
in other words, a 10K is a 1K. A 1K is 100 bucks on the script. Because it's a cent account, so it's 1,000 cents. Is 10 bucks.
Yeah, the first principles thing of that, though, that's the massive thing. People could if someone doesn't understand why a nano account could make you more money because you could trade the edge of the market bigger with higher resolution and per price point and all that kind of stuff. Understanding that is like one of the basic building blocks being good at trading in my mind. So I don't know what you guys think of that.
I think that's right.
Hey, what do you think of that? I mean,
Well, technically it costs more in a cent account because the spreads are worse.
right.
That's the only thing.
It's just say if you, but for the first principles thing, leaving that aside, that's like a confounding problem, right? That's a
You can
potential
make it up. You can make it up because you're trading better.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing that.
I trade micros on the E-mini. I don't trade the actual E-mini. There's no room. You got to be fighting like literally with your arms tied beside you. If you're going to trade size, forget about it. I'd rather drop 80. I'd rather drop 80 than 8. Does that make sense? I'd rather have 80 bullets than 8 bullets.
Right. Exactly.
That's the way I agree with you on that last time, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't even understand that for the first couple of years of trading.
No one does.
I mean, I don't know, and I think what happens is people, the crux, the thing about that is that, I guess what I'm trying to get at too is, people come in with criticizing someone, they go, well, but you don't seem to understand this issue here, what the basic principle thing is going on. Like, you might say that someone wants to use like a ton of scripts, right? That's like, keep coming back to, it's like, oh, can I use the scripts? What do I do? How can I make a lot of money right now? But do you understand something about like the first principles basic thing first? Like you're scaling in with into a zone of support and resistance kind of thing. Like I don't blame them for not getting that, but that's like the issue is whether or not they get that. So I don't know, to me.
You have to write the starting manual, read before you start.
Right, it's an example of something, right? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think they want to get it. In other words, here's the thing. If you tell somebody that you're going to pick this 13-pip window and you're going to place 20 tickets in there, they say, well, geez, can't you get a better entry technique? Why are you trying to canvas the area? Why can't you just
right?
Can't you get better at trading so you know exactly where the market's going to turn around? And this search for the exact turnaround point is how you end up with Gartley patterns and all this shit. But are you really going to put one ticket at the tip of your Gartley pattern? It's completely fucking retarded. You know who does that in power trading? This guy, Akil Stokes. Akil Stokes did that on the video. He goes, I missed my entry by 1 pip. I thought, you're fucking kidding, right? And this is real money.
Classic. Yeah. That's such a classic trading guru thing. Oh, so you got to have discipline next time, I guess. Okay. Oh.
Better luck next time. I'll wait another month for that setup on the monthly Gartley.
You have to remember something. Thank God that there's gurus out there showing people how to not trade properly, because it just allows us to take advantage of it. All Simpleton is doing is buying everyone's stops. That's all I do. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here to collect all the goobers' fucking stops, as far as I'm concerned. And the money's going to flow from those who don't know to those who know. So, you know, what side of the, you know, where do you want to play ball? How do you want to play ball? You're going to be a goober, you're going to get goobered out, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, some people that trade, you know, they see a setup and they're on the daily and they put the trade on and they, as soon as they manage their stop to break even or better, their stats look pretty good. You know, I mean, it's just when I realized I could put more than one ticket in, that's when I kind of said, wow, this is going to be a game changer, because this idea that I have to get it just right on the entry, because and the more right I am, the bigger that one ticket needs to be, because hell, I've been doing, you know, but the markets are always changing, and I don't think there's really any kind of like perfect setup.
No, it's just really funny with like, you get like a little line chart. You see like this 8 pip range, and you're like, yeah, I wonder if there's ever going to be a wick on any of this. Oh, wow. Like, well, that's why I would want to be bigger in that part of it.
Maybe.
It's like,
yeah.
so I don't have to worry about getting stopped out every like 3 trades.
You miss, yeah, that's really the part that did it for me as well. Was I'm tired of this, you know, 4 pip stop and 6 pip stop. I mean, every time you think about it, even now when I think about it, I get a stomach ache, because I'm thinking, who the fuck would do something like that? Unless this is a war, and we're going to misinform you and misdirect you in every single way possible. That's really what it comes down to, is my heart. They're just.
I was wondering about.
Yeah.
Do you think that's like a market?
100%. If ATI could cripple the whole world in less than 18 months, what took Goebbels 8 years, then yeah. This is absolutely public relations 101. They're just jamming everybody. Because Wall Street needs people. They need new goobers every fucking day. Just like P.T. Barnum said, a sucker born every minute. That's the way it goes.
I had a guy from, he was from, I want to say the islands. So I talked to this guy quite a bit, actually, about maybe 8 years ago. And so he gets on the stream, you know, and he's like, okay. He's like, I think he was using my market orders. So he says, you know, I'm trading the euro, and he would trade 50K, like 2 tickets, 50K each. And he said to me, he was trading Albert Brooks style, if you know what that is.
Oh yeah.
And so he was like, yeah. And then he said, I'm thinking about trading the pound and stuff, you know. Now the pound, the spread's twice as big, and it's just insanely volatile. And he said he was going to trade it with a 3 pip stop, and I said, I made a video about this, just laughed my ass off. I'm like, this fucker wanted to come in with a 1 pip stop, because, you know, it's just so, it's such a big country, you know, 50K. I'm like, dude, I mean, he says he's a sniper. I was like, dude, you got to have a 10-second chart. You got to have a 3-second chart to see the lead for the 10-second chart. I mean, who is going to do that trade? And maybe he was doing that trade, but I mean, Lord, that is so like, you're going to get kicked out, and you're going to lose like, how many times? But see, some people can handle this shit. I can't. People can handle losing $35, $45. Then they make $100 or they make $300. I'm like, I don't like taking that $35 hit.
Win rate, and they're laughing. I got you.
I'd rather have like a cushion. I got 5 tickets in there. I could pluck one off. In other words, if you have a basket of tickets, you can always roll your inventory over. You can cash out what's winning. You see the market's going to crash, and you know what? Take what you can get right here. Close all winning trades. Scalp something, and leave yourself with 3 tickets to get crushed, maybe. But it's not going to make a big difference in your big. But if you're breathing, if you're going to breathe with the market, and you know when the sellers are coming in, just because you're long doesn't mean they have to keep going up. So you have to be. It's like It's like a two-way street, so you have to be aware of the other guy and get out of his way, because they're going to crush you. When I started this stream, I said, you know, I should be getting out right about now. And I got out last time. I missed the exit. Well, you have to wait for it to come around again if it does. Otherwise, the markets just take off and run. And you don't have a chance. And that's when your stops come in. Let them stop you out, or let them blow up your account. So it's not your life savings, but those things are always going to happen when you get sideswiped, so to speak, in the market. Right? But you're trying to get some kind of system where you got at least 3 tools in your box, 2 tools.
Yeah.
Because if you have your limits and you have your market orders ready to go, or say you're even on your phone, You see the market plunge, you buy a little baby position on your phone, but as you're talking about, if you wanted to trade off your phone with a Windows tablet, now you can't execute these scripts on a Windows tablet, but it has to be a Windows operating system. And then you could have it tethered to your phone.
Right.
But even in Linux, I have never run. If you get Wine on Linux, supposedly you can run an MT4, but I don't know about that. I'm not sure that's.
Yeah, I don't know either.
works
I'll be honest with you. I just have a Chromebook, servers, phones.
The Chromebook, you're never going to be able to run MT4 on a Chromebook, I don't think.
Windows. I got to get a Windows
Yeah,
instance for
Chromebook's
Nick.
never going to run MT4.
No, I know. I have to get a server. I got to set up a server now. I want to do the Evel Knievel trade with Nick, just to have one under our belt. Whoever feels like if you woke up this morning, you put on your Evel Knievel underwear, and you feel like taking a 4-hour trade on the guppy, you come to the right place. That's the bottom line. You know what? If you're right 7 out of 10 times, you'll still be ahead of the game, right? So. Gotta love the Evel Knievel trade.
I mean, you make $15 on a Webkey in the guppy in 2 hours. I mean, it's very giant.
Buddy, for people who are starting off with like $500 on nano accounts all over the universe, trying all these different robots, you say, listen, put on your Evel Knievel jacket and take this trade. This is, the bot will do it for you. It's got the script built in. It's got the money management built in. You can't blow up your account. You have to all that. Listen, you can go crazy with the bells and whistles, but most importantly, I think Lachlan said it correctly. You have to make sure that you don't blow up the account. In other words, even if the guy wants to overtrade it or whatever, you just kind of have a cock block program that says, no, you've got enough. You've got enough right now, laddie. No more for you.
No. Oh, no, what was interesting is I recently thought of this. It was like, they always talk about how the short-term time frames, that's all noise. Okay. Well, if I want to trade that, and you trade the hell out of that, guess what noise really is? The noise is the larger time frames. Because if you're wasting your time paying that much attention to that on a small time frame, that's noise,
Well,
It really depends how long your trade. It depends how long your trade plan is going to be.
Yeah.
If you're just trying to capture the wick on the weekly, that's a great trade. If you can get out at the end of the hammer, actually the whole stack cashes out at the end of the week.
Yeah, right. I'm saying if I'm trading the 5-minute chart, for the most part, if it's some crazy thing when I guess if you were stuck in the middle of some, I don't know, you just, food for thought, you just kind of ejected, but it's, but I think mainly it's just like, if I'm trading the 5 or the 15 or the 1 minute, pretty much everything else is noise mostly. Like, yeah, if I see on the 1 hour or the 4 hour, I'm near like a big SR level or whatever. Okay, sure. But how many retests am I going to get like on a way smaller time frame, Just fade the hell out of it. But pretty much the heuristic is,
no, it sounds
longer
good.
time frame is noise.
It sounds good,
That's
but
the
the spread and the commissions are going to beat you to shit, because you'd have to be right about so many trades in that.
No, not really. No, what I'm saying
difficult.
is, but you could scalp the euro dollar on the 1 minute chart.
Yeah, you could. I mean, but well, all those things are true. But can you make enough money where you want to focus your brain that hard?
Oh yeah. No,
when it comes down to it, how hard do you want to work? So a lot of people come to trading because they think they could just make decisions with their mind, but still, if you put the orders in there and then you got to manage that trade, and if it's really big, you're probably going to manage it a little more serious than if it's a small trade. How much focus can you donate to that? And that's only one part of the thing, because if you're watching this trade that you put in to trade noise or to trade micro swings, well, when you get to the top of the swing, you should cash out. Otherwise, what's the point? In other words, you still have to have an exit. And if you're doing that, you have to be realistic. Yeah. So I think the best trade is going to be when the market takes out a vacuum on the 1 hour chart it crushes into a vacuum within these. So it's all structurally speaking. So think about houses like you got a guy that has an 8.5-story house next to a guy with a 3-story house next to a guy with an underground house, and all these houses. The problem with trading is that you're a guy that fixes houses, and you're like, holy shit, I need a ladder on this fucking house. This is a 200-story house. Now, this is what forex is. There's a 200-story house next to a fucking underground home next to a 5-story house. And you're like, okay, well, you really got to start. Right. That's why people filter with all sorts of filters, because they got to go, well, where am I on this thing? And what is my tools? Can I work on a house? I don't have the ladders to work on the big house, so that's off limits. There's so many off-limit trades because the terrain is too deep or that's too shallow. You can't make money in something that's just, with the problems with the broker. And at some point the broker's not going to let you because well, some brokers used to tell you if you're not in the trade more than 2 minutes a scalp, they will not honor it. I've never had that happen, but that is written in some people's account opening regulations they put on it.
Right.
But when you say
what
that,
happens to the brokers when a peg is lost? They just burn everyone's bridge, right? They just burn everybody. When the Swiss peg was gone, everyone got.
Oh yeah, Alpari went bankrupt. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
The British broker, a lot of brokerage firms went bankrupt on that because they didn't even have.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
No, they had naked positions themselves. Yeah, I saw that happen. I'll never forget it. When it happened, it was about.
Wow.
It was an odd time of day, so I stare at the market all the time. So I'm sitting there, and at that time I was looking at the Swiss franc, and I'm like, I look at it, and I'm like, what the fuck? I thought it was bad data, like bad ticks. I used to get that all the time,
Yeah.
And you see it in a chart, and you have to delete it because it's fucked up your chart. And then I look at it going, no. And then I went immediately to the news, like I went to whatever news, financial news network stuff. I went on the interwebs looking for, is anybody talking about this? No, nobody fucking. I don't even think the next day anybody talked about it. But if you were in forex, a lot of people couldn't trade the Swiss franc after that because they were shell shocked.
There's your major misdirection, right there. Your major misdirection. Nothing's going to change. Everything's okay, and then whoa, they pull the rug out of everybody, and they burn them. Listen, all these brokers, they got burned for sure.
But they must have seen it coming because this has been pegged for so long. I did a video, one of my early videos about trading the Euro Swiss pair. And if you look at it, it looks like the market's now moving. Because it's pegged. It's hilarious. I mean, you look at this data and you're like, who could trade this shit? The market just goes sideways and it just does a blip. It goes sideways. It's just fucking, it's not even an exchange. I mean, it's a little, just fucking, looks like.
Wasn't it even, like super, super tight range with a bad spread anyway, right?
And then it freaks out every now and then. But, a lot of these pairs to me, that's another thing that the brokers love is that they got all these pairs and people can't wait to trade this pair, that pair, and see the spreads just tightened up there on the Hugo 20 after.
Okay.
So the thing is that they love it because retail guys are going to trade every fucking pair they can get their hands on, and the spreads are so wide that the broker makes more money on the wide spread. And the exotics, and it's just amazing. Like people say, "What? I'm in this Euro Swiss trade," and I'm like, "Why don't you just get in the Euro, or why don't you just if they're the pound Swiss?" I'm like, "Just trade the pound." But I get it; they want these big dramatic moves, but along with that goes quite a bit of wide stops, wide targets.
You know what happens too?
For sure.
And then it's like. I think this has got to be a big obvious thing, especially for beginners. It's like you look at 30 different pairs or whatever, and then even though correlation isn't an absolute thing, it's like sort of more or less correlated. A lot of them are correlated to the degree that when this one's going, the other one is, but then they see, in the next screen, this one's in the same position. Let me put another trade on this thing, and they got 10 different ones. It's like they think that it's diversified in a way, but it's no.
They've duplicated their own efforts. Right.
You just multiplied your
everything
size
against the pound,
so yeah.
Yeah, that's what the no-nonsense guy actually tells people. Don't trade more than one don't trade in the same group of pairs because you're really duplicating trade. But the other argument there is that you have a kind of a when you look at the pound, the Swiss pound, the yen, you have this kind of view where, okay, I'm in the pound at least. At least you have something in common there. Whereas if you trade all these wackadoodle pairs, I could never do it because every time I looked at my equity, on one account I can't do it because I look at my equity and I'm like, why am I losing? Oh, that's right, I got that fucking thing in the background.
Oh, yeah, right.
And
Well,
you're like, where's that fucking loss coming from? Because I'm pretty keen about when I see my equity fluctuation, it should make sense with the chart I'm looking at, and I can only look at one chart at a time. So everybody else can only see one thing at a time. But so, it's really, you feel like, oh, I don't want to miss out, so give me 20 pairs to trade. Okay, well, I tried that. You got to be a special person for that.
Yeah, if you really want to do, I'll tell you one thing that you know what I learned, right? You can do that. This is what it is, though, right? How I figured this out was back in the day with the poker thing, right? Okay, so if you wanted to make a decent living, like at Poker Stars or whatever, where you had a thing where there was so many players that you could build up to playing like a lot of tables, because that's how you'd make money.
Right.
Now,
Right.
but that was a skill set. Like, that was such a developable skill set to the degree that I built up eventually to 20 tables. Okay. Now,
Wow.
Okay, but no, it doesn't take a genius to do this. When I first tried 2, so the 20 tables wasn't even as difficult after a while as when I first went from 1 to 2. When I first tried that was like almost impossible at first.
Brain freeze. It was brain freeze.
No,
right?
it was great, but it was getting used to. It was just.
Oh yeah. You have to get you got to build the listen when you're building the neural network in your head, it builds over time. Just like when you learn to play.
Right.
If you're going to learn 15 songs by the weekend, you better believe your brain is fucking laying down tracks. It has to.
Right.
There's no other way for you to get the finger and to get the coordination. You can't do it.
The point before I get lost in this is not to sound like all serious, but the big point I want to make with that is this. I hope, like, if someone wants to do that, let it sink in. Like, I learned, like, from experience in this thing from that exact thing that you can develop that as a skill set, even if it doesn't look like it's even possible that you can do that. Because when I first tried 2 tables, it seemed impossible.
Right.
But after a few months, I was doing 20. So It's going to look like you couldn't do a bunch of pairs, but if you really worked at it and that's what you wanted to do, 100% you can do it. The skill set.
Who wants to do that, though? Unless you've got $1 billion that you've got to deploy. Who the hell's going to do that with a $500 account? I don't get it.
Right. Well, those are the people that have, like, they're looking for a setup. That's the trader Dante kind of guy. That's to a more lame degree, that's the, like, no nonsense forex thing and all that. If you can't find an entry because you got so many filters, you got to look at like 50 things, right?
Right.
Yes, I mean that's what they do. But the point is, you wouldn't have to trade 30. Maybe if you wanted to like get a little more action, maybe in other words, it's a continuum, right? But you could learn to trade however many you wanted to do. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Look, I got news for you. Some of the bigger guys I know, they have pretty much the same basic strategies. They just apply to different instruments. And the only thing they have an advantage of is if it's not working, let's say they've got gold, oil, this and that. If it's not working, they'll just yank it out. They'll yank that horse out of the race immediately. So, that's what I uncovered. I uncovered that in the Zoom meeting yesterday. I said, how many bots do you got? You've only got 8 guys. I can't imagine you have more than 4 or 5 really good strategies. And you're deploying them across 8 instruments. He goes, yep. I go, and how do you know when one of the horses has got a bad leg and it's limping along? They just yank it out of the race completely. So, that's the game. That's the game now, apparently.
Are you saying that? So it's like they're applying some discretionary thing to where if
correct,
if it plays out against the original premise, then that's when they yank it, or
let's say you do a simpleton 4-hour drop, but you do it on gold, Eurex, this, that, and the other thing. you should know within the 4 hours which one of them is working, which one isn't working well.
Right.
And then that gets docked. So you got two demerit points for not working so well. And over time, what they'll find is that 3 or 4 of the instruments are going to work phenomenal. 1 or 2 are going to be haphazard, and 1 or 2 of them are going to be dogs. So they just pull them off. They don't bother with those instruments anymore.
Okay. So you're saying like the demerit thing. So they're looking for some sample size, like some decent sample size to like.
Well, these guys are doing $500 million. They got to move. So, they got about 100 clients, I believe. I'm not really at liberty to discuss, but they have very, very strict privacy laws. And then one of the problems I had promoting them was that I could not use someone else's account. And there's nothing like the forex situation where you can show everybody your trades. You're not allowed to do that because of the Swiss laws, secrecy laws. So that became a bit of a challenge because most people are not used to the idea of making 8% a month. It just sounds so fucking crazy to people who are investors that have millions.
Oh yeah,
right?
never mind.
They're thinking 5-6% a year, and they're kissing their broken hands. So,
never mind what you can actually do in trading, which is.
Oh, buddy, if people knew, that's why you got to keep it a little bit quiet. I actually told the crew because they've been running my one of the last things I wrote with for my nephew for the sushi coin, just for the fucking kicks and giggles. The sushi coin's making $3-4 a day on a $50 account. I said we may have to pare this down for ready for prime time, because who's making 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% a day? Who can do that?
Yeah, not a lot of people.
Oh no, not many. Simpleton's one of them. So that's why I hang out with him a little bit, because I gain a lot of insights, and I really do appreciate the crowd. A lot of smart players here. A lot of smart players.
There was one guy. You want to look at, actually, to speak to what we were saying. There's one other dude on YouTube that I saw. It was really doing kind of this, pretty much a first principles thing of like very similar to Simpleton's way of doing it. And he's doing it on the M1, and he's doing it live and everything. And well, this guy is remember Simpleton, the apiary guy? But it was this one guy who works for him, and he has this video called something like support and resistance free guide, I think. And he's on the 1 minute chart teaching this woman. And not only does it's like, there was something where there was some, like, not much going on in the Eurodollar, which they usually try to do. So he stays on the 1 minute chart, and he goes to this thing that has like a 1.5 pip fucking spread on the 1 minute chart.
Oh.
And he's scalping the hell out of it. He's making it work. If you see his method, it's not just a small sample size, like 1 day thing.
Oh.
This guy is like, this is how you trade. If someone would check that video, that would be, I'm telling you, that is a video to watch.
Okay. You have to put it into the main chat line, because I have no idea how I would find it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and I reluctantly do this because people go like, "Oh, what are you, part of like apiary fund?" No. Like, I would not recommend someone.
People, listen. You have to accept some people know what they're doing.
You're right. That's the thing. Right.
And there's something to learn from everybody. I mean, this whole idea of timing the drops and only giving them a duration is like, holy smokes, I would have never thought of that move, to be honest with you. We were just bash against the wall. We hope sure we don't crash. Like, we were going so fast, we didn't know. We strapped the rocket to a Datsun. I mean, it was retarded what we were doing. But we did understand a lot about, you want to be behind the market, you need to have orders underneath the market. I understood that, and it became part of second nature. So when I saw Simpleton doing drops, I'm like, yeah, absolutely, you want to fucking catch that. If you have a big enough account, you want to catch that falling knife, because you can get out of it and click free and make money, for sure. But this idea of dissipating orders is, wow. Ooh, I would have never thought of that. I think that's actually quite brilliant.
Yeah,
And it rolls in with the people's lifestyle, which Tips and I were talking. It's got to be a lifestyle concept. I mean, are you working from 9 to 5? What, you have to really, I think part of the guidance is you got to really know who you are in terms of how you're going to approach this as a sideline, as a hustle, as whatever you want to call it. You have to know what your size account is. You need to pull out the scripts that would make sense for you. And there's a way to guide people down that route. I believe. I think there's a way to do it. Oh my God,
yeah. Yeah, that's the interesting thing. It's like, to me, it's like 5, you could boil it down to 5 or 10 basic principles.
Sure.
Really, I mean.
I think if you capture that on people's, I mean, when I started joining the Swarm back in 2000, I was just from all the jappy friends of my guy friends. They're all wives. They wanted something to do. They're like, Nady, can you do something? Because they all started getting into the stocks because of E-Trade and all this shit that was going on. So I wrote a little filter that was just finding stocks that were moving for no reason, but there was no news on it and it was moving. I knew the brokers were touching it, right? Period. Full stop. I knew someone was touching it. So I just did a little filter program for them, and I had to send it out through SMS. I needed to get a server. It was a nightmare. It's not like it is today. 20 years ago it was fucking brutal. Getting back to the point of, I would ask them this. I would ask them. There was like 4 or 5 questions that I had on. I have to try to find it on my website. It should be on the rollback machine. There were 4 or 5 questions that isolated whether they were, what their risk aversion personality was, right? So there are questionnaires that I think if someone wants to get into this seriously, they should really, consider knowing what their own personality is and what. And again, how much can they handle? I mean, at what point are you crying uncle? Is it $50? Yeah. Is it $100? Is it 5,000? Yeah. I cry uncle at 5 G's. I don't care if I've got 50 million in the bank. I'll still cry uncle at $5,000. That's a lot of money. Period.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cry uncle at a nickel. I'll say, okay, I made a mistake. Let me take that energy and create a new strategy out of that mistake that I made, because obviously something didn't work.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's like, and to me, like what about this as like a meta thing? I don't know.
Sure.
The basic principle of like perspective, like one of the big overarching things, if you wanted to teach a beginner, was like perspective. Like, here's an example of like, okay, do you know how good you have it when you can demo trade on something that is pretty much the real market for as long as you want? And of course, scammers game this thing by going, oh, no, you got to sign up and put in $10,000 immediately, because how are you going to get good at the psychology? And the trick there is that, there's a conflation of the fact that, psychology is massive. It is. But they're not.
But the psychology, but the psychology.
You got to learn what to do first,
Oh yeah. Listen, they're using everyone's. Well, look at the way that the shooter games are so big with the kids. Luckily, I was too old to start playing shooter games. But anything that, for a young male, that includes hitting a moving target, he can sit for years, not days and weeks, years. He can sit doing that thing. Because your brain is absolutely wired innately to hit a moving target. We're the only species that can do that, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you wanted to hunt and you needed to survive and you needed to hunt to survive and you needed to learn how to make bows and arrows and spears and whatever it was, even a fucking rock, the ability to hit a moving target meant life or death. So if it's a life or death situation, your brain's going to make sure that there's an imprint there. I believe that personally. That's just the way it looks to me. So you put a young male in front of something let's say young teenager, preteen, when he's supposed to be going out hunting for the last 10,000 years. You put him in front of a screen and he can move his hand and he can hit the thing that's moving. Oh, buddy, he's instantly addicted. Not just a little bit, instantly addicted to that.
I can really vouch for that firsthand in an embarrassing way, downright embarrassing. Talk about the hunting instinct. I grew up in a family that we're really we had pets and everything. We really were my parents instilled in us of course you don't do these other some parents would let their kids he's just stomping on little baby frogs for fun. He's just, doesn't like, yeah, my parents are like, no, you don't do that. That's
Don't want to do
disgusting.
that.
Except, guess what? Guess what I found myself doing? Well, little Mikey got a slingshot for his birthday one time. And,
Everything became fair game.
oh, good God, man. Like, I was like, looking back, let me just like sum it up by saying, like, you could have looked at me back then and gone, you said, oh, this kid's going to be a psychopath. He's going to run for office at some point, just pack it all in and forget about it,
The first air gun I got, I was visiting some people on the kibbutz, and they gave me this little bullshit air gun. I must have fucking killed 40 pigeons in the first hour. No problem. Boom, boom, boom. And I realized, yeah, this is a sickness that humans have. Aim, shoot, and point to kill. It's this. But you know what? The cats were happy that weekend.
There you go. But hey, you must be pretty right on about that, is what I'm saying. Because like,
I'm pretty sure about that.
Like, I really.
Otherwise, the shooter games wouldn't have made so much money and captured a whole generation of young men.
Yeah.
Unless there's a circuit there that automatically fires every time you hit the target.
Yeah. Yeah. So because I guess I got off on a tangent. I guess what I was saying.
No, but the E-mini guy's also firing off. I mean, he's firing off on. I mean, the kind of people that are gamers, I think Simpleton was mentioning, a lot of the gamer types get into trading because it's hit the moving target.
Oh, yeah.
Now, because it's hit the moving target, now this is where the move is. This is actually the creme de la creme and the crux of the matter as far as I'm concerned when it comes to trading. Because the default mechanism is hit the moving target, people are going to aim for the direction of where it's going.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You're not going to think about laying out a net and laying out Trapper John MD scripts underneath the market. They're not ever going to think of that until someone shows it to them, where they stumble across
that makes sense. It's like
Peter Stone and fucking University of fucking Austin, Texas. Who the fuck but an aerospace engineer is going to stumble across shit like that? Legitimately. I was looking for ideas. We were fucking stranded. We were trying to hit the moving target, and the moving target wasn't what they were showing on the screen. As a matter of fact, it was all bullshit. From IQ, from DTN IQ info to CQG. It didn't matter what data feed you're using. You're getting bullshit. As far as I'm concerned, it's utter nonsense. It's not the reality. Map's not the territory. So until I found Peter Stone's work, forget about it. I would have never thought of putting in nets underneath to catch the prey and then chase it as it wears itself out, because it's all tangled up in the net that you laid out for him. Who would have thought of that? You're trying to shoot the spear.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I think girls are better at trading because they don't have that compulsion to hit something. And it's not part of their makeup.
Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. I mean, maybe they really could be better. I have a friend who is like wanting to get out of the 9-to-5 thing, and I was like, hey, maybe she could do pretty well even as a beginner, I'm thinking she might not, have that.
Even to do simple stuff, you need about $1,000, and you need to be able to not cry uncle if you lose 100.
Okay, hold on a second. Well, actually, this is what we say is like, you could start off with 50, really, or whatever.
Well, but to be realistic for yourself, right?
Yeah, I guess.
A robot trading sushi
I don't know
at 1,000 to 1.
It depends on what our premises are here, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish, right?
Well, what I mean is you could take $50 and really
nano account, this, that. Yeah. No, I understand. There's a place for that, right? But when it comes to trading in your 9-to-5, this is not a 9-to-5 type of situation where you have to be in front of the computer from 9 to 5. Because if you lay out your scripts properly and you have a pretty good idea, or at least you learn the ideas, or you follow ideas, you can lay out your little lobster traps and call it a day. If you made $30, you made $30. You know what? You may be walking by the computer and it's all green and you're up $50, So what if you didn't hit your target? I mean, this is the one thing that I really appreciate what Simpleton was doing. If he sees the money's there, make it, take it. Stop fucking around waiting for the very last fucking pip. It's not going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Okay?
Exactly.
It's just not going to happen, man. Oh,
Yeah.
Take the money and run.com. That should be the name for the fucking robot. Take the money and run.com.
Yeah. Or
So,
trade them.
what does a girl have to make from 9 to 5? A couple $100 a day? I don't know what I have no idea what, You have to work it backwards for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know. What's good? This is what is the big thing to me that I kind of learned, and from experience, and I should have known better to begin with. Was I feel like my learning process took a little longer. Like if you have if you have a mentor that sort of can give you some personalized feedback,
Right.
that's a lot quicker of a learning process. It really is. So I know she's a good friend of mine. So I know for her, I can kind of be that for her and give her feedback.
You
It's
better
nothing to
not
do
fucking
before
lose
someone
money.
says,
You better not lose her money. She'll be
yeah, right. No,
insured.
I'm not going to trade her money. No, she has to learn how to trade. But I'm saying,
Why?
I can. What?
I just stopped you in your tracks. Why does she have to learn how to trade? Sorry, does she have 10,000
No,
hours?
I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is, no, all I'm saying is she wanted to learn how to trade. And she doesn't want a signal service, and I have no interest in not
No, of
having
course
her.
not. No. That's not your style.
No, I have no interest in not having her be able to be self-sufficient and
Gotcha.
because I want her to do well, so all that kind of stuff, right? So
Have the Evil Knievel bot ready in 6 months, and then it's just another a matter of adding all the other bots that work in unison, and then that'll be fun for her.
I don't
She can
mean
go-
right. Well, the thing is, it's more of like I don't know if she's gonna whether she uses bots or something. I wasn't even thinking of that. Like if she does that eventually.
I
I'm
gotta
talking
tell you,
about-
I'm harping on it because it happens to be the business model that came to me in a dream, right? I saw Moses and he said, you should do bots for everybody.com.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so for me, it's like, well, everything I see is just another trading bot, which is terrible, obviously. But
No,
but
hey,
people, if she wants to learn how to trade, let her hang out with Simpleton on the Discord for a couple of hours. And
Yeah,
this
right.
way, she's not going to be condensed. She's not going to be blown out with all the propaganda that's
All
going
right,
on.
here's one. I got to tell you, there's one thing. I'll just say this honestly, okay? That would be hilarious and awesome. And she's a really good musician too. So yeah, that would be good. In a similar psychological style.
It's funny.
But the thing here's the problem. I'll tell you straight out. For one thing, you might remember a brilliant guy named Bobby Fischer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got three words. Bobby Fischer syndrome.
Sure.
Okay. Like, it's one thing to be incredible at trading, but I might need more of a dingbat like me to be able to explain it to her
Probably.
in a more concise way. Like for a raw beginner, it can take a while to really get the simpleton.
I don't know. You know what? You have to. First of all, I think it's a certain personality that could become a trader. I firmly believe that. Not everyone.
Of course, yeah, that's pretty much.
The personality profile has got to match up in one way, shape, or another, or she's just looking for failure. Second thing is, you're right. There's got to be an on-ramping. There's got to be a little bit of time. She has to not watch anything else, but stick to one style of one instrument with one style. In my opinion. Just from what I've seen out there, you don't want to go. You can't send her to ICT down that rabbit hole for Jesus, and you can't go to the Vinny E-minis with all these guys that have all these $5,000 programs, which may work. I don't know.
Screw that. No, I got a thing of like, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You just get her onto a Simpleton, and you ask questions. You put her on, you introduce her, whatever. She can be quiet, doesn't matter. And you say, Simpleton, let's just look at something that a starter. Let's do the starter training wheels version of Simpleton. She doesn't have to be mesmerized by all the MT4 scripts or anything like that.
Right.
The general purpose of what he's doing is showing people that you can write your own scripts,
right,
depending on what your lifestyle is, and you can deploy them in such a way that you're going to make some money, you're going to give up some money. And that's really the most important thing that she has to understand. You're going to lose money, honey.
Well, to me, the thing is, and not to be like, I don't mean to be like contrary or immediate, whatever. There's a lot to what you're saying, but the thing to me that makes the most sense with a beginner is to have them not so much get the script thing going.
Oh, no, not the script. No, not at all. Not at all.
It's the first principles thing to begin with.
Yes, technique. She has to learn technique. You have to learn,
Right.
Yeah.
It's the first principles thing and that kind of thing. Now, you could say that is like, there's overlap between, you could take the scripts and just, I learned by never using scripts for years.
Good.
And just doing the first principles thing first. Then I realized there might be something to just taking the scripts in reverse and going, okay, how does this make sense on the chart?
Right.
And you're getting a different view that might have even been a faster way to learn it. But you're still learning the first principles idea, and you're also getting good at this. So I'm not totally sure what the best approach is, but
box trading. Just show her the boxes. You know what? Put out the simple graph, right, with the big bars that he draws, and then just here's the box. This is where the price could go. So turn it sideways. Let her kinesthetically trace the route of the drunken sailor. Let her put her finger. Print out. The best thing I would do for someone, which they did to me, print out a chart, any chart, right, and flip it 90 degrees. Let them trace out with their finger the path of the drunken sailor. And then do that, let's say Euro USD, do 3 or 4 of those. Okay, so now you see how the drunken sailor in Europe, how he acts. Now let's go over to England. And these are guys from Japan that happen to be living in England, or people from England who happen to be living in Japan. Now let's trace these guys out. And she will be able to kinesthetically see, like, wow, these guys really move far to the right and far back up to the left. They're not, in other words, they're much more rangy.
With 90 degree thing, that is pretty fascinating. Go on about that. I'd like to hear more about that.
That's what I did. That's what Wasaki did to me. He goes, because I did that first, but then I wanted to understand how the tick was related to everything. He said, you're going to have to do the first exercise all over again, but this time with your left hand you're going to trace out the drunken sailor on the E-mini, and with your right hand you're going to trace out the tick chart. And then you could actually feel when you were in sync and when they were out of sync, and when was the time to get in. It was just, it blew me away. Literally blew me away. It changed everything in the way that we traded. So there's your first lesson for someone who wants to learn. Print out a chart and let her trace it out with her finger. Then print out the guppy chart, which is fucking insanity. Then let her trace that one out. She's going to go, holy smokes. And you're going to say, this is the point. Holy smokes. Every single instrument and pair is going to move differently. So getting drunk at different bars.
So what is I can guess, but what's the idea behind the switching at 90 degrees?
Well, first of all, it gives you a better, the peripheral vision is good because it allows you to see where the edges of the market are. Up and down, right and left. And because we read right to left, or English is, right to left, it's easier, I think, to understand it than up and down, personally.
Okay, yeah. That's the perspective thing, just alone.
Sure, and the perspective completely changes the landscape for you. Remember, the map is not the territory, but if you have a damn good map, and you can actually hustle your way to Queen Isabella, and you got a good map on you, you can make your way to the New World and discover America while you're looking for India. Right?
Right on, yeah.
Okay, that's really what it comes down to. He had a good map. He went to the Spanish map makers, the Jews, because they understood the Greeks and they understood the different heights and widths, and people had already calculated the Earth was round. Then everyone knew the Earth was round. It's just fucking morons and everywhere else that didn't know the Earth was round. So there was people who knew the Earth was round, but they didn't know how far away India was because they really didn't have the perception of the distance of the Atlantic Ocean. They had no idea.
Yeah.
But I think they figured that if they could last 2-3 weeks, they'd make landfall somewhere. They did. They lasted 2-3 weeks. So, you know, God bless the map makers. And all that you're doing here is map making, in my opinion. All the trading is map making.
Oh, that's food for thought. Yeah.
And you know what? And how you make your way through the map to get to where you want to go to is your strategy. In a nutshell. Okay? So, if you know you want to start on the bottom right-hand side, if you've already flipped everything 90 degrees, you want to start on the bottom right-hand side and make it somewhere towards the top to the left-hand side. Okay, well, how many ways can this thing move? Well, every single which way. Up and down and fast and slow. And, you know, you got to get a feel for that over time. And then you learn how to, you know, literally place the limit orders and play from there, and then you figure out, you know, okay, this is the map that I have for Euro USD, and I see on over here, there's a whole pocket over here that they can come back, and at the top over here, they're going to go over here. So you start getting a feel for it, and then, you know, you learn how to play both sides to the middle. I mean, that's typically what works, right? So.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, listen, that's a good exercise for beginners. Oh, buddy, you could do both. I mean, the first thing you have to do is understand money management. So, once that's drilled into everyone's head, like for a week, they may not want to do trading anymore because they're only going to make $5 a day, or $6 a day, or $10 a day, or $15 a day. But if they can understand, if they can, I mean, again, it's the old, you want a cookie now or 2 cookies in 10 minutes when I come back. They do this test on 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. They can tell you who's going to make it and who isn't. Because if the kids can't withstand it, and they have to have the 2 marshmallows now,
right?
Well,
yeah,
delayed gratification is the key to success in every industry, in every business, and everything in life.
Oh yeah, oh my God.
So
yeah.
that's an important part. And I think when they first did the table for me, Saki he did a position sizing table. He put down $5, increments of $5. It's just a spreadsheet. It's not a big deal. And I took to my friend Bo Diddley and said, "What the fuck is this $5? This is ridiculous. We got to make fucking $500 a day. What are we doing here, right?"
Yeah, yeah.
The burn rate is killing us. It literally was. And he goes, "Well, maybe it's just the idea that it's going to take time." I'm like, "Oh boy, like $5 a day? Are you fucking kidding me?" But again, that was a very important concept. The concept being that you want to maintain the same amount of risk as your account grows, pressing when you need to, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's strategy 101, buddy. That's no one knows that. No one understands position sizing properly, percent R, all that stuff. No one's gone, other than Simpleton. He's the only guy that's gone to the fucking seminars with those guys, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting about how, well, one word, not to mention the one word, scalable.
Oh, yeah, that's an important word.
So you know that, well, like in horse racing, it kind of sucked because, in a way, the betting pools were relatively just tiny compared to like the forex market. You could affect your own odds,
Sure.
like
Sure.
like $1,000 bet sometimes.
Yeah. I got it.
And so the point of that is that's how I stumbled upon learning some of this stuff, is that I was lucky enough to be involved in that stuff. And
no, it's important.
and so it's like
figure it out.
It's one of these things where I wish I could like take a beginner and go, well, but do you realize like something I didn't realize, but I got it from the poker thing, is like from you guys, like you older people like you and Simpleton, been in the market for a long time. Like back in the day, before all the internet stuff and MT4 and all that, you'd have to like be, if not in the pit yelling and slapping someone, you're fighting with your broker on the phone and you get a bet, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, do we realize how good we have it with this stuff? That's like,
it's good for people who don't know what they're doing. It's good for the brokers because they can extract money with all these bells and whistles now, back testing and the rest of it.
Right.
So again, quo bono, who is benefiting? Always the first question for me. Like, who's benefiting from all this MT4 and MT5 and this upgrades, and who's benefiting from all this? The brokers. Fair enough.
Sure, right.
Fair enough. That's okay. That's okay. They're allowed to make a living.
Right,
I'm never-
exactly. It is okay. Thankfully, I
No,
hope
it's
it's
okay.
okay.
Listen, they're giving us a lot of tools, and the people have spent hundreds of millions of dollars developing them, and they want you to trade with them, and I give them the stimp. Why not? I mean, they worked hard. Give them the fucking gelt. Give them the money, man. It's all good. Now, for the guy who's just starting for the first time in his life, yeah, you got to think about. Look, what I learned, it took me a long time, was I learned that you have to have a positive expectancy. If you have a positive expectancy, let's say 20, 30. I mean, Tipleton was trading, he got a 20 cent expectancy for every dollar wagered, which was fine. I like to go for 30 cents because it makes position sizing a lot easier for me to calculate. But if you have a strategy, call it beginner strategy, and it can make 20 cents for every dollar you're going to wager, and you're going to lose a few and wake a few, but if you can make on average, your expectancy is 20 cents per dollar, everything else is position sizing. There's nothing else for you to do.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned. You're just going to play rinse, repeat. It's going to get so redundant and so boring for you that you're going to want to go get a 9-to-5 job and this thing's clunking away for you. I mean, that's the way I feel about it, you know?
Yeah, right on, yeah.
Or go into something, a field that you really want to learn, basket weaving or fucking claymation. I don't know what. Everyone's got a passion that, you know, if they could really do it, they would do it. Well, this could be your ticket to really doing what you really want to do. Because this thing is just going to be a rinse-repeat concept for you. And
right, exactly. 100%.
You know? And if you lay it out for them, like, you're going to make $50 a day. You're going to make $5 a day for the first few months. And then you're going to make 20 or whatever. I mean, you have to obviously scale it out. You're going to do it properly. But then they can see the amount that they can do. And that's great because there's going to be a point where they're not going to want to grow anymore. You know, they're going to say, you know, I'm happy with $500 a day. Listen, we had to hit, we aimed for 5,000, but we took home 500 every single fucking time we had a chance. Are you kidding me? The account went up to 1,500 and it started dropping back to 1,250, 1,200. I said, we're out. We had to create an exit to make sure that we didn't we didn't give back more than we ever wanted to. We didn't know how to do the settings, so I had a meeting with a hedge fund, and you always meet with the owner. Yeah, I'm thinking of dropping $50 million, and you have to go in with the full suit and tie. You got to be able to pull these shit off, right? So you meet with the owner. Once the owner gets up, you're speaking to the scientist. You know, how do you guys know when to turn it off? Oh, well, we have, we're collecting 5 cents on 300,000 shares at a time. But when we drop about 25% off the top, then we usually stop everything for about 50 minutes. We run, we check, we see what's going on. Maybe the market shifted, et cetera, et cetera. So I knew that the limit was 25% off the highest high of the day.
Uh-huh.
And I got that just by, social engineering. I'm giving it to you because you seem like a nice guy and want to help people out. So it's all yours. Make an exit in MT4 that if you're up a certain amount of money and it drops 25% on you, and that was what you wanted to grab for the day, like it was important that you got this money for the day because you are moving from a 9-to-5 to trading, then, you have to have that kind of an exit in there. I mean, Simpleton's doing it by eye. He's like, oh, man, we made $50 on this. I'm not going to wait for the last ticks. Let's rinse and repeat right now. So he's doing it like a win target. He's like, we made $50. Let's go. You could do it like that as well. You see, what I have to do now with all the guys that I've working for me, they're very young. They're all fucking Lamborghini Raoul guys, for sure. But they're programmers. They're not traders, thank God. But, they're 20-something. They want to impress the chicks. I get it, right? They're all 20-somethings once. And what I have to really, really figure out for them is to make sure that the win targets are reasonable so that the people don't think it's a scam.
Right, that makes sense.
I have to literally throw the clutch into reverse practically for the way that the engine is working on simple things like sushi that are so volatile. If this thing's making stupid money on just a 5-minute chart because it's entering in multiple times based on edges, a lot of Simpleton's techniques are in there as well. So just think about throwing everything at it, and you know what? All of a sudden it's making way too much money.
Yeah, so, it's funny that that's a real thing. That
it is a real thing. It is a real thing.
Yeah, I remember when I first got into trading, and my sister was like, she's finance stuff and some website stuff and IT stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but you don't know what. I'm like, going by these, she's like, if you think you can make like even like I forget what something
more than 5% a year, you're dreaming.
Yeah, right, or something like, but it wasn't that
Yeah.
ridiculous. Like, yeah, like if you think not even the best mutual funds right now make
That's
10%
bullshit, though.
a
But
year.
that's not bullshit. That's what they taught them. They taught them the bullshit. The lie continues.
No, I knew that like
Yeah,
from
good man.
years of
Good man.
years,
Good man.
right, from years of like the fact that from poker and horse racing and everything, because that's what I had to do for a living for a long time.
Right, sure.
The point is, from knowing that, the edges in that were thinner than in trading. Okay,
Sure.
just the
Sure.
way it was, and you could still make a very good living. And I'm like, yeah, sis, yeah, it's just, yeah, you don't know what markets,
Yeah.
you don't know what trading is. And the thing is, if I tried to
Investing is
say
not trading. Hey, investing isn't
Right.
trading. Remember
if I
that.
tried to say what you can make in a month without massive drawdowns, especially in a meta sense of like your life savings, and all that,
Right.
most people that's not you have to gradually broach that kind of thing in a very
I think that's why you start off with the $5 a day win, so that people are, oh, okay, cool.
Right,
A coffee.
right.
Oh, so we're going to be buying coffee for the first 3 weeks, a month. That's all you're going to make is
yeah,
coffee,
you're right, something
And then we're going to scale it up when you're more comfortable with what you're doing, and you know you've made some mistakes. Then we'll scale it up to a sandwich, and then before you know it, it's not hard at all. I mean, I've taken accounts from, just like Simpleton, from $139 to $770 in 2 weeks. Not a problem for me.
oh yeah, exactly.
Okay, and for people that have been doing it long enough, so it's not that hard. But you can't say to someone you're going to make 338% in the next 2 weeks. They're going to think you're high. You're fucking high on drugs, buddy. Stop. Give me some of that smoke that you're smoking. You're
It's
fucking.
like, yeah,
wild.
you thought ICT was or whoever you think is a scam, but he doesn't even say shit like that. I mean,
No. Listen. Yeah. If I printed some of the fucking, I should one day. I'll put it on for the main guys here because I like the Simpleton crowd. They're all rough and tumble. I like it. I like part of it. I'm a little bit more formal because I have to be. But
Yeah, right on.
I can
No,
swear
I-
like
no,
a
I
sailor.
like-
Don't worry, buddy. Take me out drinking. We're gonna have the best time possible.
Oh my god, yeah. No, right on. Like I like your thing of like multidisciplinary, very eclectic. Like I got into how I got into music myself was through like this is gonna be the cringe thing of the hour, but
Oh, you like
That's right.
Nirvana?
no, right? No, even worse, even better or worse, the Jim Morrison writing cliche.
For
thing.
sure. For
I was a
sure.
writer, poet, and all that.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't a real musician, so I had to get in somehow. So I was like, I'll be the, I can't hit any
Write
high
the
notes.
lyrics.
Let me
Yeah,
just
that's
be the
cool.
vocalist.
Oh, I love it. I love it, man.
So we've gone through literature, and if you know some of the people talk about like poetry being dead, and it's
No,
really
it's not at all. Not at all.
There's a guy named Joe Green.
Okay.
It's like kind of obscure, blah blah. But because poetry was one of my big things, I kind of know.
Sure.
About this stuff. So I recommend that. You check out Joe Green.
Well, we'll do.
This is not something I just trust me on this one. This ain't something you ever see in your life.
I believe you.
And I'm sure you've seen quite a bit with.
Are you
literature.
talking like I should just type in Joe Green poet?
Yes, the guy,
Google?
the one in Minnesota though. There might be other ones and stuff like that, but yeah, you're not going to be looking back after this.
I appreciate that, buddy. Joshua Green.
Yeah, and it's subjective and all that, but yeah, sometimes it's not subjective. But you want a guy who sums up like the age in a way.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like the Shakespeare of our day cliche, but this
Okay.
guy is kind of anyway. But anyway, yeah, I dig all that. Like all that stuff helps with all the language, communication, and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of like fell in love with.
No, listen, there's nothing wrong with
Writing and
going.
stuff,
Like you
right.
should be learning a few more languages.
Oh yeah, that's a weakness I haven't really learned except for a little bit of
Dude,
Italian, but I
if
forgot.
you got there's magazines and articles written in different languages. Look,
Oh, you know
got
what's funny is
you got from
I
France.
read it.
You got the French report from the macroeconomics, and they're going to show
I
you
know how
they-
to learn. I actually know how to learn them because I did get pretty far a while ago, and I kind of like threw my pendulum into the crazy research of how to learn and stuff. So I did kind of learn how to learn that, but I didn't really learn that
Good.
much because I kind of
No, no.
like I put it off. So
That's
Yeah.
okay. You got time.
Oh, that's fascinating stuff. So, what's your take on that?
As many languages as you can. I mean, I'm pretty good at about 3. My parents are polyglots. They're because, look,
Oh, right on.
yeah, when you're Jewish, you got to go to Jewish school. That's the first commandment.
Oh,
So you
by
gotta
the way,
go
I get to. Yep, I get to. I'm not a total outsider. I'm a quarter Jewish, so I get
Fair
to.
enough, but that's usually everyone's Jewish, buddy. You think anyone's Jewish? What are you talking about? That's my line. Everyone's Jew. What's wrong with you, man? So
Yeah,
no,
right.
the idea was you got to learn Hebrew. Now, when you go to Hebrew school, you got to also learn Aramaic because that was part of the language. A lot of the original prayers were in Aramaic, and people spoke Aramaic. And then after Aramaic, you're going to have to read it in the letters. The letters are going from right to left, not from left to right. So you're already moving and activating different parts of your brain. So you have the basic tenets of learning the Bible in the proper language and in the proper sequence and letters. So you have to learn all that, and you're pretty much good at it by the time you're in grade 3, 4, or 5. And then when you want to do translations in the Bible, because if you actually look at the texts that you learn in school, there's going to be translations on the side of different rabbis in different generations, like 500 years apart, what this line is actually talking about. Like, oh, Moses went to see Pharaoh, blah, blah, blah. And then one guy's going to give you a translation, then another guy. Now, they're going to be different. They're going to be written in different fonts, like not even Hebrew fonts anymore. They're completely different fonts from, like, maybe the Gilded Age in Holland. I have no idea. So you have to learn all kinds of different fonts, different language. You're going to have to know English, because if you're growing up in America or anywhere in Canada, Western world, you're going to know English. And in the olden country, the people would learn Yiddish, which would be a mixture of German and Jewish, or German and Hebrew kind of routine. So right away from the get-go, you're already 3 languages in.
Yeah.
At least 2 solid, and then another one, like that you're going to pick up on the fly. So I think that helps the brain. I think reading helps the brain, writing helps the brain, music helps the brain. Everything that you can do to throw at it. Yeah, I mean, I need to learn Russian. You know why? All my fucking programmers are Russian. My partner's Russian. I don't speak a word of Russian.
Oh man, that's funny.
And it's a brutal language. It's a brutal language. It's really difficult. And
you know what I would say? You know what? So, as far as like getting your foot in the door.
I'm in.
What was that?
I said, I'm in. Deal me in. What do I got to do? Deal me in.
Oh, right. I mean, as far as I know, like I'm no expert on this, but like I said, I got to like the intermediate stage of Italian a while ago.
Wow.
And but see, this is like I basically let it go to where I forget most of it. So.
But you could refresh it quickly if you live there.
Oh yeah, no, you really can. And the thing is, though, that I don't know. At some point, I kind of gathered a decent like learning how to. I kind of learned how to learn stuff.
Beautiful.
A while ago. Something to do with poker and stuff. Just getting through all that. But anyway, so the upshot of that is, if I was going to start to learn a language, I would go with something where you're not writing and reading it first.
No, you have to speak it. You have to speak it. Yeah, I agree.
Right. You want to be listening and speaking first. So
I thought Babel was good at that. Just out of curiosity.
Was it Babel? Yeah. Oh, I've heard that. Yeah.
I heard that was good.
I think I even gave that a shot for all. But the best thing I found to get really the best training in that, and just all around, was this thing called Pimsleur.
Okay.
Which was, and it's just a French sounding kind of. I think it's the name of a guy that founded it.
Sure.
So it's PIMSLEUR, I think.
Okay.
And this is no joke. And this all made sense. Like you're not reading and writing in the beginning.
No, you're speaking.
You are but also that takes care of the fact that you got this conflated thing going on in your head with you associate sounds to your own alphabet and all that, to your own language. Right, in that alphabet. That's a big deal when you're first learning something.
They've got their own website, buddy. Thank you. Learn French, learn Italian, learn Spanish.
Right, and that stuff is just incredibly good because you're also hearing, and you're not. Sometimes when you learn a language, you go in, like they'll have a language class, and a mistake they make is okay, so now you're going to be in this class with all these other beginning students, and you're going to talk to each other. Well, you pick up a bad accent that way.
Oh, sure. You're going to speak like
Right.
like this foreign students.
Right, exactly.
You're gonna speak like
So,
that's funny.
and the PIMSL thing
That's
has a
funny.
few more
That's funny.
principles too. Like,
Okay.
you're building off of this tree of this, or this little, like one or two words, and then it builds a little from there. But the main thing is that you're hearing a native speaker constantly.
Sure.
You are asked to repeat that, not using your what do you call it? Two different kinds of memory. The kind of memory where you're prompted and you don't have to try that much, and then there's the kind of memory, I forget the technical term, where you have to dredge it up yourself, and they keep making you do that. But it's not that difficult. It's because you just heard it a second ago. So
They're putting it into long-term memory for you. They're helping you
oh my God,
move
yes,
your
yes.
hypothalamus around.
Right.
You know,
Right.
you should do Pimsleur for about 3-4 months, and then go immerse yourself in the language. Go to a country that's what
Yeah.
they speak.
Yeah,
You got to survive. Your brain will create circuits like you've never believed in your life. If your
Oh,
life
yeah,
depends
yeah.
on it or whatever, you could learn German in
Oh,
half
yeah.
an hour if your life depended on it. I assure you.
That's the big thing, right? But they say the tricky thing is in the beginning, it's harder to do if you don't have people
You need the
that are
accent.
willing to keep. In other words, if you don't know people there and you don't have a bunch of people willing to be patient with you, you'll find a way to survive that doesn't involve having to learn the language. That's the little rub on that one.
That's true too.
Oh.
Everyone likes to talk in English, don't they?
Right, that's the other problem, right? So the main thing seems to be the bridge between intermediate and advanced. But we have stuff like Skype and all that. But at that point, you could do what you were saying, which is you could go over there and be more equipped to immerse yourself. But going from beginner to intermediate is how this stuff works really well. And then, so after,
Okay.
I'm sorry to go off on this big thing, but it's
It's all right. It's important
Isn't it?
because the more languages you know,
Yeah.
the more you can be more creative. The more
And-
creative
yeah.
you are, the more strategies you can determine for yourself. The more ideas that'll hit you.
Yeah, right. And the whole, perspective, culture shift and all that, and you get to thinking a whole way. And but the next thing after that is something called strangely named Assimil or Assimil, which is ASS, giggle, chuckle, ASS, IMIL, I think. And then that thing does something where you're getting tons of new Oh, the other thing is the Pimsleur thing. You don't want to go too heavy on the vocabulary at first, right?
No.
Anyway, that was the main thing I want to say about that. If you want to get your foot in the door on that.
Well, I'm going to have to
let's see.
because I'm going to be surrounded by them in 6 months. I want to
Oh my
understand
God,
what
yeah,
they're saying.
Yeah. And then the Assimil thing adds all this vocabulary, but in the same format. And then it starts adding the written stuff. And then, so you get you get eased into it in just the right way. And you're not going to find a quicker way to
Sure.
at least get intermediate.
You're going to forgive me. I have to go toss out the garbage because I'm the only guy with a degree, so I get to throw out the garbage around here.
Right on.
Right?
Yeah,
So you know how that goes. So
I do.
let me go toss out the garbage. I will be back in about 10 minutes, something like that. So
Yes.
carry on, as they say.
Yep.
All right, brother.
All right, see you. So, is there anybody out there? Go on when I get going. Who is the cheese on? Have you ever gone into the Discord stream? Let me read the chat. Discord. What is my... Yeah, I don't have a Discord of my own, so... I mean your account. Well, why do you want to know what my account is? As far as I know, it's just the same name I have on here. Okay. Yeah, I'll check out that swingfish, dude. Because it's a musician, I guess. Funnily enough. Oh, he's got a YouTube thing. Well, speaking of taking out the trash, I guess I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back myself. Turn off the...
Anyone there? Anybody home?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hey, buddy. Sorry about that.
No, I don't. No, that's all right. I don't know if anyone else is here right now,
Okay.
but so what? I guess it's a nice chat. I don't know who these other people are. The cheese.
I'm not sure. Right. So many players. I don't even know how this thing works.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not that familiar with the Discord thing.
I really don't know how it works. I have the number 1 that's been sitting there for a week. I don't know how to get it off.
Yeah, this thing is not intuitive either.
Right. I guess it's for kids. This is for youngsters with all the little pop-ups and little emojis and all that stuff.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, listen. Listen. I'm sorry. I'm a one-track mind right now because I'm at the end of my career in this type of thing, and all I wanted to do was set up the younger generation with the proper and ideas and how to generate trading ideas and how to look for expectancy, how to use position sizing. These guys can go and raise $100 million on their own. I could care less. But they're going to find that it's much harder to turn an oil tanker than it is, a little Sea-Doo, right?
Yeah.
Sea-Doo. You could turn on a dime and make money like it's going out of style. But on a huge amount of capital, it's not that simple. They are looking for you. Yeah, they're hunting for you. Their algos are looking for your algos.
So is it? What did you say?
Said that when you get into a huge size of an account, like millions and millions and millions, then it's very difficult to turn the ship.
Oh no, I got that. And then you said, yeah. Oh yeah, I heard you. You said something about the algos. I didn't quite catch that.
The algos are all out to fuck each other up. That's all they do, right? All day long,
right.
They're looking for patterns. So they have algos that all they do is look for, they're called seek and destroy, basically, which is what they do. They make sure you can't get trades off. Once they figure out what you're doing, they'll front run you without a question of a doubt.
Oh, that's interesting. See, I don't know much about this.
Yeah, buddy, it's a whole world. I don't even know. Listen, I was told by someone who works at Saxo Bank and sets up their Bloomberg terminals. He said, "Listen, all these people playing an MT4 and MT5, they're not attached to the Saxo banks and everyone else at all.
Right.
It's basically people pitting against other people." And the guys who are selling the shovels and the picks for the gold rush are making all the money. The brokers, they're taking money on both sides, from the winners, from the losers, on the ups, on the downs. They're the ones that are cleaning up, right? And they want to make it fun enough so people will at least hang around for at least a couple months. So they'll give you numbers like, you can start off with $500. You'll have a good time, So it lasts you a week or two, and you say to yourself, I think I got the hang of this thing. And you put another $500, and before you know it, you're following ICT, and you're down that rabbit hole forever.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
How do you steer people away from that? I think the best way, in my opinion, for what it's worth, you got to turn around and make money for people. I mean, that was the whole reason I got into this business, was I figured, hey, if I can become a brain surgeon, and then remind myself that I'm a brain surgeon, that I could turn around and open up an office, and I can get all the equipment paid for, and everything can be paid for, and all I got to do is do brain surgery all day long. Because I realized that I have this license. It's been hiding in my fucking closet for the last 13 years.
Can I just stop you there?
Just as an example. I'm using it as an example, right?
Right, so it's a metaphorical example. Okay, right.
Got it.
Because it's funny, because Al Brooks, the trader guy, actually was I think he was a brain surgeon.
That's amazing.
This guy is one of the big guys we talk about, who wrote all these like 600-page books.
Holy shit.
But yeah.
Well, it's because he found out he could make more money trading than surgery.
For sure.
So he went home. He'd go home on his lunchtime and trade, and he goes, "Why am I doing my surgery?"
Oh yeah, right.
I believe it.
He could kill someone with one of his books, but. Yeah.
Well, the problem with his thing that I have is that he says it's advanced trading to get in on a limit. I'm like, that should be the place you start.
Start.
Yeah, he just. Wait, talk about complicating stuff. I mean, just
Yeah, he's great with the 2 minutes, and I think I see one of his videos. I'm like,
it's
wow.
not even that. Well, one of his videos, I was like, if I just looked at say 5 minutes of a video where he shows something like the things that he glosses over are the most important principles that then he talks about a million other things. He just glossed over this thing of like, okay, let me drop the big important thing of like, if it spikes down quicker at a quicker rate of change, that's the one I want to start fading to 1 degree, right?
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
But then he starts, now let me tell you about 1,000 other things right around that so that you can't even like, geez. But,
Well, I think the simpleton bot should start off with, what's your age? How much school did you have? The less school, the better. Right? Just get yourself your own simpleton score. And then once you've done that, you print out a graph that he prints for you, and you trace your finger across it. I mean, you could put people in 1 week. You can see whether or not they can actually trade, just based on their personality, their risk aversion, and all that crazy shit that goes on. Right?
yeah, maybe.
I think so.
That's what I wonder about. I don't have experience really teaching.
I taught my nephew how to trade. He's the one who pulled it off. He's the one who did Bitcoin. When did he do Bitcoin? In October. He fucking killed it. He fucking killed it. Now, here's a kid that plays a lot of those shoot 'em up games. And I told him, I said, listen, you want to be laying traps here, 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 and here. And they're based on statistical probabilities, standard deviations, things like that. And this is where, the hobbits are hanging out. So you want to be there when they come for you. You want to be able to ride them back up again, kind of routine. I was trying to explain it to him in the metaphor of the game that he was playing, because I didn't understand the game he was playing. So he put it into his own metaphorical world, his own map, and he was doing what I showed him how to do because he didn't know anything else. And he fucking quadrupled the account. Yeah, Bitcoin went up 40%, but he went up 400%. His friends were flabbergasted. And then he took the money and paid off his fucking student bill, whatever it was. He could have always asked me for the money, but he preferred to earn it. And that's one lesson he got from my father.
Here's a winning trade
his dad took.
based on
Let's hear it.
hand-placed limits here. I did, I'm not sure if this was, hand-placed limits here on this dollar CAD. I sold the top of it. So I just placed them. But, it's not a lot of money, but it's the principle of the thing. So, you just have to make the tickets a little bit bigger, each ticket, because you only got a certain amount of tickets you can run per broker. So you have to go past, I mean, the real world, or in the kind of, there's all ways to look at this. Now, you could have 5 brokers. It depends who you are. So you could have a swing account, a scalping account. You could have an account like I would use Trader's Way to scalp because they have tight spreads, and I would go to some schlocky broker for the swing trades.
That's overload, bro. That's overload for the girl that came in, Jay, whatever came in before, who's looking for all the. It's overload for people like that. Your box seminars that you do continuously are very important. That's like entry level. This is where you're going to draw the box because this is the void. This is where they may be coming back to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't have to repeat it.
So I like to run this strategy tester for that. Like, you can't run enough strategy tester.
Yeah.
He cuts out. I can't hear half of what he's saying. Can you?
Yeah, that's happening. Okay, so it's not just me then. Okay.
No. Everyone's getting. We're at 2. What is our? Okay, no, my average ping is now 21 milliseconds, so someone's got a really slow ping rate.
Where does it show that?
On voice, when you go to voice connected, the bottom left there.
Okay.
You click on that, and it will show you what your millisecond delay is, because Simpleton's cutting out hard. I can't even hear him.
What's a good ping thing? Mine says...
anything under 50 is not bad.
Okay, mine says 67.
That's not bad. That's okay.
63? Okay.
Okay, that's not bad.
Are you saying that you would have to be a lot worse to be... Okay.
If it's at 250 milliseconds, that's a quarter of a second.
Okay, in other words, but that's the neighborhood of... Okay.
Well, that sounds like you're talking long distance and there's a delay on the line. That's what was going on before when I was on here.
Oh, right. Yeah, me too. And now mine says 54, so I guess.
Simpleton, sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just couldn't hear you, brother.
Somebody's hacking me at Chinik. Somebody's hacking me at Chinik here.
Oh, what is that? Oh, no.
No, the strategy tester. If you play that thing back and treat it like, you ever play guitar against an album? Put on your favorite album, and you just had to jam along with it. And once you jam on that, I guess you wouldn't think too much about putting a trade on later. But if you if you get used to, if it becomes nonchalant to put on so if you do enough demo trading, when you trade with real money, I'm talking about like risking $20, $10, $2 on a trade.
Maybe, that's one of the primary
you're
questions.
Risking $40,
where do you cry uncle? Do you cry uncle at $100 a day, $500 a day?
It's incremental. Well, it's incremental. So here's this: when you stack entry like that. So if you do, so if I said to you, let's risk $10 per trade. Okay, so $40. That's you're gonna do 4 trades a day. That's your total risk, and these are end of the world stops. And if I was going to get somebody to trade, swing trade, I'd say, oh, listen, accept this $4, this $10 risk or whatever it is. And they go, okay, I can handle 40 pip stop. I can handle $4 per ticket. That's a pretty healthy. I'm risking 4 to make 2. You're even with a spread of 2, you're only paying a few percent for the cost of doing business. And then the rest is up to you, your electric bill, your computer. And if you could get somebody just to accept that number, for beginners, right? So you're saying, listen, it's the placement of that order that's going to make that a winner. It's not the stop and the target.
Right,
the stop and the target are relevant. It's the precise placement. I would say, to be on the safe side, I would start at the bottom of the chart. Sure. Find the deepest, oldest notch on a 1 hour chart, maybe it's 5 days back, and build from the bottom up.
Yes.
And as you approach current price, now you got to think about expirations of an hour. Do you want to come refresh that? So if you have I could have a robot. The only way my robots would run is to hire them like a team of goobers and say, I want you to every hour launch this bank of tickets, and then I want you to delete them for me.
You can program that, brother. Maybe not an MP4,
I already did.
But that's,
no, I already did.
No,
so
okay.
what I'm saying is that I already did that. It's for you to use the robot properly. Now, don't blame the robot.
Of course.
Don't ask a scalp bot to swing trade. So yes, it can be done. And if you have so you want to get in the market, but you want the robot to do it because he's going to do it in a precise manner. If the market moved 20 pips, he's going to put the array in. Yep. So I have this. I had Nate almost finished it, but we're still having a problem with the. He's a coder, so what I was trying to write is a non-coded bot, and so he wrote a coded bot. And I'm like, okay, I get it. It's free. I'm not going to complain. So I said,
Nick, you talk about Nick from England.
Yeah. So Nick, so he writes. What he did was he took the fact that I'm putting in this drop, right? A linear drop though. So he's basing it on the grid drop. He's taken the grid drop and made it into a robot, which is not what I was trying to do. But I understand what he's thinking. But the problem there, it's linear. It uses up too many tickets. Some don't get filled. It gets overfilled. It's bullshit.
Right.
What you need is a hotspot bot. The market drops. I've seen the markets like this. I mean, this is just how it is. Like drops 40 pips. It throws in a hotspot that's in a 10 pips wide. So it's going to cluster. It's going to get everything. It's going to get is a 10 pip window. The exits are unique though. So you have scalps. You got big swings in there, and each one of these robots is handwritten. So they only do one trick ponies.
Right.
And what you do is you have say, maybe you do have some linear grids out there, but you can't go pure linear. You have to have a hot spot, and maybe it's based on Fibonacci bullshit. But if you put enough fuzzy math around it, in other words, if you don't pick an exact entry,
I know what you're saying.
Then what you have is the ultimate, I think, because you're skipping those prices. In other words, you're only getting in every 20 pips, but in a 5-pip cluster. Okay.
Right.
It's a node. Instead of you getting in linear, so I was going to write the node for it. All I wanted him to do was make it so that it dropped after something. And then I talked to him about the market orders, what would trigger a market order, but he seemed like he was pretty busy. Besides, he even wrote like the interface. Another thing he did, which I don't even need to worry, I prefer not to have it, is I don't want anybody to change the settings. So there's a thing where you can say comment out, and it makes it so that you can open that up. The problem is when you go to test it in MetaTrader holds out of those settings. So I'm not able to change it. What I usually do is change, compile, look for something that works. So all those compilings, I don't have to reload that robot. But even this one, if I reload it, it doesn't. But all I got to do is I'm almost there. And this thing does launch with a specific range now. But then the way he wrote the code, in other words, it takes that one ticket, it says go pips apart, and it does it in a more efficient way, which is kind of ruins because mine wouldn't be linear. They would just be percentages, and I wouldn't repeat anything. See, I'd make sure that there's no stop that's the same, but it would still be a cluster, but it'd be more of a logarithmic soft stop with expanded, like people do expansion ratios. So you do have a good ratio. In the end, you do have an 8-to-1 ratio, like maybe the last 2 tickets off that rack, but they're all getting in different nodes. So it's like node icebergs, or what do you call them? And then when you have that, it's pretty good entry because you're able to do handles instead of just get washed out, right? So when the market dropped on this last 1 hour, there's only a couple robots that would be involved in that, and they would have to have 100 pip stops,
right? Specifically designed. Right, I agree with you
because
on
the robot, the market that the robot that gets triggered from 150 pips in 1 hour, he steps up to the plate. He's running a 150 pip stop just to say hello.
Sure.
And he's got a 50 and a 75. I got that, but he's got some scalps put in. But why I can make a robot that buys at the fucking market at 10K with a stops 10 pips away from each other, and it's buying for a particular reason, momentum. That's a momentum trade. The other ones where you just throw, the ones I'm doing is just throwing a grid out there. But if it's triggered by momentum, then it makes sense that you're going to try to have this constant contour that assumes there'll be one more blast of some magnitude. And we want to catch the reversal. You're obviously trading a reversal technique. And you're willing to get stopped out of that, just like you're willing to get stopped out of a hedge you put on that goes bonkers and it takes out both legs before it makes profits. But if you're continually trading on and on, in the background, I'm going to run when I get this thing so it can work. Or I would just do it myself. Now, here's the thing. If you have a pip alarm, or you just look at the chart, you're like down big, buy, but you're hitting 5 different keys with various stops. You walk away. Don't touch it for an hour. Don't touch it for 4 hours. Now, meanwhile, the market's still coming into your limit systems, right? So you have this dual layered approach where you have market because it makes sense, and you have layered because you want to canvas some of the market that you can't pick up, right? You don't know who's going to knock on their door. You just hit the whole neighborhood, and you have because what's the sweat off of you to have the robot just go out sifting for entries. So that's the best of both worlds, I think. That's my dream machine for having like total control. In other words, it's a dream. It's like a dream team, really. It's a dream team of Goober bots.
Does it come with the Farrah Fawcett poster? That's all I want to know.
With the red top, the slinky red top. Yes.
With the hair.
And I think they had that thing cranked like chroma, and they enhanced that. It was old school darkroom shit on that.
Buddy,
no digital photography.
Show me a girl with the Farrah Fawcett hairstyle. I'm on her like stick on rice for sure. I love it. Just her porno look. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, that's iconic, and people build on top of that. So when people play guitar, they go, "That doesn't sound like Hendrix." It's so funny. These people have set the landscape. That's another thing. The market sets the landscape. It's done. Corona's on that chart forever. If you look at market structure, you got to ask yourself, how do you explain Corona? And I'd say order imbalance. I mean, people are going fucking nuts on both sides of that ship, right? It's not one-way trading. because the clearinghouse has to cover the other side, so it's just like nothing but just a gush of orders, and then people are like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, there was a time when you went to the store, there was so much toilet paper, it was a fire hazard after there was no toilet paper. So if you charted that, that's what the market is all day long. But there's micro versions. There's a little baby 1 minute kind of drift around, but it's the same story. The same price. But like I said, the spread would kill you on the 1 minute chart. People say, "Tell me about the 1 minute chart." Well, I would if you're talking about the lonely wick on a 1 minute chart. Yeah, I put a ticket there, but it'd be a very lonely wick. It would be, structure wise, it'd be deep back, like an hour back. But of course, then. The question is, how big is that ticket? How often do you do this trade? And do you make enough money in your day job that this is too much work? That's the real question.
What's so funny about that
placing
too?
orders?
Yeah, right.
It's a real job, I mean, it could be.
As far as covering, like, say, a beginner and like a raw beginner, like you were saying, like as you were thinking about like what you would do, you'd start like really far down. And that was like my thought about it, like. You could
start the bottom up. You may never fill, but you're never going to lose money. I mean, you're not going to overtrade.
Right.
You're not going to overtrade.
Yeah, right. So the point is, like, I guess we all know this, right? Say a first principle thing was like, all right, the euro dollar
Go ahead.
you might black swan, maybe speaking of the devil, like 20-year low, like right now. Like, basically, it's almost never breaking out, shearing in one direction more than like 150 pips, like.
Yeah, statistically, I mean, a 400 pip move, like I say, you look at the depegging the Swiss franc, but that's a market that probably pulled the rug out from under. I mean, basically, it's like so Facebook was pegged at $30 a share for the first 3 days. What kind of fucking market? It's not a market.
Right.
It's not a market.
So just splitting hairs here, just like, okay, basically this mean reverting market that's constantly pretty much in a 50 to 100, 120 pip range, at most usually, blah, blah, blah. So you take like a basic, as you would call it, like an algorithmic scaling in of limit orders, pretty much down to the lowest, like 150 pips down or whatever. Maybe very lightly within 25, 50 pips, wherever the hell, right? Just as a first principles thing. You can go, do you realize that makes more money without even getting in with any size per month? Just doing that and throwing that there, making minor adjustments, whatever.
Yeah, it
just
could work.
Have a beginner look at that and go, that's making more money a month than most of these things without even getting scalps or anything.
I mean, wait
a second. And you have to remember that their account is going to grow properly with the proper money management and all those little bells and whistles that come with it. And like I said earlier, man, you're going to go from a cup of coffee to a sandwich to a beautiful meal to a dinner to a fucking boat.
Yeah, I think that. So if you're going to trade this stuff,
how little how work that takes, which is interesting. You could call it the amount of tickets. You could technically call that work, but then again, that's what.
No, it's definitely
there's
it's a
the
chore.
scripts.
I'll be honest with you. If you're sleeping, so I fall asleep steering. I'm in a position, and I got the phone with me, so I'm counting on something happening, right? And so if I'm up on that trade, like they come back to the shelf, or to the ledge of where I got in or whatever, back to the floor, what are these just structures, It's kind of like running around a house and there's some guy loose in your house. Oh, I think, okay, just duck in here because you just got the fuck out because whether it's a lot of money or not, it's not the point, is that it's probably going to go back I mean, sure, you could say I could have stayed in, but if you really look at it, it probably spiked down. Yeah. Before it ended up at its final destination, because
that's the beautiful
some of the
thing
destinations are so far out there, it has to spike the other way first. So either trade would have made money. Say that's where Vinny kind of can't understand that you could take the long. Yes, you can take the long and short. ICT's right. Yes, you could put the buy and the sells in there, and whichever one hits first, you could do that. But you know what I mean? Like, who's doing that?
Yeah, it's just if you tell, it's clipping out a little, but from what I gather, it sounds like it's like not the best prices for some of that.
Yeah, no, it's a real. Was my mic destroying you? Sorry. No, I just it's just that here's the playback. I'm playing back the strategy test right now. Here's the 1 hour euro dollar somewhere in time, September
How can we see
2000.
this without going onto the YouTube? I got to keep switching screens, man. It's
here, I started. Here, let me share. I forgot I could share on here. because Discord wasn't working, so I thought nothing's working. Now we're screwed. So
Oh, it seems to be working
here.
now. I mean, it's
Yeah, so I'm
chopping
gonna
a
just
little
do the playback of.
I hear it
Right, so you
clipping
can
a
see
little
my
bit.
secret sauce here.
Oh, there's the
So-
live. There we go.
Yeah,
Watch
so
the
here's
screen.
your classic default chart. In this wackadoodle price, I can't tell how much this costs, so I put on my pip grid. So the template's the key. How many pips are you going to try to make? So here is a, it's 10 pips on these lines, but it's marked at 20s. It's marked on the 20s. So it depends how you see the market. And here I would say, this is the 1 hour chart. Let's put some trades in. The days are, so I trade these rectangles, like in and out of the box trades. This way you can kind of stay organized, you know. If all next day I got a buy bank all the way to here, how much would that cost me? So you just got to figure out. It's like you know, they ask you to paint the wall. How much paint am I going to need? It's no different really. Some jobs are bigger, so you don't know the next job that's coming up. But if you don't have a trade plan for it, then you just stay away. If you can afford to buy this whole vault, then you would want to martingale into that. And if you could afford to buy here, and then of course the big deal, everybody's thinking, what if they ever touch this wick? This is probably, this looks like in the middle of the day. This is like a morning news event. So this is NFP probably, because if it was FOMC, it'd be later on in the day up in here. So these kind of events, like here, as I was talking about today, this is a markdown. So if you believe in Wyckoff, which I do, because it makes sense, this is distribution and this is markdown. But there's the fractal version, which is, and there's also this. How do you how do you explain this shit here? Like, this is insane, right? This giant retracement engulfment, actually, all the way to there. So actually, I look at it like this. It's the auctioning of this low. Like, we don't know how far that's, see, the one thing ICT doesn't understand, we don't know how far that's going to go auction below. And then it does come back, and it does take out the high of the previous day. So it literally engulfs that small bar. This is the smaller inside. Let's see. We're talking about the high of this day. So all these top tick Tommies up here in this whole vault. Everything, when the market goes sideways, it builds up pressure on either side. So when it rips through the floor on either side, you could put grids on either side of that and not even care how it gets there, when she gets first.
Exactly.
But the problem here is that theoretically everything you say is true, but if you started buying at the Lonely Wick, you got to take that punishment. And this is a 1 hour chart, which means that probably, I can't zoom down to the 5 minute, but you can imagine what the 5 minute looks like.
Yeah.
And like, it's just insane.
Well, you want to know? I mean, that's why I get in logarithmically, even on dense scalp things. So then I put my stop loss like right after the thickest amount of the orders.
Right.
So that's nice.
So I try to plan out my trading day like this. We're coming in, this is a hard down day, and you might call it a trend day. And the next bank's going to have to come in right here. We're going to buy for the next 20 pips. So I'm going to say the beginning person.
Yeah.
Think about buying a 20 pip window, because if the spread's 2, the cost is 10%. So 10%, this is like typical agent.
I want to make $5 a day, Simpleton. Can you show us the trade plan for the
I can show you make $20 a day for $20 a day for dummies.
Okay,
Yeah,
goofball like me can show you that.
So here,
I just go through.
Oh, but you know what? It's nice. It's nice for him to put it into words that he would say.
So here,
Listen,
in
I've never traded before in your
speaking,
life.
right.
I want you to work in the prop house. This is what I need you to do.
Let's make it really easy. We'll buy every 10 pips. So here's a 3K. In the drops that I do, but let me just let me get my other hand going. So if I'm really going to do this, now you have to donate to my my Cash App. Here. So here I'm gonna do two-handed execution. And I wanted to do this so bad today, this keyboard. I was going to put the hotkeys and fucking do buy and sell at the market. I did that. One day I did it in NASDAQ, dude. I thought I had such an adrenaline rush. I thought, even if I'm not making money, do the demo money. I felt like I was trading real money. That's how fucking violent the NASDAQ is in the demo mode.
Oh, yeah.
So here's a 3K. So, but we're going to do one better. We're going to have a, we're going to be able to move this around and say, okay, let's put a bank. What's the expiration? So here, this would be like all week actually. So would you just turn on strategy tester? If this works, it should work every fucking day. There's no moving averages. It's just pure structure, pure voids, pure trade plans. You are going to lose, but the warning going into, so let's just imagine we picked up this last trade here, which we didn't, but let's just dream. We put an order bank in here. We are now underwater, right? We committed to buy all the way to Memphis, and we only got filled halfway there. And we had a master stop. What would that cost you? This would be cost you like $70 or some crazy $100 just for every 10 pips. So that'd be like what, 14K there. If you have a master stop, I mean that top ticket you're down $14, and then add that up. I don't know what it comes out to. Let's say it's $100. I don't know. See, that's where I don't do the math on it because I'm just thinking, well, it's somewhere around there.
That's pretty much so.
I wouldn't sell into this right now. So if this is a real world, I wouldn't sell into this. Like, okay, where's the next order bank go?
Gloria just walked in and she wants to do a trade, like and you're going to show her how to do her first trade.
Okay, so I'm going to say here, throw a Gloria. Oh, like GLORI. Gloria. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, so here's a 24-hour expiration bank.
Okay.
Where are we going to put it? It's a 3K. I'm going to sell every 10 pips. So this is a 4K. This is what blew my mind when I was doing these grids. I'm like, well, we're going to sell the bottom and top of that box. I'm going to sell the top and sell the bottom of the box. So there's a 4K in a 3-pip range, a 30-pip range, sorry. 30-pip range, and it's a 4K. So I actually have that script, and if you drop that, where your mouse is the first ticket of the rack, and then the other tickets come in, so all 4 come in, and then you move it around, or you decide that is going to be your trade plan. So let's buy for the next. We'll put a bank here, and just to be more precise, since we already know what we're going to risk. For this is a 4K. Let's just start right at the very edge, and let's nest it in a little bit aggressive. We'll put it right here, and then we'll walk away. Now this is going to last all day, but where's the exits? That's the trick. So are we going to go good ratios or bad ratio? Here's where the big dilemma is, because we need to have at least 3. We need 3. So
right.
To split the baby, or to so instead of Sophie's choice, it's Sophie's choice then 1. But but we got to say we're going to go greedy, a greedy rack, and so we'll make the greedy rack a different color. Just to keep this thing. Yeah, this is the how you're supposed to teach. This is how you're supposed to teach people. I never did because I'm goofing around. So I see why people are charging, because if you really was to calm down and fucking do properly. But so this is your other, but you don't want to repeat the entry on the. This is going to be your aggressive bank. But so one's going to be a scalp. They'll be exits will all be inside the box.
Right.
You'll have maybe a master stop, and once you start to build a few of these unique plans, and as long as the entries are different, and you have some that have a hard, actually you couldn't do it on. They all have the same stop. On the ones that the hand drop ones, they're all the same stop. You're keeping it very simple, but you can tell by the ratios when you open up the. So what's her name? Gloria? I already forgot your name.
Gloria.
I can't see your ass, so I don't even know if you're worth remembering. But take a look at what we got in the. Yeah, I gotta get these things together, man, because I got like so much garbage here. Where I actually call this sell with a limit. This will sell with a fucking limit. So it throws a limit on top. Like I'll run it right now. Watch. I can't run it here. I'll run it in the. This is a hilarious script. It's selling at the market, or there's this pure limits. This is the double clicks I was talking about. You could just hit this, and so Gloria's going to come over here, and she's going to say, let's see how much money do I got. And I actually put the dollar amounts on here for people. This is $4 to make $4. You're going to risk 12 pips to make 16. So it looks like it's a good ratio, but I'm putting the spread inside of here of at least 2. So it's built in the real world. That's $4 to make $4. Where do we place it? Well, that's the big magic thing. Now, if it's going to be all day, I'm going to take her to the 1 hour chart here. I don't think so. I go to the 1 hour chart for Gloria because there's only 24 bars a day. And we can see the days. See, the nice thing about that, we can see it on the half hour, but you see the day. Here's Asia. And look at this version of, can you believe this? This is the British pound doing Wyckoff into Asia. The breakout. See, the hedge guys made so much money there, dude. You know why? Because even with the ratios, 10-to-1 ratios on that. Now, when you go sideways, I would love to have a hedges every time you get a 20 pip wick in Asia. It just starts building a hedge. And it's going to get chowed. It's going to get beat up if it does it over here like this one over here. Because this one didn't really, not bad, little chop. See, here's where it failed. But here, oh my God, it's golden. But you know why? If a robot can look back and go, we've been in a 10 pip range for 4 hours, the 4 hour bots are on this one like big time. So the 4 hour bots make money here. The 1 hour bots are getting whipsawed, and the 4 hour bots aren't getting a signal because this is the only time you've gone like under 15 pips. So you have an under 15 to 10 pip robot that comes in. It's just obvious. And he does that one trade, and his ratios are unbelievable. He could be non-directional because he has 10-to-1. He made it. He made 200 pips from a 20 pip break, 15 pip breakout to make 200 pips. I mean, that's a good ratio, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I mean, that's like.
Doesn't matter if you're going to have a 90% ratio. With that. It doesn't matter what the ratio is.
Yeah, but so if you,
what's your accuracy on those ratios? It doesn't matter if it's 1 to 3. I had 3 to 1. I had 1 to 3 ratios, and we were 80% accurate. We didn't care. It's one or the other, right? I think.
Yeah. I think if you build this, and if you look at this as a real structure, like a cantilever here, this is out on a limb. The market's out on a limb, and it's outstretched over this big void here. When this thing cracks in Asia, it's either going to crack up or down. The reason why I think down, it's sucked down, is because up here, it's already popped up into this thing. So that's been done. The only thing it could do here is cut this new space and then go after the space from this big lonely wick top here. And you know what I mean? But there's more. This is a more in-your-face shelf. This is only got to take out this 10 pip where this has the spike up top. So you've already cleared that space. The pressure is bigger here, right? This is a bigger vacuum. There's not a vacuum that goes, here, I'm marking it off wrong. So what's the biggest vacuum? That's where the market's going, the path of least resistance. It's just a physics situation. I don't think anybody's... Yeah, I mean, when the market goes sideways, the algos glom on, and they tip it, and then they feed on it, and there's algos designed to chase. You know, I mean, there's that probably you're doing, skimming it. But that's all built around the hardware structure. Here, I'm just doing this for like Gloria could be a swing trader. She could be a housewife. She could be a chopper mom, and she could just put on orders at the end of the day. She's not going to rinse and repeat, but she's making money. She cannot rinse and repeat this stuff, but she could place this on multiple currency pairs because it's a structure issue. It's not you could do the pound, but there's going to cost you a little bit more, but you make more. You know, that's how it's two-way street. It costs more, but make more. But yeah, this is definitely the way to go. If you're not going to be there all the time.
Well, this is it. You have to. Again, that was the first part of the question.
This is just.
How long are you going to be in front of the computer? What's your lifestyle?
Yeah, I just got Saud.
You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got. I mean, the thing. Gloria could look at the 4-hour chart, and I should have turned. But we can imagine this is actually 8 hours.
Let her go to the thing, right?
So I just say to her, "What's the next day? What are we going to do?" Yeah, we're playing back the market right now, actually. So here, Gloria's got the order bank. I got the tickets in here. Here's going to be the. It's going to be $4 a drop, right? So we're dropping 3Ks in a 5 pip window. So this is going to be.
So she's going to work for 4 hours. Is this the idea? She's going to go to yoga, shopping, pick up a manicure and a pedicure on the way home, and she's going to drop in what? What's the plan for her?
Because you know what? I'll tell you what. 8 hours to me, 8 hours is pretty good window, but that might be too frequent. I would say I got 12-hour scripts, so you want to come in there at noon and midnight.
Okay.
Or do you want to come in once a day? So
start.
the daily drops are going to be, I think, for the person that's a super low frequency trader, obviously. But, you know, on the 1 hour chart, using the structures on the 1 hour chart to kind of cheat, you know, or find the nooks and crannies, so to speak, where you want your tickets to go.
Can she make $25 by the time she gets home? what she really cares about. And
I'd
I don't
say
know.
maybe she could make about $100 a week trading.
So she can make her $5. She can make her latte. She can make her latte and then build from there.
If you got $500
right?
in the account, you can make $100 a week with these drops, because you really, if you stay the thing.
I'd rather they don't make that much. You're missing my point, simpleton. I'd rather they made their $5 and then use position sizing and proper money management to grow their account to the point that they're making a car.
Well, I'm assuming that they only come. I'm assuming the worst. I mean, I'm assuming a very casual trader.
Yeah, you could also say, like, Nate, like, the thing you could do with that is keeping it as simple as possible. You could just do a mild martingale-ish thing where you increase the order density.
Yeah, well, here's how you do it.
Over a certain range.
Right, what you do is you take, so the martingales, we have to have some special color for that, something kind of intense. So we'll pick this long green shit. So here's your fucking power pack. This is your 10 pip mini iceberg guy. And attached to this, you're going to have some killer, maybe you got a 10K in there. So every pip, that's your hot spot. And you got a canvas rack here. Now, they last all day, and where are you going to put this iceberg guy? Well, maybe you got enough. You got two. Got two different styles.
Do you have hard stop ratios on that one, or is this a?
Well, all these tickets. So everything here says here's a 10 pip range. Here's a 6K and a 10 pip range. So this is a $12 to make $12. There's only now that you can make this all day. So what I would do for her is I make them all day. Now here's kind of here's a martingale. This is a logarithmic entry. If I drop this, it's going to get you in 30 pip stops make 60. So I'd place it down here. That's my first rack, and it's going to be it's going to buy tighter together, so it's kind of martingale. It's getting in. I'll show you how the array is.
You don't even use a hard stop, and you just use mean reversion. Right. When you take your wins, that's how you take your losses.
So here you see you're 1 pip apart, you're 2 pips apart, you're 3 pips apart, and you're 4 pips apart, and then you're 5 pips apart from your cursor tip.
You just wait till you get it's some decent structure thing, and if it's not whatever it is, if it's a reasonable thing, you might have a loss once in a great while, but boy.
Yeah.
The win rate's going to be pretty big. If you just take your losses with mean reversion and you don't use stop losses, that's the simplest thing. You can make that $5 a day and say,
here's the thing. Here's the thing that Gloria can handle, and anybody can do this. It says right here what your stop and your risk is. You need to do the math on what it costs to buy these tickets. I do not actually. Some of these I did write the total math. Now that was work. I would have to sell that. You'd have to pay for that. Like, I put comments what the total cost of this rack would be, and and if you make this last a day, see you have to wait all day. Like, otherwise you're going to overload the account. You can't just start dropping daily.
This is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of, from what I understand, simply I've only been here for a week. A lot of people have tried different types of scripts, but they don't really know what they're supposed to do when. And they usually they overtrade it. They go way too many scripts, way too many heads. They go in too heavy-handed.
Let's forward test it. Let's see how we do. We got 3 styles.
That's really true,
and
Nate.
Let's pick out.
No, I know. I'm getting feedback from people, civils, that are afraid to talk to you. I get it all the time.
Afraid to talk to me?
It's not a negative thing. It's just that they're just not. They're placing too many trades. They're not quite sure which script goes where. That's
right. Yeah,
quite a learning curve,
I understand.
That's
why.
The first principles thing comes in before that.
The only way to answer that question.
That's why we're working with Gloria.
Yeah. The only way to answer that question is to run strategy tester and call out the trade. So they say, Ayn Rand said, if you can't come up with you can't tell me your philosophy, like on standing on one leg or whatever. I mean, you gotta be able to tell me, what do you think? Are you an objectivist or are you a mystic? So I'm an objectivist. I'm an atheist. Like, you live, you're dead. I'm sorry. There's nobody looking over your shoulder. It may seem like that, but how do you answer these kids getting blown up in the plane, right? So it's bullshit. There's nobody over helping you. So you're on your own. That's first principles, as you say. So same thing in the trading thing. There's nobody that's going to if you're risking your money, that's why you say you don't want to trade other people's money, because it becomes a hindrance. So let's imagine this is our little. I guess you have to have a little bit of an experimental attitude here, but let's say we got about this yellow box is costing me $10 if I get washed out. This one's going to cost me and just I'm going to put in them just to be on the safe side. I'm going to put ridiculous tickets in it first, just to get used to the idea of this. So the people that are overstacking, they're just overstacking. I guess that's what the guy in Texas would call it. You're just overstacking, dude. There's nothing wrong with stacking. You just overstack. So if we leave a break point, imagine that there's a hard stop on these boxes. When the market comes crushing in, you could pancake stack it. You could take this whole fucking rack. Now, when I'm doing the test or I'm doing the videos, I am trading like a fucking. I am almost trying to blow up the account because I want to see what's. I'm just too curious because
you're
it's
looking
like
for the edge. You want to see how far you can push it. I get it.
Yeah,
I
mean, I'm Gomez. I want to blow the train up on the bridge. I don't want to just have a train. I want to blow it up. So I'm gonna speed it up here. So let's see how good we are at trading here. We gotta rehearse for the market's closed right now as far as I'm concerned. So might as well do strategy tester when you can. So always practice technique on your guitar, even if you played fucking. I don't care if you. I mean, the people on stage are so relaxed. I mean, you think Joe Bassamato, whatever the fuck his name, the guy probably plays fucking in his sleep.
Yeah, he does. Well, our good friend walked around with the guitars around his neck all day long.
So what do you think the probabilities we're going to take out yesterday's low and crush my pancake? I'd say it's pretty high. So let's fast forward. It's just how they crush it. Okay, so I just got to fill. How do you feel about that? Okay, now this should be the scalp to the floor, right? But I think it's going to go lower. They just scalped to the floor. You could have taken that trade. You could have had that trade all day long, and that maybe is enough for you. So Gloria just made her first little baby win. And I don't think they're done crushing it down. This is her whole stack for the day. Now I wouldn't have her put any sell racks in because I feel like it's too much.
Don't drive people crazy with that.
Well, no, only because here's the thing. Why do I put in buys? Because we close at the edge of the market. What's the next? See how we took out the low of the previous day by 10 pips, by 3 pips? This is where people put big fat orders, actually, because that's worth it, right? You just put your $1 million trades here, right? Right. Because in a 5 pip window, in fact, I would stack like this myself. My money, I'm in here. I start getting in here, guaranteed fill, and maybe that's it. So getting these zones, this is the holy grail, or the Boxanachi of it, is that you gotta just these little fucking slots where you just can't. I can't believe I'm putting, and I think why people don't do it, and myself included, I'm not going to put in ridiculous orders. I do to an extent, but there's a limit, man. So so now if you're a rinse and repeat guy, you're going to come back, and now you would be this. If you tell Gloria's going to buy here again, so I already got next day's trade plan today. If we don't take this out, but we still don't forget the day's not over. The day's not over, so we can still fill this bank. Actually, NFP could come out. What would blow Gloria's mind is, and everybody would be, how did you make money trading the news, Gloria? Well, some goober simpleton said we just put orders down here and let them go all day. See what happens.
Yeah. And that's it. And that's all you need to know.
So when the market sucks up, and they could be bad ratios make good money. They make money. Now, when you have a bad ratio...
You're missing a very important part. Hang on. There's a very important piece here that I wanted to just lay out. The minute that robot hits its win target of $5 for the day, it can just cancel all... flatten, whatever the terminology is with MT4.
Yeah, that would be a sophisticated, a money management system coming. Yeah.
And it happens in a 15-minute burst. If it happens over 4 hours, it doesn't matter. It's done. Why? Because she's got to get used to making $5 a day consistently. Because then the position sizing, scaling, et cetera, is what's going to make it really worthwhile.
Here's what my robot would do. You see that big lunging? You see the range just increased? Now sell limits come in here on the for my robot, not for Gloria.
You must have changed your microphone or something, Simpleton. It's just cracking in and out so harsh.
Oh, sorry. Wait.
Like literally, I only hear every third word, so I'm putting it together.
Am I overloading the mic? Is it too loud?
I don't know what you're doing, man. God bless him.
Is it too loud? Was it too
No,
loud?
it wasn't too loud. It's just you're fading out, and then it's just like it chopping your words up.
Oh shit, no.
Maybe the gain's on too high. I'm not sure what you're
Oh,
doing.
maybe I should turn my auto shit back on. Yeah, I changed the settings. Can you hear me now? No. Am I too loud?
No, still chopping. Yeah, a bit loud.
Yeah,
Well, keep going, buddy. We're following along. It's all good.
I'll go change the settings on this. I changed the audio here trying to get it run because that guy said. Anyways, I'm selling into that box. If you can see, I threw the tickets in there based on the robot would have thrown in there. But see, this is why coming back to Asia here. And Gloria's targets weren't set that high either, so that's another problem. So here's mine.
Are you working on a delay or something? I'm not quite. I can't even understand him anymore. Can you
Yeah,
understand
no,
him, left
I
friend?
just, I'm afraid I'm too loud, I'm too quiet. I don't know what the fuck I did here.
No, you did something.
I
because
changed my
it's clipping
settings.
so hard, and like
It's
I
clipping?
don't know what it is.
Like distortion?
It's not. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's like it's fading out before you finish the word, and it's just clipping the word off. So I'm only
Okay.
hearing every fourth word.
Right.
So it's missing the beginning of your word, and it's missing the end of the word when your volume goes down. So
Right.
I don't know what it's doing.
Here, I'm going to change the settings.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little of that myself.
Yeah. And maybe Vinny E. put you on a 400 millisecond delay, and you're going to be U2 for the next 4 hours.
Is that really good? Is he really running this thing?
Well, I
what
think
is
he's
it?
on a demo. He's on a demo thing, right? So he's showing you.
I have no idea how this Discord thing works and how
I think
Unless you were just
Vinny.
joking
I
about
think
it.
Vinny E. Mini's the guy who's running the Discord here because he's got chops. So he. I don't understand. Like a lot of it to me is very soft. Is that the proper word? I mean,
Man,
you're a poet,
hard.
so
This
I want to
street
speak
isn't
to.
fit.
Wait, say again. What sophomore?
Is that
I mean,
any,
this
is that
whole
any
E
better?
Mini, Vinny, ICT, all the words.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I put it
sounds a
back
little-
to
Talk a little
normal.
bit more.
Yeah, I put it back to normal. Their normal settings.
Oh, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah. Well, I
Oh yeah, that's way better.
was trying to bypass their sensitivity settings, so they're very
there we go.
sensitive. Anyways, yeah, sorry.
They're so-
But
they're
that would
snowflake
be the
sensitive.
cell bank that I'd be running, so I would have had some cell tickets up there. But
Okay,
those
but
would have
that's where
come
the
in.
advanced. That's where the advanced trading course.
Well,
right,
no.
the cell
So
bots as
no,
well.
you see this. So you see this big expansion in pips. It means that it's time to throw those big deep tickets in. So I'd be short. And so here's the thing. I'm going to tell what's her name, Black Betty. What's her name?
Okay.
Gloria. Okay, now we're going to put sell limits here now. The same trade plan we did yesterday for the whole day. Now I do feel like it's a good buy.
Just a
You know
little
why it's a
pause
good
for a
buy?
moment.
This might be
Black
too much
Prime.
structure.
This is where printing out the actual graph and rotating it 90 degrees and kinesthetically moving your finger up and down with this to the left and to the right as the price chart
Oh, okay.
is. This is where the kinesthetic feel will come in to help them put the sell orders in. See, Simpleton is just,
Right.
he's going very fast. That's the issue.
No, what I'm saying is that right here, so this
Okay.
this lonely
Makes
wick, here's
Right.
Gloria's getting a mega fill. So at 5 p.m. she's going to put a rack in, and she's going to recanvas this giant rally. And I guess I could come up with some Vinny E mini pattern called the recanvassing, the pullback to fair value. If you consider this to be fair value down the middle of the road right here. Looking at this thing. So this is the middle of the road, right? Of this all this drama, right? And so I'm going to buy into that. And now I'm in. They're hitting all my tickets. And I got a couple hot spots in here, right back at the starting gate. So the more diversification you get here. And that's going to last all day. So that's today. And I'm getting mega filled. And maybe I got stopped out of some of these. And it's really going to be about how many pips? That's about 20 pips of fill. There are 25 if you bought every pip. Now inside here you have to have a 10 pip winner. That's the bad ratio part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get a full
Which
vertical
is
view.
closer to the current price usually, right?
Yeah, so here's what you're looking at as far as I got to fix the scale now just to to make this look realistic. I think I set the spread at 1.5 pips, I think. Yeah, sorry for the bad audio. So here's a stack what it looks like to me. This is a fixed pip playback. The spread gets better than that. So right now you're trying to get out of the top of this box. You bought everything in that box. In Asia, you dropped a rack. It lasts all day, and it took the middle of the day to fill that. So there must have been news. This is news at 8 in the morning. Big drama, and it could engulf. It could. It doesn't have to. It could take out the high of the previous day. So you've already got your sell banks ready here now, and we don't know what the high and the low of the day is yet. And we could come down lower here, and I still got some pendings down here. So imagine that bank's gone. That one's been cashed out. Or you came in and deleted those racks. Or you could just say, tell Gloria to close all open and pendings and re-rack it, you know. So is she going to drag these over here and re-rack it? So here's a sell window. If you're still in that trade from this thing, you're almost engulfed, but you did come back to the floor. I came screaming back to the floor twice here. So we get ready for the next. This looks like this is going to be the low of the day. I'm guessing we're not going to take this out. So we'll just move our orders forward every day. And if you're doing it on the 8-hour, you're going to probably look at, 12-hour charts. You're going to look at it every 12 hours. You make more money, right? Because you can you could rinse and repeat. But it depends how much, or it doesn't have to be midnight. It could be like 8 in the morning, 8 at night. So you're 8 in the morning, 8 at night. In the morning you check it, at night you check it. You got 12 hours. That's the better way is to tell her to do 12 hours, So half a day. If you do half a day now, you can do more trading, right? You can have a rack here that got filled. And that last rack, the one that lasts all day, picked up the other tickets. So you have the daily racks with the hourly racks. And really what you're trying to do is fill every shelf in the store, I guess you could say. She's going to come back and re-rack. So here's a fresh 12-hour script. This is
but if she's traveling, she doesn't have time to re-rack.
Right, but no, every day at, so if she does it, this one filling. See this one I said we haven't taken out the low of the day. We just did. Look, we just made money. And I'm thinking that's got to be, oh God, that is FOMC right there. Right?
Say again?
This must be FOMC. What is this crush? That's a 1-hour chart. September 18th. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Jesus Christ. Wow. So that rack paid off. So that's how I traded. There's a lonely wick of the day right here. And this is your iceberg. Your big, and see how they're retesting it, but we already played it out. She couldn't re-rack that. Trust me. That's a 1-hour chart. That's fast.
You already made her $5. She's out for the day, man. She doesn't have to worry about the drama that continues and
Look
ensues.
At this. Oh my God. So we were going to set it for the next day. Man, look how vicious. That's a real market there, dude. That's real playback. And people got to understand. You don't have to test your robot. You just look at that and say, that thing just dropped 50 pips to retrace 40. So here comes Asia. And she's got to put a little deeper racks in because the market's starting to heat up. That's the other thing. Now, I don't know how complicated that's going to be for her. She's got to have an eye for this amount of drama here means that when you re-rack this zone, in other words, when you put this order rack in, right, because of this previous drama, you got to think deep. And it's going to quiet down, but this looks like or always count on it going further than you think. So now we're going to buy here. And this looks like easy to me, this setup, because now we're inside the market's calmed down. This is the sell window. And now you're starting to calm down and people are starting to draw their trend lines. You're starting to get lower volatility, and when it kind of dries up, so the Asian stop hunt is going to be here. I want to start buying that, or the liquidity thing, and certainly buy below this wick and sell above this, and then sell more, of course, if you can afford it. That's a big deal.
Hey, Laugh Crime, how much money is Gloria starting with?
Oh,
We don't even know who she is, but how much money is she starting with, man?
I'm with Gloria. Okay.
Yeah.
Very flattering.
So,
Let's see.
I got to take a phone call.
I don't know. Like
500, 1,000? Like, what's she supposed to start with?
I didn't give her a hard recommendation yet. Like, she went home to San Diego to visit her family then she's like, yeah, I'll get into it more when I come back and all that. But I was gonna go with kind of a recommendation along the lines of, first of all, an offshore broker so you get high leverage. And given that, say, like, start off with, to me, the meta thing with trading, like, first principles, first thing to start off with, risk the minimal amount, especially when you know the minimal amount in the very beginning, kind of thing. So $50, $100, whatever the minimal thing is that allows you to, like, if it was $2, maybe, you get stopped out on 1K after, like, 5 pips or whatever the hell. But it's like pretty much something along those lines. I'm open to feedback. I mean, but I don't see it as needing like anything close to like $1,000 to start with on a high leverage account. So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I mean, hello, I can't hear anyone, so.
Sorry, my bad. I had the filter on. I would say probably $500, not to go crazy on the leverage, because that's really a way to trick yourself. And on $500, if you can make $5 a day, you're golden. Simpleton's techniques, based on the way that he was dropping and the way that he was showing it before, he likes to play the edge all the time, which is fine. I think it's great. He just wants to push it and push it and push it. And there's no end, which is fine.
He's trying to make the most, but I think the operating principle that is driving that is make the most while risking the least in terms of financial, the amount of money that you're doing. So he's willing to put in a lot of work and acquire a lot of skill and all that kind of thing.
No, the idea is if you can make 1% a day, and I don't know how it scales up and how you push in poker, because I know there's probably a formula that you guys all memorized and it's internal. If you can show someone how to step up 1% a day on a $500 account, I mean, how many days before she's doubled her account? And half that amount of time to double it again, and then half that amount of time to double it again. And I'm thinking $5 a day, you're going to make $500 in 100 days. That's 3 months.
Say for something like, say whatever, loosely, whatever it is.
Let's say loose. Yeah,
scale up pretty quick.
Yeah, well, buddy, after the first 3 months of her getting used to just dropping the box and drawing it and feeling comfortable with it and understanding it, she's going to be fucking sailing after that, man. Because she's now going to be dropping either twice as deep or twice as heavy.
Yeah.
Once she got to 1,000. When she gets to 1,000, she only has to go through 50 trades. Now, to get to 2,000, 25 trades to get to 4,000, another 10 trades, and she's already at 5Gs. She's laughing, man. She's turned her 500 into 5Gs in 6 months, which is beautiful for her. She can buy a car.
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking of something along the lines of, like, experience tells me that you can't have a raw beginner really pushing to the degree that they're not already self-motivated to do that, right? Say,
hey, Hey, we'll give them a robot that trades for them and makes exactly $2.50 a day. I'm not
All
going to
right,
give them $5. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, right. I know. Yeah, exactly. Like, fair enough.
Buddy, I could double the account in 3 hours if I turn on the fucking high frequency engine. Let me assure you.
Oh, I believe you,
It's a
man.
long time. 3 hours is a long time.
For that thing,
Mind you.
yeah, I can imagine.
Oh yeah. It's a long time. 3 hours to double the account. But if
How much does that thing
hang on,
cost, though, too?
if you put gun to the head and you say, listen, you can't use high frequency trading. How fast before you can double the account? And I would say, give me 20 days, because if I can't do it in 10 or 12, then my expectation is wrong. It means that my strategy is not solid enough to really press properly.
Sure, yeah.
The name of the game is tuning it down, where I come from. And same
Right.
with Simpleton. Simpleton's the same way. He takes the money right off the table. You'll see him do it every time. Why?
Right, exactly.
What's that?
Yeah, right. I don't know if how the audio's going, but
You hear me?
I hear you. I heard that.
Okay, sorry. Let me plug in. 1 second, brother. 1 second.
Microphone is halfway in, halfway out. You can barely hear me. Better?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I was saying is that when you get to the level where you know how much you can make, you try different games with yourself. How much more can I make? What's the least amount I can make? What's the most I can make? All that shit starts happening,
And all that, yeah.
right? So, buddy, if the girl can make $2.50, I don't know how much the coffees are in the States. It's not enough here, but that's why I said $5. If she can make a coffee every day for herself and set it aside, and let it grow. I mean, again, this is where the patience, 2 marshmallows or 1 marshmallow do you want?
Yeah, that's
Would you rather have, hang on, do you want $1,000 at the end of the month? Or do you want $5,000 at the end of 6 months?
right.
If you can wait 6 months, you got yourself a fucking car. You're welcome.
If you're talking about a rhetorical question, yeah, sure. I mean,
Right?
yeah, yep. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's one of my first principles in trading. Again,
Sure.
That the first principle thing is don't worry about like making the $5 at first consistently is the most important thing to begin with.
That's all that counts. That's
Right.
all
That
that
is
counts
the thing.
for
That's
us.
the thing.
We had many strategies. If they didn't have at least a 0.3 expectancy, in other words, if we couldn't make 30 cents on every dollar that we waged, it was put in the scrap heap, or it was tuned up, or we tried something else with it later on.
That sounds just about right because that's the edge you should be able to have in trading.
So
yeah.
you're either going to have a very high risk-reward
Poker is very
ratio
small.
and a lower percentage hit ratio, or you're going to have a very high percentage hit ratio with a very low risk-reward. That's just the math. There's nothing you can do about that, bro.
Well, this is what I was talking about in terms of if you don't use a hard stop, the bad ratio thing, you can use that if you're getting in at the edge of the market where you sort of it's a sort of a controlled martingale thing. Where you're using your stop, you're getting out of any losing trades when you're getting out of your winning trades. So the mean reverts. I'm taking my winnings, and that's also my stop loss.
Right.
That's like a thing that I don't talked about, and that's I don't think Simpleton even does that very much. But
No, I don't think he does either.
You can keep it simple. That would be a way to do it. That. How do I explain it? I don't know. To me, that's the simplest way of thinking about it. So you're using structure in that case.
Okay.
As your stop loss. You could have like. You could. I don't want to get off on too many.
Go nuts. You can go nuts. It's not a problem. I got time.
I know, but I just like I don't like to over. Like I think I just said the main thing, so it's pretty much along those lines. I mean,
listen, what you're trying to say is that you don't have to. Some people like to play with hard stops. Some people like to play with a bigger net that has a very, very catastrophic stop. And at the end of the day, my dear friend, that's a catastrophic stop. It's 25% for me. If I blow up more than 2.5% of the account, or whatever's going on. There's a number that's put in right at the beginning. But you don't have to worry about all of that. All you need to do is make that $5 a day.
Right. That's
Right?
I know. That's the thing. And then you could be back to, well, in that case, you could go back to just doing some normie style, my entire entry at one price point with a blah blah stop loss and this and that, and over a 30 trade sample size. This is my edge, and but you risk.
You can try that too.
You're risking more to make less.
Well,
by
by
not getting in at the wick, So
and taking the money off the table.
It sounds like you're. I'm sorry. To address it, like I thought I was like, sound like you were getting at something along the lines of it doesn't really matter what the strategy is, as long as it's repeatable and it works to your psychological, satisfaction, I guess.
My friend, this whole game.
I don't want to read into what you're saying, but
you're absolutely right. This whole game is based on expectancy. That's it.
Right.
How many trades?
And what
how many
gets
percentages
measured
did you
gets
win?
made.
That's it. Everything is just like in poker. You know when to float the river. You know when you have to do this. All this terminology that you guys have. There's a time when you have to, in blackjack, you got to split the sixes. There's all kinds of little moves like that, which is really talking about expectancy. Right. In the end, if you bear it down to back our good friend Pascal, who was designing probability theories for the Queen Elizabeth there, who was addicted to chemin de fer, then it's back to expectancy. So, I mean, listen, he did 20 cents on the dollar, which is phenomenal for forex, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, that's phenomenal. That's great. That's a business in and of itself.
But you gotta remember too, Simpleton is mostly not babysitting too much of this when he's in most of his trading.
That's my point. He's the guy who's walking away from the screen. That's the difference.
So if you wanted to babysit this, there would be more than that.
Of course, you'd have to have a lot more going on. But I mean, we're talking about Gloria. She doesn't know anything about trading. She's never done this before. $100 is a lot of money. $500 may be out of her market. Then it's not for you. Then trading's not for you, as an example. I mean, you have to know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, see, the leverage thing, I'm not familiar with using very low leverage. I don't have a lot of experience using low leverage, so maybe I should look into that myself and see how that feels. And you have a lot more leeway, right? I mean.
Oh yeah, and you know what? It makes you. I think it makes you a little bit more concise, as an example.
Yeah.
So now we're drawing this is a 12-hour. This is a 12-hour box. I don't know what he's doing. I think we lost him.
This
Talks are simple.
If I was gonna, if I had a chance to tell a beginner, like I said, sometimes it doesn't take Bobby Fischer to, he forgets more than you're ever gonna know. Like talking to the average trader, I mean, right? It's like sometimes, I feel like I could explain this. I'm closer to a beginner, than and some of you guys. So I feel like I could tell her, look, I don't know if the terminology we use, like when you say logarithmic. So I'm just saying, you would take the minimal size you could trade per price point, and
you're gonna have to put it into the metaphor of buying makeup, right? You have the $100 oil of Olay that's going to be all the way at the bottom, because if it goes on sale, you want to make sure you can grab it.
By the way,
you're gonna have to put. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, just joking around.
Well, she's a folk singer who's a fan of Typo Negative. So
beautiful. Okay, beautiful.
So I don't know. No, Typo Negative.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's great. That's great. He's an artist.
Peter Steele would have been a genius. I got to give him that. But I was gonna say, so she's not too into makeup unless it's like face paint, crazy shit. But
right on.
Joni Mitchell though too, But I wasn't gonna say. So I was gonna say, in terms of you could trade so whatever the minimal size is per price point you can use in a broker. Say it's a micro. The usual is a micro thing, right? So you put in, as we say, a 1K. Not like you would put it somewhat far away from current price, like 25, 50 pips or something, say. And then, just as an example, and then you would gradually increase the density down to about wherever you think the couple of deviations away from where it's going to catch 95% of the moves, right?
Right on.
Whatever, something like that. The basic principle is that scaling in and using density, not increasing, like not going, here's a 1K, here's a 2K, here's a 4K, and the 4K is all one price. One of the basic principles of the simpleton thing is not duplicating price.
Yeah, you don't want to run into the same scripts. Yep.
Right. Gotcha. So you're just increasing order density, avoiding price duplication. So for that $5 thing that you want someone to make, that's more than enough right there.
Sure it is.
You would just back engineer what you would need to make whatever minimal amount.
Now you're thinking like an HFT guy.
Well, but this was the first principles thing to me. Like that's how you gotta. To me, it's like the basic, I guess, kind of common sense-ish kind of thing to do. Now, the other thing. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, no, it was a delay. Go ahead. The other thing.
I'm just gonna. I guess. Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling on, but I was gonna finish up.
Not rambling. It's all good.
Yeah, saying basically, and the other thing. So that takes care of if you get 100 pips spike down, as long as you're scaled in softly enough and you're not massively in at whatever the price point, relative density. So then that takes care of like any large movements that you would have throughout a given day, right?
Okay.
Now that takes care of that. And then if you want to get in bigger, if you want to make a little more, how do I say this? If you don't want to just capture, I need it to swing 70 pips. Well,
no, I know. Again, but you're thinking about it in terms of I want to hit that moving target and I want to bring home all the bacon. Hang on a second. All you have to do is injure him, and we can club him over the head and I'll eat. It's not a big deal. You don't have to take the guy with a headshot right away. We'll take the $5. Thank you. Next. Tomorrow's another day.
Right.
I agree with I agree with that principle.
Right, sure. And then, but I'm just trying to go for like the most basic first principles way of looking at it before we start going, well, here's this box and here's that. And then, but if I do this, then I got to do that. And then she's not going to be able to re-rack. And then if she looks at it this way, and if I go to this other time for, wait a minute, let's just start somewhere. Start with this stupid thing here. Right. The basic principle thing, and let her see it. Mm-hmm. And so the other thing is, so then the only other thing that, as a basic thing that you would need practically, I would say, is now, if you want to trade a smaller range, now take something where, now it's in a thing where the momentum died down off of, say, some 70 pip move. Now it moved, the last bar was, say, 10 pips. Okay, great. First principles thing. Take roughly that size as your stop loss. Okay. Put in the minimal size at that point, and then you could have a hardish stop. Like, because in other words, you want to go in bigger relative to. You're going to go in bigger to capture a smaller move, so that you get that's like scalp sizing. Sure. Then you can put in, but you're still increasing density. So within that small 10 pip area, say, and then you have a hard stop, scaled out somewhere outside of that. So I'm going in. So anyway, so that's the basic thing.
That makes a lot of sense. You would go
then 5 or 6 bars
back. Right. You would go back 5 or 6 bars, no?
Right, and it's going to do that usually 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and you get stopped out on one of those. Meanwhile, you won 70% of those.
Right on.
And then you get stopped out. I'm sorry, I'm I'm like really Asperger's here, right here. So
it's all good, buddy. You will get stopped out of 1 or 2 of them or 3 of them.
yeah,
That's
right.
okay.
So my last desperate
Okay.
5 words of this thing is like, so you get stopped out. So the fuck what? You made a shit pile of money. Now you got your less dense orders at that bigger scale filling anyway. So anyway,
And hang on, no. I think this is a very important principle, and I think that Simpleton does mention it many times in the way that he approaches this. And one of the things I was going to add to that is, as your account grows, think about how much deeper you can go in terms of those 100 pip chaotic evil Knievel moves, right? You can actually support that drop.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have the money in the account. A lot of the things that is going on here, and this is just, I'm talking maybe a bit of a, I don't want to be prudish about it, but it sounds to me that a lot of this is for people who don't have the time to do it, people that want to understand how I can maybe make do a few drops, watch my phone, see what's going on, and trade it in such a way that they're pretty confident that they're going to make money in every drop that they make. They're not going to win every ticket, and they're not going to win every race, but they're going to end up with a little bit of a purse at the end of the day. Does that make sense? Am I saying it correctly?
Oh yeah.
And that's fucking beautiful to show people that little maneuver, little move like that is a real mitzvah, they say in Judaism. It's a really good deed. This is something Jesus would do, honest to God. This is something he would do for sure. For sure.
Right on. Yeah.
He would do that. He would be like, wait a second here. Let me show you guys how to fish. That to me is what got me here. I'm going to tell you the truth. For me, it's like, wow, this guy's actually showing people how to fish, how to set the nets, what to think about different sizes, different stops, different areas, different patterns, how you're going to canvas. Again, it's beyond most people who are starting, and it looks a little bit haphazard. But what he's doing is what anyone would do who doesn't have a programming background and can actually loop through iterations, right?
Yeah.
Because everything that we did was high-frequency trading iterations. That's all it was. So everything he's doing is because he doesn't. I mean, he's doing it the way that someone who never, had a background in programming would do it, per se. Yeah. I don't know how to write this code. I couldn't do an EA. I couldn't write any of the code that my guys are doing. To save my life, I couldn't write the code. That's what you have youngsters that are professional coders doing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, that's what their gig is. So everyone's got to eat, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah. His way of doing it too. The other thing is, even if it's not like a lot of it ends up being this, the technical way, the term like intuition in the technical sense of like
right.
The real definition of it like being like after years of doing it this way and using first principles and all that, then it becomes intuitive. I don't want to sound like pretentious.
No.
Like higher.
No. You know what? It has to become unconscious. You can do it in your fucking sleep. You got to do it to be able to do it in sleep.
That is the fruit of that kind of thing where you're really learning how to really, really trade. I'm wondering where, how does this, you're talking about the high frequency thing.
Right.
I'm imagining that like, it wouldn't necessarily take the skill of, to program something like that. You don't necessarily need the skill of like Gary Kasparov, right? Do you? I mean,
no. You know what you need? You need to think like a street
at
fighter.
the actual art.
No, you literally have to think. I'm going to explain something to you that I know that people don't like to talk about it. Either you're taking my money or I'm taking yours. Period. It may not be you personally. I'm just using it as a metaphor.
Right.
One of us is going to walk away with someone else's money. Period. Now that's a hard thing for people to really wrap their minds around because we're in it together. We're going to learn. We're going to do Discord. We're going to have a good time. Simpleton's going to ramble on about things, and then this guy Nate showed up who thinks he knows everything. He's going to ramble on. It's okay.
Well,
But at the end of the day, man, this is a fucking war, and we're talking about money, honey. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I wish I could get it.
Okay. So I got news for you. The guys. Listen, I got into a bit of a battle with interactive brokers. I won't talk much about it, but these guys were. Their business model is taking the other side of all of their clients' trades. Now, when the trades are going in their client's favor, they try to double down and go the other way on them. And we caught that about once or twice when we were running the high frequency because we were going faster than they could. That's reality. That's happened to me. I was there. I saw it. I witnessed it. I called them. Right away, I called them out on it. So these are things that most retailers will never experience and most high-frequency traders will never experience because they're going to be working with whatever other firms, that are going to be handling the trading for them and things like that. There's ecosystems upon ecosystems upon ecosystems. It's like a never-ending. It's just like, wow, I just stumbled into the forex forest. Like, holy shit, what's going on over here? It's like a madhouse here, man. It's like.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And the only guy that seems to be making any sense is Simpleton, and he's making sense for a guy that's going to walk away from his trade and go jam for an hour, or he's going to go play in the bar for 4 hours, right? And he's got his life to live, and he's just going to drop his limits based on, again, feeling on a hunch, if you will. Oh, I can't see the euro dropping more than 100, but let me put in another baby rack down here at 150 to 50. He's gonna mix and match all of his little formulas and all of his little spices, and hopefully a nice pizza will come out. But you know what? The minute he sees that his pizza has already made $50 for him, he's out. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Right. I was going to say, this is a big thing as far as teaching, if you're not going to use algorithms, teaching a beginner, I think, is since this style doesn't trade setups, right?
No.
So let's see, the thing about the setup thing. The setup person goes, the one that's actually good at it will say, okay, you get confidence by knowing your edge on these different setups and all that kind of thing, and you did your research and blah blah blah, and that's how you have your confidence and your ability to execute.
That's a spear thrower. Again, don't mix up the spear throwers from the net makers. Big difference.
Right. So, so my point is, those are the setup. How does a non-setup trader get that confidence? And that's where people don't get the emphasis on using your demo trading, and then the strategy test.
Of course.
And that's how we get confidence, knowing, oh, see, look at this thing. I was afraid when it was whipping down here that I was gonna get killed in this trade, but no, it's over and over again. It's this 10-pip window where it reverses, or once in a while it's 20. But look at that. It was already telegraphing that.
If you actually could print on a piece of paper, like a big 8.5 by 14, like legal size, if you could actually print 1 month of Euro USD, and you just traced it with your finger the way that I was taught, then you're gonna know that there's gonna be areas where there's a fucking jerk to the right and you're just about off the road. You're practically off the highway, right? You'll see all those jerks back and forth, and you'll say, this guy's a drunk driver. Yeah, but at least he knows where the highway is, and you got to draw that highway in your head, and you got to know that when he's turning too far to the right, that he's got to snap it back to the left. You know he's going to turn back left.
Yeah, right. See, that's the thing. That's right, and that's that's
your mean reversion concept. I understand where you're coming from, buddy. There's a lot of clear to mean reversion.
Yeah, right. I guess, like, pragmatically, for someone trying to learn this style, it's like the point is to have it so that, okay, if you might be most people are used to looking for setups and being trained to take setups and blah blah blah, and say, okay, well, your edge and your way. This isn't the way you know what your edge is in this way. This is a more, I don't know if you could say more intuitive again, but the point is,
it is more intuitive. You know what? If you took every month on the euro and you traced it out and you did 12 of them, right? You'd have a better feel than you would if you just did 1 month of the euro. If you did it like Simpleton and you did 15 years of them, how many is that? 15 times 12. You have 200 and something charts that you're going to trace your finger on.
Yeah, tell me.
You will have the muscle memory for it. I guarantee you will, because I know I did.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it is, about this thing is that's how you would accelerate as a beginner. That's a good way to learn really fast. Go over tons of charts, just go back. You don't need actual back testing the way it's usually talked about, especially because you get that curve fitting problem and this confounding
It's
variable.
a big issue. I have a big issue with him going through the strategy tester as well, because it's I don't believe the results. Let's just put it that way. My experience has shown that those results you can cut them in half for sure.
Oh yeah, what do you mean by going through with the?
Well, I don't think the data that you get through strategy testers, even though they tell you that it's the real data that you're actually.
Oh no, you don't even. Yeah, right.
I don't think it's true.
I wouldn't
really
do
don't.
it. I wouldn't do it for the exact relying on that to know what my exact edges or anything. I would look at it just to be able to speed something up and see what the market does over and over again. So that I'm getting more. I'm just learning quicker.
Right.
What the characteristics are. In other words, it looks like. I could see that when it actually looks like a nice safe entry, when it's kind of coasting in, settling into a comfy chair into the support area, it's actually going to grind through and take me out. Whereas if it's whipping into it and it looks scary, but I see on the thing, strategy test or whatever.
It's like a heart attack going on.
Yeah, right, but over and over again, that's my best trade, and it always reverses pretty much, and maybe it's going to overshoot, but I got another thing in at that next zone. So what? I just learned that. That's
right.
That's my idea of looking at, strategy testing. I don't know.
I like the idea of the strategy testing. For us, it was we were doing it through OpenQuant. That was a completely different system, but we had some strategies that were mental. That were absolutely mental. Double reverse flips. We had all kinds of names for them. Burger helper. We had all kinds of names for the strategies because we didn't want anyone to know what we were doing. I would send out graphs. I still do this to this day. I'll send out a trading view. It'll have 9 indicators on it. I use none of them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I don't use any of them.
I don't use any of them, but I let the people bang their heads for a few more hours while we take their money, because you're just taking money from the people who just don't know how to trade.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm not sure if this.
Sorry, man, but someone's taking money from you, which is going to be the broker dealer, and someone is paying the broker dealer sometimes for order flow. There's a lot of ecosystems going on here behind the scenes that people are not aware of.
I was wondering about that. Like, maybe you could tell me from the inside. Like, let's see, how do I
word it?
Is this more like an emergent phenomenon of the market, this weird barrier to entry of all this nonsense, or is this like a JFK thing of like, all right, we got to put a lot of disinformation out there?
I think it's all. Personally, first of all, the guys that are in it long enough call it the market mistress, because you have no idea what she's going to do or say next. It's always a surprise.
I can hear
it's always a surprise. Always 50 pips more than anyone ever expected on this planet, and it goes, right? So the market mistress is always ever surprising, and the guys, the pimps of the market mistress, are masters of misinformation and disinformation. Period.
Okay, that's really interesting. So how does... Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that if
one day, but not on the Discord channel.
Okay.
No, I think he records it on YouTube. I said a few things I shouldn't have said, but that's all right. Life goes on. Everyone who knows me has my phone number. So if someone calls me and I don't know who it is, I don't answer. And I have 3 or 4 phones here, depending on who's calling me from what part of the world, because I couldn't get one plan that would cover them all. So you think I even remember my phone numbers? I don't, brother. I have to write them on a piece of tape and put them on the back. What the fuck? Who's got time for this? Like, legitimately.
Yeah.
I think on one of my phones, the synchronous part of the, I guess it's Gmail sync is out or something. You think for $1 million I wouldn't remember what my sync password is? I don't remember any of my passwords. If they didn't store them for me, I'd be fucked.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Same, pretty much.
It's all pretty much bullshit baffles brains. But there's really good outfits out there that really are trying to help people. There's really good programs out there that really give people an understanding of things. But first principles, man. How much money are you trying to make every day? What's enough for you? Okay, so how do we get to there? Well, let's go backwards. First of all, you're going to have to learn a whole new industry. You're not going to make a lot of money in this industry. When you start off as a real estate agent, you're doing lots of showings, and you're not going to close a deal for a year, probably. Right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't quite hear you. I don't know if.
I'm still here. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, no worries.
Again, this is people come into the game. Is pretty good, right?
Yeah.
For who?
For who?
Who's it good for?
Yeah.
Who's it good for?
You talking about like
General. We're just doing general statements. Who's it good for? The more people that come in.
to come into a broker or to this?
Into this whole arena.
The whole arena. Yeah, yeah. I'm imagining whoever, whatever the broker and whoever's making money off of,
It's a gold rush, and the guys who are making the money are selling the pans and the picks and the axes and all that stuff.
And this courses and all that. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a whole.
I mean, forget about the broker. We need the brokers and whatever they're doing.
Pay them their vig. What's the problem, buddy? You can't buy anything on the world. You're going to buy it wholesale. Someone's making money.
Dude, getting like a tenth of a fifth of the pip on the euro dollar, like almost all the time. I don't have anything to complain about. Thousands to one level. So right, it wasn't as good as that a few years ago, but I mean, this is like an embarrassment of riches, But in terms of people selling like a $10,000 course to like teach me.
That's insanity, buddy. Anyone who goes for that is something wrong with them.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's like I'm learning better from.
That's a buyer beware pattern right there. You got to be really caveat emptor on that shit.
Yeah, really. I mean, as far as like if I was to, you're asking me to the best of my knowledge, I guess there would be people selling very expensive courses to. By definition, what it's going to turn like the self-selecting group is going to be the less they know, and the less good they are at trading. The more likely they're going to do that, and therefore the less likely they have any ability to evaluate the damn thing, right? So, that's my best answer, I guess, to that.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. What's your take on that?
Repeat exactly what was the question again, because I'm doing a few things.
It was like you were saying so it almost sounded like you asked me a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I probably was, buddy. I'm sorry about that. I should be a little bit more
No, the thing is, I don't, dude, in a lot of ways I don't feel like I know my ass from my fucking elbow in trading still.
Why do you think I call myself Bo Diddley? Bo, you know Diddley, buddy.
Yeah, right on. Yeah.
So do I. Bo Diddley, Diddley. That was where that line came from. I have to call myself Bo Diddley.
I was hoping that was a rhetorical question.
No, I know nothing, man. I'm just another schlepper like everyone else, but I understand there's a game going on here. And it's not a game. It's people's money. And it's not a game because it's a war. And it's a war because someone's going to leave you hanging for dead. They're going to blow up your account. Whatever it is, however metaphor you want to use, they're going to take everything. Right?
Yeah.
And you don't want to be that guy that they took everything from, because then you're going to be like, wow, I just got run over by a truck for no reason.com.
Right. So is that just, you think that, but specifically, what is the biggest?
I don't like the idea because my cousin who works for Saxo Bank and sets up the Bloomberg machines and shows people how to trade the derivatives, he told me unequivocally that a lot of the MT4, if not all the MT4 and MT5s and all these retail places are in one sandbox. In other words, they're not really part of what the banks do. It's not Saxo Bank has nothing to do with MT4. It's just MT4 players fighting against MT4 players. That's all it is. And may the best program win kind of routine, right? So the money is going from one side to the other, and the broker dealers are actually just collecting on the toll. So
right.
That's it. So if you can convince enough people to come and trade with you because your lowers are rate and this is the pips to spread and this is that, look how many outfits started off. I have a guy in Brazil who actually all he does is set up forex If you want your own forex company, I can set it up for you. It's not hard.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned, yeah.
Okay, so there's all these things have been around for long enough that there's enough people in that ecosystem in Seychelles and Isle of Man and all these fucking crazy places, buddy. I mean, it's just another business. It's just like, what's the overhead? How much can I make? Right? I mean, people are looking at it as a business, like trading as a business, not trading for yourself as a business, but facilitating trading as a business, broker-dealer side. Okay, how much do I got to spend? What's it going to cost? How much do I need for, a lot of these tools are already available. All the servers are out there. They've all been on clouds for a long time. It's just a matter of, I like this guy's name, Hugo's way better than the other guy. That's what it comes down to me.
Yeah.
Right? Or I like the pit spread over here. Everyone's got their own little twist on it because they're in competition with each other, right? So,
yeah.
I understand that, and that's fine. If I like the way these guys treat me, they actually have a support line. There's actually someone there if I call. I mean, that's important for many, many, many people, right?
Yeah.
There's someone they can talk to at the other side. I mean, I think that's... I had a big problem with the Bybit guys. They were just more for the trading for the crypto kids. I call them the crypto kids. I don't know what else to call them. They won't answer the phone. They don't give you an email. They give you fucking bullshit email fucking correspondence. Not for me.
Yeah, the crypto thing. That's...
Well, you know what? Look how many crypto outfits are out there now. How many hundreds of these websites just popped up like mushrooms overnight.
Yeah.
Grab the $100, $200, $500, $600 that people got for Christmas and bar mitzvah money and just wash them through. Just wash it through. Here we go. We got a couple more thousand players. Here we go.
So you talking with that stuff? So you're talking about...
Buddy, you can make a ton. You can make a ton on crypto, but there's one problem. You can't walk away with a ton. Good luck getting the money out, right? When you start making real money, it's tough.
Really?
That's my opinion, for what it's worth. Maybe you can get the Bitcoin out, but that's already... I mean, I have to take a nap every time I have to do something to do with Bitcoin. And this wallet and 2FA, yeah, it's not for me.
Okay. So this whole crypto thing... so what are there's... Because I don't really trade crypto, so... You're saying there's these...
Very volatile. No, they're extremely volatile. It's like trading the penny stocks back in the day.
I've seen the chart. I know the... Yeah. But I'm talking about... You talking about the industry... There's like an industry growing up.
But look how many broker-dealers showed up. Yeah, all of a sudden, providing these instruments to everybody.
Right. Yeah,
1,000 cryptos and 1,000 different types of tokens, and everybody and their grandmother has a new token. I mean, it just blossomed like mushrooms. It's just like, where the hell did all this come from all of a sudden? But what I found really interesting and intriguing is they took it a step further than the MT4 guys and the MT5 guys. They took it a step further. They got heavy into, here, take your own robot and do this and do that. The minute I saw that there was someone out there that was doing better than our trader with regards to leader, follower, and copy trading and all that, I said, this is the industry for me. That was just my opinion, right? For what it's worth. I said, this is a great little place to start putting in some feelers and see what's going on. And my feedback has been very good. If you can give people $5 a day on a $500 account, everyone's pretty much happy. Right? And if you could do $5 a day or $2 a day on a $50 account, everybody's giggling. So I'm gonna see what. Hang on, let me see what the robot did. I have one running right now. It's picking different things. It's picking. I don't even know the name of these tokens. Ocean, Rose. Who knows what the hell this thing means? But yeah, again, these are you're taking small fractions, and you're like penny stocks basically. So if you could make $3.72 and then another $4, $4.27, 2.7, $4 a day, a $50 account. How fast are you going to start stepping it up, brother?
Yeah, exactly.
You're very quickly, you're getting $250 at the end of the month. That's not a lot of money for most people, but it's a lot of money for people who have to work 2 weeks to make $50, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. They're not that's a right. You're talking about people in the third world and all that, and that
Everywhere on planet Earth who needs some protection from all the
right,
mayhem that's
that
about to
alone.
happen.
It's that amount of money alone. But then the whole thing of like, well, if you can do this and you can scale it up, then
Oh yeah, you listen. You scale it up nice and gently for the people. I reckon we'll level up once or twice in the first month. I got to get paid too, but I'm not going to take a penny until everyone's made money and they've volunteered to pay it. I'm not going to put a knife to anyone's throat. You got to pay me my $50 or you're dead. That could be, maybe he needs it for fucking baby formula. What do I know what's going on in people's lives? I don't know.
right.
But after a month, and if I've made you a couple $100 on your original 50, you got to be a mensch and give me the $50 because at least you had a good score for 1 month in your life. Someone did something right for you, bought your lunch.
Oh yeah.
Starvin Marvin always said to me, "Buy the world lunch, Nate. That'll be a score." Buy everybody lunch. That was after we made up a new lie. If we made up a new lie, then we could buy everyone lunch. That was the idea. But yeah, Gloria's going to have to start off nice and slow.
Oh yeah.
She can't do guppy and stuff like that. That's crazy. She's going to have to start off on Euro USD style.
Oh yeah, tone. Yeah, that's the recommendation we're going with. Pretty much.
And you know what? And you break it up for her. Here's your 8 hours. She's going to sit there wondering to herself, "What the fuck am I doing standing in front of this computer? I've already put in all the scripts that that has been shown to me and what to do. I can go on with my life now. Now I can go to the gym and I can work out and I can look pretty, whatever her story is, man. Or she can start playing, writing music.
Yeah.
Listen, I think that Simpleton's idea of this as just a supplementary income style is a great idea too. Just make a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. It helps out.
How the hell else are you supposed to scale into becoming a professional if that's even what you want to do, right?
Huh?
Well, in my impeccable French, voila, voila, like how else are you supposed to, even if you wanted to become a professional, you can't just drop everything and go, oh, okay, here I am. You scale into becoming that by gradually. It's always a gradual thing,
Of course. I think a lot of people got mesmerized by Bitcoin. It went up from 20,000 to 60,000. People can relate to those numbers, man. 20,000 may be a lot of money. 60,000, wow, it tripled my money. People can do that math in their head very quickly. They're like, fuck, if I put 100, I would have 300. If I put 1,000, I would have 3,000. Well, I got news for you. Even in the U.S. of A., and I lived there for 7 years, so I know from whence I speak. Putting together $1,000 is not easy if you're just working for the man. It's not easy to put $1,000 together. If you're working at a really good gig and you've got a secure gig and you're getting paid more than $40,000 a year, yeah, good luck saving $5,000 to get into this game. So
yeah, sure, yeah, exactly. I mean, thankfully that's not much of an issue. I mean, that's like. And like I said,
there's your risk reward right there. Do you have $500 that you will not get kicked out of your apartment if you lose it? I mean, these are things that are very important. I don't think people even think about this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. I mean,
if I lost $700 in a day, I'd be really pissed. It means that something blew up in my face, and I need that $700 because you know what? There's a lot of shit going on in everyone's life. So. It's got to be enough that you'll cry uncle. That's what you need to get out of people. Gloria needs to say, you know what? If I lost $100, I'd be really fucking mad. I'd be pissed off, and I'd be ruin my fucking week. Okay, so you can't play. You can't play for $100 if you're going to be scared to lose. Well, if I lost $20, it wouldn't mean so much to me. Then you know what? There you go. There's your number. There's your win target right there. Well, then we're going to aim for 20. But if you come back with 5 for 4 days in a row, you still made your 20. So we spread it out over 4 days. But don't worry, you'll be making $40 in a month, and you'll be making $80 a day in 2 months. And if you hang on for 6 months, you're going to be at 5 Gs. It's just very simple math, right? If you explain it to people like that, and they have that temperament to wait it through,
Oh yeah,
They could do this business.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I really think that's the way it is. I mean, I think that there's a part of me that thinks, like coming from poker thing and all that, that like a lot of people aren't cut out to trading for like serious quote unquote trading. But then another part of me is like, you know what? Actually, more people, like if they learn the right way, if they stumble into the right like program, the right mentor or whatever, I think more people, like the subset of the people that can learn that way, versus having to just the total set of people that are just okay, here's the world, here's the internet, here's all the scams, weed through that and find out how to trade. The subset of people that like stumble into a good training thing or a good mentor, I think more people can like learn how to trade and than a lot of people realize.
Probably, but again,
I don't know how much more, but I think it's more than just that.
Yeah, more than you would expect. Probably, you could be right.
It's more than the total set of people that go ahead, figure it out. Let me just pick you out of the plane and with a parachute. You're lucky. And
so I got news for you. A lot of people got into the whole thing because crypto became exciting, and there was very easy ways to on-ramp yourself. Put $50 in, $100 in. You got a check from the government. Let's rock and roll, YOLO. All the gaming sites. Everybody had a great time with it, which reminded me a lot of the year the 1999, 2000, when everybody was just a genius stock picker, because every stock they picked went up. So everyone's a fucking genius until everything collapses, of course.
Right, exactly.
But so you have to take it with I think personality, temperament. There's a few things that are important to be a successful trader. I'm not a successful discretionary trader. That's why I went right away with the algos. I put my thoughts into something that's so idiotic that it'll just take me out of the trade, because most people, I think, without realizing it, are going to want that antelope, they want the whole meal. They want the whole thing in one, I want to get my 50 pips. I don't give a fuck. And that's where that's where everybody's, in my opinion, that's where a lot of people's expectancy starts dropping, because they're holding on for that last pip. The idea should be take the money and run. Yeah, take the money and run, buddy. Just take the money and run.
Oh yeah, that's
because massive. You know what? They're taking the money from you every chance that they get. So you got to take the money when it's available. The market mistress is run by a pimp who misdirects everybody continuously, and that's their job in life. Inflation. What about this? What about that? Well, I don't think we're going to do anything about interest rates. It's such a joke. I realize that the Federal Reserve with the printing and this and that, I don't think that had anything to do with anything, because if you listen to guys that are like Eurodollar University, what's his name, Kalinowski, he's out there in the Cayman Islands for a reason. Listen to those guys. They're like, no, buddy, there's a shortage of really, really good paper out there. Everyone's loans are fucking bullshit, right? Banks are not lending each other money because they don't trust each other's, foundational concepts, if you will. I mean, I'll take a treasury bill for sure. I'm not going to take, the 15-year bond from Ecuador. People are putting up for collateral. There's not enough collateral in the world right now. That's the problem, in a nutshell. From what I understand, what these guys are explaining. So, yeah. You know what? I always, like I said to Simpleton a long time ago, if you get on a plane and it just takes you anywhere, you don't know where you are. As long as the cab driver would prefer to take an American dollar bill for the ride as opposed to his own cruceros, the American dollar is the only thing that counts.
Right.
The moment that the cab driver says, "Listen, I'd rather take rubles, or I'd rather take whatever," and that's when you know that the whole psychological shift has happened and no one wants the dollar anymore. But I think a lot of people still want dollars, buddy. People are hoarding them like crazy.
Right.
Because if things are going to get rough, oh, dude, I got news for you. You got to buy American. If you're in Canada, you have to buy American. The only way to offset all the bullshit that's going on in this country is to have American.
Oh, really?
Because well, you tell me why.
No, I don't know. I was gonna say.
Paying $7 a gallon here.
Oh my God.
Okay, $7 a gallon U.S.
Oh wow,
That's fucking nuts. So if if you were smart and you looked ahead and you thought about things from a macro perspective, you'd say to yourself, "Fuck, man, give me the USD. I don't give a fuck about the rest of this shit."
right.
I want the
That
U.S.
makes
dollars.
sense. Like,
Yeah, I'm not interested in. I think the difference on the USD, like it's a horrible pair to trade because it's so volatile, as Simpleton has shown many times. But
oh, which one? The dollar CAD?
U.S. Yeah, the CAD, U.S. CAD, Canadian.
Is it?
It's just it's a sawtooth. You better have a deep account. Look,
What
for
is
me,
it?
this stuff is easy for me because I have a very deep account, so I could place limits on, on daily handles. I don't care. Come and get it. If it works, it works. I don't really care one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, you can really trade. Just to look at this is the great thing about not trading setups.
Hmm?
The great thing about not trading setups is they can just look back on the chart a few days and see pretty much what any pair like generally does, or go back a few months, or get a time slice from a couple of years, whatever you want to do, and pretty much trade support and resistance still. It's like, oh, this wicks a little more, and blah blah blah, and that kind of thing. I mean,
You know what? There's a lot of people that listen. I did very well for a year when I needed to, and I had too many things to take care of. On a personal note, I did better that year doing one trade a week than I did probably the year before. And I only had one trade that I knew what the edge was. I knew what it was before I got in there. I knew I could go as heavy as I had the ability to, and I only played for whatever X dollars it was that day. And I knew I was going to get it. And I knew I was going to get it 70% of the time with that one particular setup that cost me money to figure out what the setup was, right? I had to hire a Python coder. We had to go back in time and do a statistical analysis of X, Y, and Z. Once you figure out X, Y, and Z, and it works 70% on one day a week, then there's your trade. And you can live off that trade. I know I did. So I agree that there's many ways to skin the cat. And, there's many ways to approach this idea. But, as long as people are creative and, they could do okay.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I just like how you can distill it down to a few first principles.
Oh, it's important. It's imperative. It's so important. Everyone misses that part. Dude, if you can make $5 a day, you can make $500 a day, and you can make $5,000 a day like we did.
Right.
Make that $5 a day. Yeah. Figure out a way to do it.
Right. So I'm saying, as far as the first principles thing goes, I'm wondering if there is a first principle that is that you could, if you had a gun to your head, you had to distill it trading down into. Would there be a possible single first?
Oh, you're talking about like when the Roman gladiator walked up to the rabbi and said, "You guys are all into this whole Torah concept. Can you explain it to me while I'm standing on one leg?" And he said, "Yeah, whatever is distasteful for you, don't do it to other people." Now that was changed.
Right.
Obviously, Jesus said, "Do unto others as they would do unto you." But that was an inversion of what the original rabbi said, by the way. So it's a slightly different look at it. But if I had to do it on one leg, what's your uncle? I mean, where are you going to cry uncle? And then work to make 1% of whatever that uncle is every single day consistently. And that's all. That's the first. That's the only principle you need.
You know what? I cannot argue with that. That's the kind of thing that I think people need to understand, to look for that kind of thing, way of looking at things, that first principle thing. Because I don't know if I can't tell if
you could say to Gloria, I'll give you an example. You say to Gloria, "Listen, Gloria, what we're trying to do is buy lipsticks. We've only got $500, so if we buy $500 worth of lipsticks in one shot and we can't sell them, we're in trouble. So let's just separate a little bit of what we're going to do. Well, let's say we're going to go out into the flea market. We're going to buy 50 lipsticks from the first person that we meet. We're going to sell it to the fifth person that we meet in the flea market. We're not going to sell them for $1. We're going to sell them for $1.20. He's going to say, well, that sounds pretty cool. And then you go ahead and you show her where the lipsticks are and where you're going to buy them and what levels. And, you go from there, because the metaphor is you're selling lipsticks. You're buying tickets and selling tickets, if you will. So these tickets could be just lipsticks concepts. And the reason I use lipsticks is because my good friend, he was very, very big into the cosmetics industry. And he told me, he said, Nate, a woman would rather spend her last $9.99 on a tube of lipstick than a fucking sandwich. I said, well, you were in the right business. He goes, absolutely. So that's the way it goes with the lipstick.
Sure, yeah, But
listen, how are you going to convince a guy who wants to drive a Ferrari on his next trade? What's his name? Lamborghini Raul. How are you going to convince people that are following that they should be happy with $5 a day? They're like, fuck you. I said it myself. What are you, fucking nuts? $5? Fuck you. I need, I'm guilty of that. So I'm only saying things that I've gone through myself, and the fact that I'm a bit older and Simpleton's a bit older than most people here is, you guys should just latch on to what we're saying, because it's just a lifelong experience. We've been kicked in the teeth more than everyone else. I've blown up more accounts. I have friends that have blown up $6 million accounts, and we'll leave it at that.
oh yeah, sure. I can imagine.
So, people are like, well, I don't think I want to risk more than 20. Okay, fine. This is not for you. Next, you're not going to be in the perfume business, and you're not going to be in the cosmetic business, because this is about tickets. This is about making sure you're buying it right. You're buying inventory. I think Simpleton said it perfectly well. If you've never been in business for yourself and you've never bought inventory and you don't know what it's like to buy it on wholesale and sell it at retail, or wholesale to wholesale or manufacturer, you can get a really good deal once in a while when they're out of season. All those little things are important, because you work in the real world. Right? There's Christmas. There's Amazon Day. There's all kinds of things going on all the time. That's the same with the markets. There's something going on.
Right, exactly.
Right, so are you going to actually teach Gloria to look into the newspaper to see what's going on on the forex factory, to see what reports are coming up for the Euro USD? That would be interesting. That would be a nice thing to let her know about. If you want to check this out before you go fly the helicopter, there's a few things you need to check. Correct? You got to have a helicopter. Every pilot I know goes through a checklist, buddy, and it'll take an hour. It doesn't matter. You've got to go through the checklist. So the beginning trader has to go through a checklist. What that checklist is, you can design that, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the thing. That's one of the.
You need to have that checklist. You're not going to take off with a helicopter without a checklist. It's not going to fly.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You're in trouble.
More, like, even if you're not a beginner like that, that's pretty rock solid to me, especially for a beginner.
I do the same thing every day and every night. I'd have the exact same pattern every single day and every single night. And I'm just trading. I'm trading micros.
Yeah. And
because I don't have to go any crazier than that.
Yeah, dude,
listen, if I can make my nickel a night, a couple hundred here, 2,000 here, one day 500, one day lose 2,000. At the end of the year, because I've been sizing up, I went from, let's be realistic here, I went from 10 micros to 80 micros in 6 months.
Yeah, sure.
So now I can put in orders while I'm sleeping, like Simpleton does. I think it's fucking brilliant. I could put in orders, all the way 2 standard deviations deep and not feel it. If it comes and gets it, it comes and gets it. I don't have the sophistication because of Simpleton's concepts of putting different drops in different densities. I can't do that with micros. It doesn't work. It's too, I mean, the tickets are so expensive. Every contract is so expensive in terms of margin. But in this world here, you could go bananas. I mean,
I know. That's
legitimately.
That's a great thing.
Oh man, I could put this and the problem is if people don't have a checklist, they just start dropping and dropping and dropping, and they don't really quite understand what they're dropping and why.
Right.
They're going to blow up their accounts.
That's one of the reasons why I'm going with as a first principle to teach a beginner.
Good for you. Good for you.
It's the thing of just don't even. Here's the demo account. Here's what it looks like. Open it up. Look at it. Look at price move around. Blah blah blah. Here's the smallest order you can put in. Here's the same thing. Put it in. Whatever. 10 pips down. Put another one in 10 pips down. And you know what? Now we can put in a couple, maybe 5 pips apart. That's interesting. Now we're scaling in and
Right. Yep,
in a very
yep,
first
yep.
principles way. And there you go. Just I'm going to keep it simple like that for her in the beginning and start there, like I said. And
Simples does, that's for sure.
that's what I want to do. I don't want to have a thing of like, oh, but she's not maximizing her thing. And
Don't worry about that. You know what you have to find
maximizing.
out? First of all, if it's her last 500, she can't trade. If it's a gift from her
Right.
grandmother, okay, fine. If you're not going to spend it on yourself and you want to buy a new guitar, buy the guitar. Follow your passion first. This is a side hustle. This side hustle is going to buy you a coffee every day for the rest of your life.
Right. Right. So
And if you get good, and if you stick to it and you follow the plan and you lay out the position sizing and the scaling for her, and she does the same thing over, rinse, repeat every day. Okay, she may not win every day, but that's part of life. You know, sometimes you can't get rid of the inventory that you have of listing.
since she's not going to be exactly scalping the
You're not
one
going to be there. No. You can't get into that for people right off the top.
right. No, exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely not. It's too risky for them.
Yeah. No. So we'll do like a swing thing off of like.
I say do the
like a
evil
15 minute
Knievel
and
bot.
like a
You know,
4-hour thing.
go very deep and let it go. You know.
Yeah, this is the main thing. A big thing to me is that the thing that is that one of the reasons I'm confident she can do okay is because I might not be like the absolute greatest trader in the world, but at
Matter.
least,
Can you be consistent?
right? And no, I'm good enough to do it for a living. But I mean, my point is, at least it doesn't matter as long as she has someone having an actual like, you know, the presumptuous word like mentor or whatever, someone who can check her actual thing and go, here's some feedback today, and not have to like, well, she's got to look it up in 10 different books or find some video and weed that out of something and whatever.
No, you
That's
don't have
a
to do that.
big advantage in like learning quicker. So it just really is, you know.
Oh.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm just typing away here. Get a lot of messages. I'm trying to guide people as well that are interested in different instruments that are not necessarily forex related. And for me, the idea is get to consistency, do the same thing over and over again, make it boring for her. You know why, buddy? The last thing you want is for her to be glued in front of the screen. That's for the retards like us.
Yeah.
You know, that's the last thing you want for a folk singer and an artist. You don't want her in front of the screen. You want her there for 15 minutes maximum as she's putting on her makeup. I swear to God, that's the way I would approach it.
Yeah. That's one of the principles, like just not.
Oh yeah, you want limited exposure to the CRT race for sure. Let her put on her makeup. Let her, take a look at what she's looking at. Let her try things. Let her lose a few times, but not too much, obviously. That's my feeling for her. For Gloria, should just be on the screen for 15 minutes with the underlying principle that this is all money management, and what she's working for is someone to buy her a coffee for the rest of her life.
Yeah,
and that's what this should do. And you know what? It'll buy her a car at the end. I already know that because she'll say, "Wow, I got 5 G's in the account. I better take it out before the broker blows up and takes all my money." I mean, these are things that you have to be concerned about, right? Oh, that happens all the time, buddy.
That's another.
I won't even tell you how many people I know called me from all over the world when Cyprus decided to take everybody's money. My phones exploded. Every single phone I had, plus, I mean, it was crazy.
Did you say Cyprus?
Cyprus. Go back to Cyprus when they decided to lock everybody's bank account and take all their money. Just look it up, buddy. Just spend a week on that, and that should.
Talking about what the 2015 thing?
Yeah, I think it was around there. Yeah, it's about 70. Yeah, crazy times.
Oh, yeah.
Just typing someone back here.
having a friend. I made a lot of friends here. Nice people,
Cool,
man.
what?
Good people. I think he's got a good group of people here.
Yeah, it seems like after a while, it's been like I recognize a lot of most of the same people, but you get more, you do get some different people. But not a lot of people chime in on the mic though, for some reason.
I think it's just a generational thing. Most people are probably just shy for the, or they're busy, they're at work, and this is more of like a radio show for them, which is fine.
Oh yeah, plus
You know what? I'm watching him place his boxes, and there goes the ripping right up through the fucking box. It's so funny. Yeah, you get to know Trapper John MD. He knows where to place those traps there, kids. So he knows where it's going. But again, he wrote it for his lifestyle, for the things that he likes to do and wants to do. Now he's going to come in on limits down here because that's the notch that they're going to fill in later. Yeah, I mean, this is totally 100% legitimate shit. Bottom line, money management, a little bit more finesse maybe in drops. I don't know. This is something to design because there is an ultimate bot that has the scalp built in, that has the impossible trade, Evel Knievel built in. It's got to have like probably three or four major bots that within those bots have all those different, let's call them weights in terms of, localizing in certain areas, et cetera,
Yeah.
I don't even have to talk. I already understand what he's doing. Anyone who's watched him for more than 20 minutes knows exactly what he's doing here. If you don't understand it, then go back and review some videos. I mean, not to be, rude to like the ICT guys. He says, don't talk to me unless you've seen all 544 of my videos. But any one of the Simpleton videos will explain to you what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't understand the scripts. Listen, I don't know MT4. I don't know any of this shit. So I don't understand. I understand why he's doing the scripts. I understand what the scripts are there for. And I think if you just put a little bit of, like you said, first principle money management, scale in, scale out, find areas that you think are going to be, you can overload a little bit. That comes with finesse. That comes with time. That comes with practice, right?
Yeah, practice is a good word because you can do that.
Oh, that's the proper term. But Gloria is not going to be sitting in front of the computer because we're just trying to get her a coffee every day. So there's, again, different people are going to do different things, and
right.
You have to keep them at that level. That's the way I feel about it. Because if she could make her $5 every day, have 5 Gs at the end of the year, and that'll make a big difference in her life. She could pay first, last, and security deposit and move to another state.
Right, exactly. So,
I know the numbers, buddy. I've moved many times. 5K. Sorry.
He's from San Diego, so I live in Boston. So I met her when she moved out here to go to Berkeley College of Music and all that, and so that was a while ago. And then she graduated a long time ago. This is like 15 years ago or something.
Oh.
So then,
look at that, crushing right into the box. There you go. Just watching Simpleton lay up the box for another 4 hours. I guess the grid, each line is a day? Okay, each line is a day. Each horizontal, every vertical line is 1 day, I guess. I'm guessing.
Every vertical line?
Yeah, verticals are probably 1 day.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm not totally sure. I don't know what the time frame is. I can't.
It's hard for me to read it also because the screen is too small on the Discord for me, for my eyes. But he's looking here. Your top tick, Tommy.
I think the top tick was from that.
I think that's hysterical.
I want to know, like, someone could tell me the top tick Tommy thing. Wasn't that from the guy that had the auction market video or something?
I think it was actually, and they were making fun of their friend Top Tick Tommy that always bought at the very last moment at the top.
Yeah, that's the only. I actually saw that again. I was like, oh, okay, that's it.
Look at the spreads. Yeah, the spreads. Yeah, they're kind of pretty.
Simpleton uses usually a fixed pip thing, I think.
I think that's probably the way to go. That's probably the easiest way to trade. So,
because I'm like babysitting like the 5 minute or the 1 minute sometimes.
Listen,
the 1 minute and the 5 minute, you should have well, in my opinion, I'm not going to tell you what to do, obviously. But if you're doing 5 minutes, you should have something like something that throws the orders ahead of the punch up.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you could do that.
I just
don't
do
know
that myself. I mean,
I don't know how MT4 works. I found that 5-minute bars are working well for things like cryptos. Works well on the 5 minute. 1 minute is a little bit tricky because, again, order fill, slippage, all that jazz. Unless you're in the high frequency world, you're gonna get chopped a little bit here and there. They're not gonna fill in all your orders. If you're gonna be doing buy stops, they're for sure not gonna fill your orders on Bybit. I can tell you that right now. I would place buy stops fucking 10 minutes ahead of the market because I knew exactly what they were doing. Because after a while, you begin to recognize, okay, here comes all the algo traders for the Asian session, and here comes New York. Wait a second, they're dropping off in London. It's a handoff. I think he did a good job explaining.
I'm barely at the point. I'm not quite at the point where I recognize all that stuff.
You should be able to determine the heartbeat of the market based on where it is in the world. Like who's got the hold on it right now. Who's got the mistress right now? Is it Asia? I have no idea. 8:45. I guess Asia's coming in at 9 o'clock. He's taken over that shit. So the Asian markets are typically not as crazy and volatile as other parts of the day, right? So these are things you need to know.
That's where I like I like a nice 5 to like 15, 20 pip range or whatever on that.
Sure.
You can just fade every single reversal pretty much.
Buddy, that's how Peter Stone won a lot of the.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He won a lot of the competitions by fading.
What is this? So what was the stone? What was it called? The stone.
The stone stack. It's basically ticket racks. It's basically what Simpleton's doing.
I looked this up and I couldn't.
You're not going to find it, buddy. No one's going to talk about that shit. This is.
Where do I get to dig around to see that?
You're not going to find it.
Oh, how dare you guys!
You'll find it if you look up Peter Stone, University of Austin, Texas. You'll find him there, but you have to go through about 400 papers to find the one that I'm talking about. But that's okay.
Oh, you don't know.
Basically, what you're doing, what Simpleton is doing, is the Peter Stone stack. But Peter Stone was stuck, like I was for many years, not doing it. He was doing it in a grid fashion. But he didn't have the ability, again, because of the lack of time to program it and whatnot, he didn't have the ability to lay tickets in clusters. Let's call it the cluster effect. Look at this, just ripped everyone's face off. I have no idea what's going on this. But it just blew through the moon. Yeah, I don't short, so I'm happy I wasn't shorting that. And Peter Stone said the same thing that I'll tell you, my friend. You can fade to the middle forever until it fails. If you don't have a double reverse flip on the edge of that to go with the flow, you're going to get crippled at least 2 or 3 times, per 10. Like 20% of the time you're going to get zonked out.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, let me see what you're saying. You're talking about just fading reversals, pretty much.
Talking about sells on top and buys underneath, and keeping if the price is between the two of them, whatever clicks off first is what you're doing, right?
Right.
Assume the price is at one level, and you go up 10 pips, and you've got all your sell racks, and you go down 10 pips, and you've got all your buy racks. He would have it in such a way that as the price migrated up, they were selling, and as it was coming down, they were buying. So fading to the middle. Yeah, it's called eye of the needle, but that's another story for another time.
Right, but what do you mean by if you don't have a double reverse flip, then?
Because let's just say, like, it just went screaming over here. Simpleton put in a really nice rack of sell orders, and it ripped right through everyone's face, right? It went up to another ledge that no one forgot to look back at. So the minute that it rips through your cells, the last cell that you have on the top of your asymmetrical martingale-ish type of cell.
Thankfully, I would have had cells right up. You have to have cells up there, but yeah.
Well, this is the point. Yeah, only looking in hindsight did you see. Wait a second, we should have had cells all the way up to there. But again, it's going to be dictated by the size of your account.
Right, but what I'm saying, seeing just a limited, however much data you could see on the screen. Just go by the structure. You automatically.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm with you. But let's assume you were playing in that little area like he was earlier,
right,
during that day, and then it just took off. So in other words, you didn't have the cell rack all the way up to the top. You only had it up to the top of that box that it's coming back into right now.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so if you only had your cells up to that, if you didn't have a double reverse, double flip, whatever style going on, that whole stack is going to fail. The whole thing's going to get stopped out.
You're talking about a hedge where you either buy the market or you get buy stops or something?
No, what I would do is I would literally reverse the trade and double down on it. And so that I would only have to go up another 10, 15 pips to take care of the stack that I just about got crippled on. These are different techniques for different types of fighting styles, right? We found that we were trying to use standard deviations and all kinds of moving averages.
Okay.
Say again?
No, I was saying but if it broke out of there, like this looks like a good example, roughly, of what you're saying, I guess, right? So you're talking about
right now. If you went back before that huge pulse.
You're talking about you're on that long train, right?
Yeah. Right now we're on the live stream and we're back into the area that was just goofing off for a few hours. Right. You could do your fade trades all the way, but when you saw that pulse that went flying, you needed to have an order there that basically went the other way for double the amount. Yeah.
Well, that's the part of the first principles I was talking about, is you're basing your order placement on structure.
Okay.
I'm back engineering that from the furthest reaches of where it could go to begin with. That's the first principle thing. So I already have that.
You may not have a big enough account to have orders all the way up there, brother.
No, but but you do I don't have to trade standard lots. I got.
No, I'm with you on that. I agree.
I'm not talking about me anyway. Say that someone only has like $100 account or something too, right?
Talk with 500 because I think that's more reasonable. To make sure people are serious because they don't want to lose it.
You can still do this. You can still do that and have those orders scaled up out there and still be playing in a tight range, because in the tight range you have small stops. Gotcha. Whereas in this thing you have mean reversion to take out your winners and your losers.
Okay.
That's what. I don't know if I'm explaining that the right way.
I'm getting it slowly.
So I'm not trying to be contrary. I'm saying like.
No, listen. I didn't say
I'm doing my best to address what you're saying.
I know shit about forex. I'm watching it for the first time intently.
Yeah, maybe.
In the last week. So
that's really interesting.
Whatever you can throw at me, Daddy, I want to understand it. I understand Simpleton's methodology. I think his technique is fantastic for what he's doing and what he's showing people. And what you're talking about, I have to concentrate a little bit harder. You're saying...
Yeah, I know. I'm
saying my stops. In other words, if you play with no stops whatsoever, you better have orders that are going the other way to make sure that your whole account doesn't blow up on you. I get that part. I think.
If you're not playing with stops, okay. Well, all right. I'm also like, it's not that you wouldn't have a master stop, but
you need to have a catastrophic exit. Correct.
Right, it's pretty much
correct.
Okay. I mean, whether it's I don't want this to get too vague or anything, but I guess whether it's the account or whether it's like you were saying, like a 25% loss on a small relative to your thing account.
Well, if your P&L goes up, let's say today you just let it run, and for some reason it filled up all your orders and nothing got stopped, and it was just glorious, and you were up $10. You should have a stop in there that once it starts not working, in other words, the next rack or whatever doesn't quite work out, you got to be able to escape with the $7.50. That was my concept of the 25% drop from the high watermark. Very hard to program, by the way. You're constantly seeing where you are in your P&L, and you will not let your P&L drop more than 25% from the high watermark. So let's just say you just got into another rack and it was going goofy on you, and all of a sudden tickets were being filled and stops were being hit, or whatever's going on in your in the life of this trade. it would automatically stop you out once you had $7.50. So you're going home with $7.50 on the $10 that you tried to walk away with. But you weren't there anyways to watch any of this happen. You showed up at home and you said, wow, I made my $5. Wow, I made my $7.50. Because you've already leveled up your account. You're trying to make $10 now after a month, right? You want to come home with $7.50. So that was the idea of take it strategy. I mean, Simpleton's doing it by hand. I do it by hand. Most people who've traded for a long time just do it by hand. Give me the 500, 450. I don't really care. Let's just get out. I'm not interested in going on anymore. Also, limits the amount of trading. Now, what you're referring to, I think, is you'll have to explain it a little bit for me because I didn't quite understand all of it, brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's I think most of the problems with like understanding some of the stuff is just like basic inability for me to really say this clearly, I guess. It's just not. It's not even.
There's no rush over here. There's no rush.
It would be something you would easily, very, very easily understand this if I explained it well enough. I think.
Listen, we've got at least another hour before the computer dies on me, so take your time. In other words, you don't have to explain it to me right now. Think about it for a half hour. We can go on to other topics, whatever. And then you'll say, hey, you know what? If I drew this box here and I drew this box here, this is what I'm talking about. The price goes through here, and I have a catastrophic stop that's 50 pips above it, so I'm not really worried. I'll take the money on the way back down. You know, like there's a lot of ways to describe it. You just take your time. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal.
We'll see what Price is doing right here, right?
Okay.
He's going back and seeing the structure and stuff. But when it does something like that, when people ask, they'll say something like, "Oh, what do we do if it keeps going like that?" And you go, "Well, okay, so you got to realize that you're on a bigger scale, and you got to have." And then it just comes down to like
it just fucking drops like a bomb.
Right. Well, it's the sort of like, I guess it's kind of like the duh answer of like, well, basic. What happens is people get confused when you talk about something where it looks like you're doing some kind of a martingale-ish thing,
right?
And yet you're talking about using stop losses too. People like you don't hear that used too often together, I don't think. Right?
Okay.
I think that's one of the problems. So, in a situation like this, it's like if you're in a tighter range, you just allow that. You're still scaling in and martingaling in within that small scale. You do have a stop loss somewhere. Whether you could use your account or whatever, but not to complicate it. You can have a relatively small stop loss there, knowing it could break out, but you're going to get like 5 reversals usually, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you're going long and short, up and down, right? So when it breaks out like that, you already have a small stop loss, even though you are martingaling in within that small area, even if it's not technically called a martingale. Maybe that's what throws people off. But when it goes out like that, then suddenly now you could martingale in again. You could do that, but you're doing it on now instead of 1 pip apart, you got your orders like 10, 15 pips apart, and then gradually increase that to the next structure if you want. But I don't know if I'm explaining that the right way, but I'm giving it a shot, I guess.
Sorry, I've just said a little 2 things at once. I think what you're saying is you can expand the accordions. It's like you're playing an accordion and you can expand it.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm saying. I mean,
it's like you know how you know like when you play the accordion, you can pull it apart.
Yeah.
So is that what you're referring to? Like you can pull apart the stack. It's like an accordion. You're pulling it apart and then it can come back together again. Am I thinking?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess.
Right?
That sounds like, especially if that works for you as a metaphor and stuff. It's like.
Yeah, just thinking about it.
It's like, I guess maybe like as a trader, what's the interest, the easiest thing to think about is the fractal thing, I guess, that fractal
Sure.
relationship.
Sure.
So, so it's just like, yeah, just if you thought of a martingale that has it doesn't necessarily double up, but it gradually increases to one degree or another. You could do it to where you double up if you know what your risk is. You want to do it that way. But say you do that, but you still have it controlled.
Well, this is
So
where
then-
money management is so essential. Like you said, first
Right, right.
principles. How much are we
Right,
going to
it
lay
just-
out for the whole rack? I mean, we're going to take the
Right.
market mistress for a ride. How much money are we going to spend on her? you know? So the
Right,
first
right.
level could be, coffee and maybe a quick drink. Second level, higher up, well, we're going to be buying dinner right now. And then the third level up is, I got to buy our mint coat because it's on sale, right? So it's the summertime. Mint coats are on sale.
Yeah.
So right, I only buy my mint coats in the summertime, right? And my ski boots and everything.
right.
Everything here I buy in the summertime for winter. That's the way to do it, right?
Yeah. I mean,
That's one way to think
so
about
it's
it.
something like that, so that you just, if it breaks out into some new thing, I guess the thing I was trying to explain was when you said, see how he's playing within this relatively tight range, and then it breaks way out upward and all that.
Right.
And you're like, well, also notice this is what I actually wanted to ask you about this.
Sure.
You see how where you could draw a trend line going up on those prices
Sure.
to where the top of that, you see it wicks up way up there and all that.
Yeah.
Well, so my understanding of what a trend or a trend line is obviously you count a trend trading at the end there, which doesn't matter. All you need is a trend line and support and resistance, or either one of them. But like, why does the trend line work at all? Isn't that because it's my best understanding is it's a rate of change that just is
It's
tends to
momentum.
go
Isn't it
on
just momentum?
long enough that it's somewhat predictable, at least for a while, enough to make money. But I'd like to hear what you had.
You have to give me a minute here. I got to take care of something right here. Give me 1 second, brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Here comes the plunge down in case. I like it. I like what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh, we're back. At least for a while, I guess I gotta.
What pair is this? Do you
Eventually,
even know? Can you see what pair this is?
What pair he's trading? Yeah, let me get a better resolution on the thing on the screen for a second. Wait, looks like I think it's the Euro USD. Wait, let me look a little better. Yeah, it's the Euro dollar.
Okay.
The hourly time frame.
Listen, look at the top of that to the bottom. That's quite a range.
Oh yeah, let's see. That's a round number for you.
Hard to play. You know what? I understand why he's doing so many different kinds of tickets. It's hard to place it. It's hard to. Every day's different, man. Every single day is different, and even in the bigger contours. Yeah, I would be putting. Yeah, that's right. You put your sell limits all the way up there. Yeah, for sure. You want to extend that all the way across. So maybe they'll come back down and get those. Look at all the zigs and zags that go on in it. You've got to be prepared for all of that stuff, or not, or just have that.
Yeah, that's
one
why I like
plan.
support and resistance so much.
Kind of, yeah, kind of.
I mean, because you could see something and go, well, look. One of the first principles thing to use is like, say, closing prices on a line chart, right? You can see
Sure,
the
I've only done that. He's the first guy I've met in the universe, other than myself, that uses closing prices on a line chart.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a first principles thing of, well, now you could see how counter trend scalps into that closing price. Now people see, oh, geez, now it makes sense why you might want to martingale into that and get the edge of that wick. And
right.
But
It's
not
all
only
about,
that,
yeah, where's the wick
what's
going to go down
what's
to?
great is if you could see that closing price is there and that the market tends to respect that some rate of change over time, and you can take that counter trend scalp and then also hold, realizing that for the most part that thing is going to go back further through that closing price. Let's see it. Like,
I guess so.
how do I try and explain it? Like, let's see. The part. You see that wick that's kind of in the middle of the chart? That's like,
Yeah.
to the left, and the
It's a huge wick. I can see it. It's a huge wick. It just drops to infinity.
Actually, not even that. I'm not talking about that one. I'm sorry, I didn't explain this. Like, there's a bearish wick on the upside. I guess you call it bearish when it's above. I don't even know the terminology there. It's going into like 1.0960.
I can't read the screen, bro. I'm sorry. I can't even see the screen.
Oh, that's all right.
At all.
Okay, no, I don't, because I just made it clear myself.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just trying to give an example of like that's a first principles. Just closing prices. I guess you know what I'm talking about. But the implication of that first principle is that scaling in and using since you don't know exactly how far it's going to go.
Right.
But you don't. This is where all these things come up. Where now you could see how, like, Simpleton or anyone could go off on a tangent. It's like, okay, what's the most important thing here? You could just see how, like, if I want to trade or fade a range,
Right.
I'd want to have some orders in to where I don't miss my entry.
Correct.
That are, in other words, if I have closing prices, I see the structure. I want to have some, at least a small amount of limit orders in below the structure a little bit, so that I don't completely do the goober, $5,000 course. Oops, I missed my entry by it.
Right. No, agreed.
Right. So I have something there, but it's not too big to where, all right, so I have something that doesn't, I can catch some of that if it reverses, but then as it goes into the structure, that's where I get more of my price on into the trade. Now there's the structure, but then I have a bigger part where I scale in harder if, like, say 10 pips, if it wicks in beyond that, like 10 pips, right?
Right.
And so,
These 20 pip lines, I think these are 20 pip lines across, right?
right. So even if I just get the scalp, I make enough to profit.
Sure.
Even if the main thing that respected that was in on the exact structure was
Buddy,
it break even
I want you to make the $5. We don't care how you do it. Don't care. No one cares.
Right. But that is maximizing your risk and
Agreed. You're doing now. If you want to get really fancy, I don't want to go too into the weeds here. There is a structure that we uncovered when we were trading the E-mini. What we were doing was we didn't have something that was missing was it was like a dollar cost averaging, let's call it martingaling, whatever you want to call it. It was done in a very, very static way because we didn't know how to program, different edges. We just didn't have the programming skill, and I didn't really have the understanding of like that little last lonely wick. It didn't quite register with me at the time. So we would throw in a rack that had an asymmetrical grid on it, like you said, like your martingaling or whatever you want to call it, linear martingale, it doesn't matter what you call it. But we had it such a way, because we were doing the higher frequency stuff, we had it in such a way that we were always going to be 3 ticks away from the last entry.
Okay,
so I'll let you think about that for a few days. Because we needed to make the 3 pips to walk away with 2 ticks. Because they always took 1 tick from us. Always. It didn't matter.
Oh yeah, that sounds like some harsh.
Oh, that's insanity, buddy. You need serious money, and you better be right, because that may hit the catastrophic loss. Right?
Oh yeah,
because
jeez, I can imagine.
If you're always trying to stay three ticks away, it moves against you more than you originally thought, and then you have another layer underneath it, and then another layer, and then another layer. I mean, you're off by so much, but you got to be able to save the position. For us, the quest became, how can we minimize the catastrophic losses? Because, they are going to happen. If you're going to fade to the middle, you're going to play mean reversion, you're going to do whatever you're going to do, sooner or later, you're going to hit a catastrophic loss. So how do we minimize those? And one way that we devised was to always stay within a certain range of getting out, because we had already discovered the idea of the win target. And so if the trade was going sideways on us, we would be adding at an insane amount just to be able to get out of the trade with the win target. And it worked. It worked a lot better than what we had before, which was just 1-0-1-0-1-0-1 styles.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know how you do this with forex. I know that it worked on the E-mini if you were playing really tight and close, and you were within certain ranges of the day, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the ways that I think martingale was misinterpreted was you want to be able to get out. In other words, let's say you drop the net, and the net is getting thicker and thicker the deeper it goes. There's one way to metaphor. If it's getting thicker and thicker, you know what? There's a few fish that are going to escape once in a while, but you're going to catch most of the big ones. Now, if you end up with a really big fish that's really rocketing the wrong way, you will have a catastrophic exit, but you know ahead of time from first principles what 27 contracts plus 8 contracts plus 3 plus 1, you knew how much that whole set was going to cost.
Right,
and if that
as
was
long
within
as you know that.
Yeah, you have to know that before you go off to this world of letmegetoutofthetrade.com. You need to know that. You need to know that.
Exactly. And this is what's I guess you can tell me how different this is. Like, I guess forex is a way more mean reverting kind of market than all of these things, right?
Probably.
In
But
general,
most
right?
markets, most instruments, think about it like this. And let's go back to the analogy of printing out the piece of paper and rotating it 90 degrees. If you take this chart right here and you rotate it 90 degrees, and you actually run your finger across the actual skier, let's call it the skier going downhill. Look how many cuts this guy does. What do they call that? What do they call that? When they cut, what's that called?
I don't even know. But
Well, in skiing, you know, when they're
like
always
that, right?
grooving and they're cutting from one side to the next, they go from one foot to the other. Carving is the proper term. My
Okay,
apologies for all the people out there. Look how many times they're carving, and that really belies your statement that it's basically mean reverting most of the time. Yeah, because they got to cut as many times as possible, like a Pac-Man, Pong,
Right.
whatever you want to think of, and they're going to
Right.
go as many times as possible. Why? Because they get paid every time someone is on the wrong foot. It's right instead of left. So their interest as market makers, as banks, as whatever you want to call them, as the players, the bigger fish, their interest in is carving as much of the mountain as possible on their way, downhill.
Yeah.
So you see big cars, then you see little cars, like they're just fucking, grooving, and then they go wider, and then they come back in, and then they're like. I wish I was an animator. I shouldn't say I wish, because wishes don't come true. If I was an animator, I would animate a guy, literally going downhill. Not the way that it is up and down here, but side to side. I would show the guy carving as he was going down the hill, and I would have, the future dates in the future. Trees that are coming up at you. You got to be careful. I know a guy who hit a tree. It was not good.
Oh wow. Yeah.
That's the idea here. I think you got the basic principle. Again, depending on. Listen, if you could do your 5 trades a day and it doesn't take up your whole life, it makes you your consistent win target. Basically golden. Really are. You don't have to do much more than that. Maybe investigate other types of instruments and try. You can experiment if you really got the fever for cowbell. Yeah. If you got the fever for cowbell, then you need more cowbell. Then you're going to try different instruments. You're going to see certain things work better. Again, this is the journey of self-discovery, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is about.
I think I mean, it's almost like forex is like a traders thing, in the sense that it's not like in other markets. Mostly, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking most of it is you're looking to buy bullish pullbacks. Pretty much. Mostly, I'm imagining. So in this, it's less polarized. Like.
Because they're carving. Look how many times they carve in between the carves.
Right. So in other words, you constantly can. I say trader because you can just I'm buying. It's there, but now I can just easily counter trend, so-called trend.
Right on.
I just keep buying and selling, and so that your equity curve is like it's crazily consistent because you can get so many trades in per unit of time. I mean. So, because you can constantly fade the market, it's like, whereas I'm imagining these other things, you can still do that, but it's got to be less. I would imagine it would be slimmer pickings with the range trading, but you tell me.
Not sure. You have to investigate these things.
Yeah. As long as you're in, like, I guess, whatever the chart says, if that's what this thing, the instrument is doing, but.
Right.
What do you you're mainly on the
I do the E-mini because it's it's second nature. Yeah. You need a huge account to trade it. I'm not going to tell you the number of the accounts. No one's business. I won't count your bank account. You won't count mine. But it cost me a car to get a house, right? It cost me a car to get a house. It was a nice car. It was a $75,000 car. But it allowed me to get a house, right? Yep. Not in Canada, in another country, but that's okay. So the bottom line for me is, wait a second here. Whatever you're coming into this, you're going to leave with. In other words, if you're coming in with an open mind and you're going to have creativity and you're going to be around positive people and you're not going to fall for the bullshit, then you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Right? You're gonna learn from first principles what your uncle point is. At what point you're fucking, that's it, I'm done. I lose $50, that's it for me. I'm not trading anymore. It's like whatever it is, 10% of the account, whatever it is. But remember, if you're still in trades and things are still processing, you have to. I think it's easier to use. I think I'm trying to think. I'm trying to say this in a way that would make sense. We're going out. We're dropping tickets because we're hoping the wholesaler will come around and sell us this beautiful new chapstick for $1 because we know we can get $1.20. Right? A couple hours later, we know we can sell it for $1.20 because the flea market changes. Different people. It's a new chapstick. Everyone's talking about it. You've sold a few. Everyone's talking about it. That's the way you got to think about this. Buying inventory. You're selling inventory. Buy high, sell higher. I made my $5. I'm out. Have a nice day.
Right.
Because the flea market's open tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Right? The flea market's always open. There's always people coming and going. There's a great book, I forgot the name, Jiminy Crickets, where they actually mathematically, they determined, let's say you were looking for a certain type of purse. You're going into like a flea market situation, or let's say one of those wholesale bazaars where they've got all the fake Gucci's and Fiorucci's and all that jazz. The question becomes, are you going to go through every single booth to get a price? Buy the first price that's offered to you? Et cetera, et cetera. So this was an interesting economical question, sociological, whatever you want to call it. I think it was something like you buy the third one if it's less than the second one, and that's your best price you're going to get. If there were 30 people with the stalls that had the same purse.
Okay.
So it was some kind of an equation like that. So yeah, you're buying lipsticks for $1 and you're hoping to sell them for $1.20. And the minute you make $5, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me, that's the whole game, which lends itself to the stuff that I like to do, which is basically tune it, create a small little scalp bot, Evel Knievel bot, doesn't matter what you want to call it, it's just fun, drunken sailor bot, whatever you want to call it. Let it play and let it make the $2 a day for everybody. That's it, you're done.
Oh, yeah.
People are going to bitch because they think $2 a day, I'm only going to make $20. You're like, okay, yeah, but you only started with 50.
Right, I mean,
if you run it for 30 days, because you can go 24/7 with the cryptos, and you make $2 a day, you're going to double the account in a month.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
And if you actually play it really, really, really good, and you actually tune it really, really well, you can give them $5 a day, and they'll see that they're making $5 a day, and by the end of the month, where are they at? A couple $100.
Yep. Exactly.
Now you can stick your hand out like a gentleman and say, listen, I did you a solid, man. Found money.
Oh, yeah.
Pay $50. You don't want to continue, no problem. No. You know what? You want people to run to pay you, buddy. That's the way life should be. People have to run to pay you.
Yeah. In other words, they'll know that you really, really deserve to get that.
Of course. You earned it. No one has a problem if you've earned it. If you've earned the right to ask for it. No one ever has a problem for it. See, Simpleton's earned the right to ask people who've been following him for 5 years to, beta test his thoughts and his things because he's showing them so much stuff. He's earned the right.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And if I can get Nick to help me load up all the stuff that I need to do, I can get the programmers to work in their sandbox for a few minutes and just do the Evel Knievel bot. You know how many people will buy the Evel Knievel bot? Because it won't trade every day, and it's not going to make $1 zillion, but with the proper money management, first principle stuff that we've been discussing all day, you got a chance to really make a difference in someone's life. Really do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And if at the end of fucking 6 months, he holds out his hand and says, listen, I need $100. I'm donating it to the hospital for sick kids. Whatever. Then no one's going to say a word. No one's going to say boo if he sticks out his hand and asks for something.
Yeah, I would hope so, because the amount of...
hang on, you know what? And if people got away with it and they made money, what a sucker, blah, 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 the joke's on them. Because he only gave them the bare minimum of what he's capable of doing. And he already shook out all the fuckers. So
Yeah.
that one move alone is going to shake out all the fuckers. You don't want to give them all the juice. You give them a little taste.
Yeah, sure.
That's a drug dealer way, right?
I guess.
They give you a sample.
Yeah.
I think all traders are addicts at heart. That's just my opinion. But it's a good addiction if you set your head straight. And that's the part that takes a long time for people to really get into. It takes years. It literally does take years.
Yeah, usually.
You can't show someone with, like, Simpleton is showing wisdom of the markets and the art form of what he's doing. And you can't show people wisdom when they just learned how to read. It's going to go over their heads. And it does.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay? So I think Gloria's going to do great at $5 a day on her $500 account. I think at the end of the year, she should at least take you out for dinner.
Yeah.
A nice
Sure.
expensive, Ruth Chris's like they have over here. Or Montana, what do they call it? Not Montana's, there's another good one. Steakhouse out there.
Wait, we're what? Like, oh yeah, we're in, like, this is the
She's got to
Boston
take you to Tony Roma's, okay?
That sounds familiar. Where is
At Florida. They had a nice Tony Roma's there. I order takeout all the time.
Oh, okay. I've only been to Florida once.
Oh, buddy. I spent 7 years there. It's enough.
Oh yeah, well, I'm kind of like, I like cool weather usually, but hey, when I went there, it wasn't like.
Where are you at now? You're up north? We're just asking for a friend.
Oh, when I went to Florida that time? Or
when you were up north, you were in Boston, you said.
Yeah, no, I live in Boston. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, great. It's a nice area. I have a lot of friends from Boston.
Nice. Yeah. No, I like it.
What's the oldest church in the country? It's not in Boston? One of the oldest churches in the country is in Boston. It's like...
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure one of them is.
I forgot the name of it, man. Very interesting. I went there with a...
I wish I remembered.
Yeah, buddy, it's beautiful. Wood. Nice place. Night mass style.
Yeah, Boston does have a lot of great stuff like that. But when I went to Florida that one time, this is a few years ago, I went to Fort Lauderdale because my mom went down there. And, I kind of went along with her. I was like, okay, great. And at least it was really, really hot, but at least it was dry. It wasn't like this horrible humidity, But that was interesting.
Nice.
So what part of Florida were you in?
I was in Miami.
Oh yeah? That's probably more exciting than...
Oh, it's nuts. Can you imagine trying to work there? I had one thing going for me. I could get into any club without even saying a word. And it's hard to do it over the phone here with the thing. Because I had the urgent care shirt on, and it looked like an emergency type thing because we wanted to look as close as possible to Miami General and all those places.
Oh, really?
So I would walk to the front of the club. It's got people packed all the way down Washington Avenue. And someone calls me and says, buddy, you got to check out this club. It's crazy tonight, whatever. So I'd roll in. I'd have my cell phone in my hand, you can imagine. And the guy at the front door is a big brother, like 500-pounder guy. And I'm on the phone, and I point. I don't say a word. I point to my ER urgent care. The guy just like, yeah, come on in. Like they figure someone's having a fucking heart attack, right? Someone gets OD or something. So I got in no problem to everywhere. That was the key to success for the club scene for Miami.
It's not a bad perk for that.
Well, it's kind of like the key to success. Kids Day at the X, right? Or the baby swap line. Anyways.
Oh, man. So, yeah, that remember you were talking about that, setting up that walk-in clinic thing?
Yeah, I did 4 of them. We took everybody's insurance. We took people who didn't have insurance. That was one of my qualifiers.
Nice.
I said, buddy, what if an indigent person comes in and they're poor and they don't have health insurance and And I said, are we going to see the person? Like, they could need attention. And he said, yeah, we'll ask them. They got $10, $20, whatever they have, we'll just to pay the doctor. I said, okay. If they don't have anything, he goes, we're not going to turn them away. I said, okay, great. Then I can work with a guy like this. Again, qualifying questions of life, right? That's the way it works.
Yeah. And that's
what I find going on now with the computers is that a lot of people don't have that interpersonal relationship concept going on very well. So it's difficult. It's difficult for me to communicate to some of the younger generation.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, it's like what you were saying before about. I was like, well, I wonder why more people don't just chime in, like talking, at least on the mic or something. And you're like, well, the real younger, like, kind of growing up on social media, or whatever. It's like that's the real thing of like, it's like, yeah, okay, the extreme. I know it's like Asperger's chic or something. You know what I mean? Like, this is like the way of like, I'm on the spectrum. I can't even like. Oh, don't worry. He seemed totally rude to you, but no, he's on the spectrum, so he gets a.
No. Most people are
never
not
learned how to actually, talk. So.
I got news for you, man. I think if people have a chance to talk to Simpleton, they should understand that. Well, listen, he comes out. The two grumpy guys in the theater for the Muppet Show. I mean, that's what's going on, right? So there's always going to be comments left and right, and I think he keeps it entertaining for himself and for the people that have been following him. So, I mean, listen, it's interesting to me. It's a whole different dynamic. You're talking to people from all over the world. I feel like I'm on one of those conference calls. Like there's a few people on the conference call, but
Yeah.
What do I know? I think people should ask. If you got someone with that much wisdom and that much experience, you should ask questions. That's the first person I'd ask the most.
I know. Well, right. Well, that's kind of how I was thinking when I first joined in, like a few years ago. I mean,
yeah, you got to ask questions, man.
I was like, geez, I could really learn something.
You can learn from everybody. What was Benjamin Franklin said? You walk into a guy on the street, you both leave with something extra that you didn't know from before you met each other.
Yeah.
You're both the richer.
Oh yeah, sure, exactly. Hopefully, that's where. It's like in trading. Like, I mean, I apparently know enough to do pretty well. I still feel like I don't really know.
You know what? But you can do. Like we call it good enough trading.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
Well, I'm good at executing and good at making money. I just feel like I have no idea how I'm doing. Like,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I didn't know anything about trading except that it goes up and down.
It doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't matter, bro. The fact
that just goes up and down.
You can do it is what all that counts to me. To you, you can do it. You could do it consistently.
But I guess, some of, like, I'm saying, like, I just still feel like I have so much to learn that I really better keep trying to do that,
Well, this is, again, everyone wants to master their craft. It will take you a lifetime to master the craft, even talking to people like me who can shortcut you a few years here and there.
Yeah. Realistic. Okay. That's true words right there, because the fact is, I don't have...
I can cut about 5 years off of everyone's time, and Simpleton could probably cut about 7 years off of everyone's time, if they just paid attention and really, really concentrated.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no person to speak with authority on, because you guys just have way, way more experience than me. I'm still...
No, you know what? We've blown up... Hang on, we've blown up more money than you guys have started to play with. Let's put it that way. It's all relativity, right? It's all relativity.
That's the
people who've been around it for over 20 years. There's an understanding that they have of different markets, of the different games played in different markets, of the different styles of trading. Every market's different. Stocks are different from bonds, are different from futures, are different from forex. It's all different. That's why I said you could take a lifetime. Look, one of the best outfits that I've found in the universe in Switzerland. Those guys only have 8 guys working for them, 8 scientists, if you will, designers. And most of the techniques that they have are pretty much the same. but they just spread it around different instruments, and they just pull off the horse that's weak, that's not running the race very well for the last couple of days. Let's just pull him off completely. He's ruining our P&L. So that, in other words, even with the highest tech of the highest tech at the universe, you still need to have people there on automatic pilot. Now, I think what Simpleton is doing is trying to make it such that you can get on with your life and get on with your day and do the things that you really want to do, because the trading will take care of itself once you go for first principles and master all the techniques. And some of the techniques, and maybe you're just a swing bot trader for the 12-hour run. Maybe that's all you do. So what? If you're making money, who cares?
Exactly.
Maybe you want to sit in front of it for, you want to do something else? You know? You want to maybe do, I don't know what people want to do, man. I really don't know. But I think the consistency is the key to success, and expectancy is what this whole game is about, and the only reason to trade is position sizing. There you have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only reason you're trading. The only reason to trade at all, anything, anytime, anywhere, is position sizing. Because you can take 5 DVDs that someone burned at the flea market, and you can trade them for 6, and then before you know it, you got a whole box of 50.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason you do anything is for position sizing. Reinvesting your profits. What's another way of saying it for the layman? You got to reinvest your profits.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying by position sizing.
For sure.
In terms of reinvesting and like compounding and all. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. You know what I think is what I like too is I think some of the approach that he has and that we do when we keep talking and talking is the idea that that thing of kind of along the lines of what you were saying, I guess, which is that, you know, you do learn from each other. Even sometimes when you feel like, well, I'm sort of the relative beginner, I don't have much to teach or whatever. But it's funny how it's like, it's almost like that thing of like, what was it, Dostoevsky or something, with the idea that you'll learn through the conversation and just
pretty well
continuing to talk, I guess. You know.
You know what? These are the type of everyone wants. We want the world, and we want it now. You talked to me about the Doors, right?
I'm just gonna say, yeah.
We want the world, and we want it. He pauses for like 10 minutes. Now? And then he yells it, right? So that's the mentality. That's the mentality of every single person that he was around in the 60s and 70s. The hedonistic.
Right. That's the thing. That's what you're
And that hedonistic streak did not carry through to the next generation. I want my MTV. I want my MTV was the next one.
Right.
Your money for nothing and your chicks for free. Let's go be rock stars. I mean, the wisdom, it changes its metaphors, but they're still saying the same thing. When you're young, you want everything all at once now. Never ending. That's the issue you're dealing with. Trading is not that. Trading is it's a grind. And if you're going to sit in front of the computer, it's an even bigger grind. But if you're going to make it worth your while, you got to get your first principles down. And I don't think Simpleton has to jump back to first principles and trade for Gloria every day. Okay? Because I think he's anticipating a lot of people have already downloaded the scripts and understand what he's trying to accomplish. And if you don't understand that he's trying to blow up the account, then you miss the whole exercise, my friends.
Oh yeah, I was trying to tell someone.
Oh yeah, he's trying to blow up the account. And we didn't have the money to try to blow up the account because we were working for other people and we needed to perform. So it's a slightly different mindset. But demos accounts you can blow up all day long. What's the problem? You're going to find something interesting in the rubble.
Oh yeah.
That's the key. That's the golden nugget. That's it right there. That's exactly what it is. You're going to find a fucking move somewhere in the rubble of the destruction of your account. Something you've gained an insight, whether it's the top tick Tommy divided by the spread between bottom tick Betty and the rest of them. There's something there that you're going to be able to glean by blowing up the account. You basically can know how deep the scripts can go, how far how
Right.
long, how wide. You start fine-tuning it in your own mind's eye, and that's the most important
my
thing.
God, yeah. And that's the fun, based on the fact that it's like a fine line between making the most money and blowing your account up.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So, and people talk, well, in real life, you don't want to like, again, like, if it's like, if it's your family's life savings and there's the Golden Gate Bridge a couple of blocks away or whatever. Okay, yeah, maybe that. I don't want to push that so much, but I know what I'm pushing, It's like, that's the spirit of it, It's like.
I'm fascinated you could do 20 hands at a time. I think that's phenomenal to build that skill. That's quite tremendous.
The poker thing.
But I don't think you should try it on 20 instruments at the same time because they all got a different shape. In 20 hands at the same time, it's still the same game. Each one of these is a different game, so it's not advisable to try that here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless if you got algos working, then you don't really care.
Yeah.
You're never going to make as much money on your own trading, scalping, at the market, behind the market, deep high, deep low. You're never going to make as much money with a machine than you can with your own discretionary. So I guess Simpleton's halfway half. He's a halfway house, right, for the people out of prison, out of the ICT prison. He's a halfway house where, look, this is what you're going to have to remember. This is the area. These are the places you're going to be clustering. These are the techniques that you can use that will at least catch that plunge if you're going to be going long only. Yeah.
Okay. But you're talking about you can make more with an algorithm or with discretionary?
Oh, you can't make more with an algorithm unless you're doing high frequency trading, which is illegal up here. So you can make more, I believe, discretionary. No, discretionary traders are way better than algos.
No, I was talking about the
algos are consistent. Algos are just consistent, especially for longer term latency algos. They're just consistent.
Yeah, I know most algorithms aren't that great. I'm saying, but the high frequency thing makes more.
That's a different beast. It's basketball. No, actually, it would be American football and Australia rules football, rugby. Yeah. It's a different game. It sounds the same, but it's a different game.
Yeah.
And I think high frequency trading is more Australian rules. It's just ball punching. It's non-stop fucking war. It's very aggressive. It's extremely aggressive. It brings out the saber-toothed tiger in everybody because everyone's fighting over that tick, that pip, whatever it is, and they're trying to knock you out as fast as they can.
I wonder if that was yeah.
What were you saying?
Got me thinking about, if you remember American Psycho,
Sure.
I wonder if that could be like the
that could be the theme song. Yeah, pretty much.
The finality of evil. Like he started off as a nice young man, no psychopathic, didn't kill any of his pets, and yet he got so crazy from trying to just beat out the last guy that was trying to kick the shit out of him that he.
Right.
Well, I don't know.
It's issues. I'm happy that people at least are looking to trading as a way to help supplement their income. I think it's a brave move, but again, if you're just doing it because you want to be Lamborghini Raoul, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, it is funny how trading is.
You're all about the YOLO. What's that?
Yeah, right. Oh, you only live once thing. Yeah. It's funny how trading kind of is. It's it's almost like they're those ridiculous ads for whatever, buy my course and you get the Lambo, whatever. But that's it's almost like they're playing off a bit of a truth where you can make a lot of the market really. Once you learn what to do, you can make a lot of money really quick, But so in other words, it kind of is a get rich quick thing in a way. But it's like they can just go, oh yeah, so they can really kind of hide behind that and really.
Well, you know what? For most people who got that extra nickel from the government or whatever was going on during this scandemic, most people could turn around and just let's just do a Tesla call on Robinhood. It was easy. They made it so easy for you. Right? They made it so insanely easy that you knew that someone was going to, hey, the law of large numbers, someone's going to make it, right? Someone's going to make the bounty. All the pirates are throwing in their 2 cents worth and their $500 worth of gold coins. Someone's walking away with the galleon, right?
Right,
So
exactly.
that's what it comes down to. There's 4 guys going to make everyone's money because the money always travels from those who don't know to those who do know. So you do know a few things. You do know a few important principles. You have learned, you've picked up. I hope I've helped a bit. Focus on getting your win target to the point where it's, even if you're only 70% accurate in your trading, as long as your expectancy is over 0.3, you're laughing, man. You're golden. The rest is position sizing, and that's the only reason you started trading in the first place. As far as I'm concerned, it's the only reason to trade at all. The simpleton will tell you that, and you as a poker player should be able to tell everyone that.
Yeah, I mean that's
right.
The poker trading is like, I don't know. I was trying to tell this guy there's this trading meetup thing. I don't know if you've ever been to one of these. In the States, at least, we have this online thing. It's called Meetup, and so in any given city, you can find people that you want to get together, like and meet at like a coffee shop or something. And I got into that because I was like, well, it's such a lone wolf kind of thing. There's no like. At least
trading is a lonely game for sure.
Yeah, it's, as long unless you're in like a prop firm or whatever, and you end up.
It's still lonely there too because you've got to compete with all these cats.
Oh yeah, and
and they're doing their best. They're doing their best to get you out. Don't kill yourself.
Or kill your girlfriend or something. And so I went to one of these meetups, and one of the guys, I guess it was actually the guy who was the founder of it. And he was like a forex guy too, and he's telling me like one day, it was hard to explain, like the whole perspective thing, like that. Like I wish I could convey it to beginners more. Like so, I was like, yeah, no, I got into trading. I'm trying to tell him like I got into this realizing like compared to poker, this is not that difficult compared to that.
No, it's not. No, compared to poker, it's not at all.
All the reasons. Like imagine if the market really was trying to kill you every minute. That's what poker was. Like if the market really was going after your stops. Like you got a bunch of math PhDs in Russia trying to pay their rent and kick your ass to do that. And I'm like, and it didn't sink in. And this guy had been trading for a long time. I'm like, geez, I wonder if I have my work cut out for me trying to like tell beginners like what it is a really good opportunity if you can actually learn this stuff,
You know what? I think Gloria's going to have to learn how to do simpleton drops that last all day.
Yeah.
And you could just clip out everything that's not required and put it on a little, like on one pane on the side that they have it on the side there, and just have one script for her. And she just has to show up, take a look around, and see where she wants to place it. Let her get a feel for where to place the orders to see what's going to happen when she comes back. And it'll be an exciting game for her. She can see while she's driving or whatever she's doing. She can see if her account is up or down based on her phone and whatever's going on. And you know what? You may even turn up the win target to 5. From 5 to 10. And one day she's up 750. She's like so happy. She doesn't understand what's going on, right? So
right. Maybe it's better that. Maybe it's better that way. We'll keep her.
Keep her. You know what? You want to keep her consistent. I think that's really, as a friend, what I would do for what I'm doing is really for the crypto kids, and not just the crypto kids here that are my nephew's age and whatnot, and grew up in the first world. There's a lot of crypto kids all over. They don't have $500 to do 1,000 to 1 leverage on forex. They'll get eaten up alive. They don't have the time to learn everything. They don't have the time to learn the principles. So that's why I'm leaning towards, catch a rising star. Here's the bot. Here's the API. $50. Set it up. We'll see you in a month.
Yeah,
And you
right
know
on.
what?
Yeah.
For a guy that actually saves for 2 weeks and he saves his $50 and you can walk away. First of all, he wants to take his first $50 out as soon as possible because it's scared money. But you ask everyone to hold on to it for the month because we plan on pressing, we plan on leveling up, we plan on doing all the things that are required for a robot
Yeah.
that has the proper first principles built into it, from money management all the way to position sizing.
Yeah.
You know, only people that have gambled understand position sizing, as far as I can tell. So people that got really good at blackjack or poker, they understand, scaling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
Everyone
I'm
else
sure.
is, they don't.
Yeah, as far as like a background skill set, I mean, I guess most decent traders, you learn that, but those things did drill it into you, like really not too much else, Just because poker had a very, very thin edge to it in terms of your per dollar possible thing, Like
Right.
people could talk about and the market got more efficient too. So like back in 2007, it was a lot less efficient. You could find you could say, to sound harsh, like a sucker who, like if you got a heads up, no limit game going with a terrible player with a lot of money, I mean, yeah, that's not a thin edge, but
That's a good edge for you, for sure.
But that's like,
I know people who played bridge professionally, so I understand what you say, how many games you got to play, and you want to play against guys that are almost as good as you, but not quite, but think that they're going to be as good as you. So you
that was the thick part of the, like it was your edge on a per player basis was smaller, but you could find 20 tables full of people slightly not quite as good as you. So, yeah, but it's so interesting how.
Listen.
Oh, sorry.
Same.
Oh yeah, no,
I think it's the exact same thing.
Like, to emphasize this, like that I said before, I wish like beginners or whoever needs to know, it would sink in that I was trying to make a point of I got to play 20 tables eventually. Oh wow, that's something. Yeah, guess what? When I first tried to play two, it was impossibly fast, literally impossibly faster.
Right, I got it.
It was a skill set that I learned over time, and it's one of those things where it's like it's that kind of thing where like you play the guitar, right? So you know that. I don't know if you remember being a total beginner and being like, I don't know how the hell I'm ever gonna even play. It's like you can't see that. As a beginner,
and then you practice and practice and practice for 1,000 hours, and then your brain has laid down all these tracks in your motor memory muscle shit, and then before you know it, you can actually play the beginning of Stairway to Heaven, and you're rocking around the house on the first two chords. I understand that, right?
Yeah, right. And so, I think most people have some kind of experience or something they know they could use as an analogy to give them enough encouragement to go, hey, I can learn this. Because look, before I couldn't see around the bend to the next level 10 feet in front of me, and now look where I got with this other skill,
Right.
It's all that kind of thing where I don't know. I think most people can get some confidence if they focus on it from some skills that they learned, that in the beginning they had no idea how they were going to do it. Maybe that's what separates decent traders in the end is some people that never had to do something like that. Maybe they do worse. I don't know.
You know what? It's a very complex question, to be honest with you. What works and what doesn't? Who's good for it? Who isn't? You'd be very surprised. People who never touched a trade in a million years are amazing traders. People he would think should be the best traders are the worst.
Right. Seeing like market wizards where it's like some of the people that have made the most aren't really that great. They don't really know about the quote unquote know a lot, but they execute really, really well for a long time, and that's all.
Right.
It's like they only have like one little niche. That's all they need.
Yeah.
And
that's about it.
maybe the lesson there is that
You got a good.
Jesus is. Can you get yourself to execute? And in order to do that, just practice on the demo a lot, and then scale in gradually with the real money, but not too big.
No, you gotta go really tiny. You gotta have put the baby script in that's gonna last the whole day. If it drops down, you get a nice little trade-off, 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. See how many trades you can pull off a week. You know,
Pretty much.
just drop to the simple one. Just do the simple one first for people who want to learn this technique. So instead of having racks and racks and racks and racks of different types of robots going on, I'm gonna do. You know, he's got so many different of them. I mean, I got lost in it completely. You just should have one. Like, you know, this is the drop you're gonna use, and that's it. Just to keep it simple at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
Once they get from $500 to $1,000, then you can maybe add in a couple more different types of styles to try to maybe throw in a couple scalps for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got to take care of something here for a second.
Oh, that's all right. I feel like I
Just
might
give me a
get
second.
going.
I just got to clear up a few things here. Give me 1 second. I mean, my phone's blowing up again. Something must be happening somewhere.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sorry, buddy. So do we
Yeah,
lose
no worries.
Simpleton? I guess he's just relaxing.
I don't know. Maybe you went off to play the guitar or something.
Well, I see him drawing boxes, so maybe he's doing both.
It's somewhat of a mystery.
That's all right, buddy. You know,
Keeps us in a little bit of suspense.
someone said I should be doing a podcast with him. I started laughing. I don't think we want the publicity. I like the low-key style here. This must be a robot that's working. It looks like it's taking trades in a certain way. Maybe this is the Evel Knievel bot. Look, for
Yeah.
me, it's just a matter of if I can help out. I got guys that can do this shit. If it helps out, like someone like Gloria, and she wants to learn, and she's very
Gloria.
adamant about learning, and she really wants to get into it, then you know, give her something that works
Yeah.
that's really simple, and then she can build on the building blocks. Because people who wander in will have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I can assure you.
Yeah.
What do
See,
you mean you're buying?
the
What do you
thing.
mean you're buying the plunge? Everything he says is opposite
Yeah.
land for 99% of the
Right.
people.
See,
who bought.
Yeah, that's
So
the thing.
he's the anti-propagandist. He's showing you what's really going on. He's showing you that the guppy will rip your face off 180 pips one direction and then 150 the next direction before you can turn around. Like, I mean,
Right.
he's giving you the real story, which is important.
We can go with the Bobby Fischer syndrome euphemism. We could just go with that. Say,
Okay.
yeah, incredible trader. Not necessarily the most concise teacher of the craft.
No, it's hard to understand him. I'm not saying anything negative. He knows that. He's a
Well,
curmudgeon. He's
am.
fun. It's his persona.
No, I'm saying that exact thing, but hey, no, it's not a negative
Because
thing.
it's hard to understand. You know what? He's it's a running dialogue for him, so he's kind of like talking it through. And
Oh, I love it. It's all
audience,
Dostoevsky, man. Yeah.
Yep. No, it's good.
All the old what's that misnomer thing that, like, Alex Jones is like, it's the Hegelian dialectic. But no, that's not what the Hegelian dialectic is.
That's funny.
But it's like, yeah, you just keep, if we keep just blabbing and blabbing without end, that eventually we'll hit on something and eureka.
Well, look, you know what? You got a lot of people from all over the world. You know what? Everyone dreams about being a trader, but you know the old joke. You know, how do you make $1 million in the stock market? You know how?
Oh, you start with 2 million or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, brother.
Oh, well, let me
start
ask
with
you
2
this.
million if you want to make it million.
I gotta ask. I've heard this joke a few times, right? And actually,
All right.
it was Simpleton who actually, I might have been a video I saw like from 5 years ago, like 2 days ago. And I remember him actually saying that exact thing, like the old joke. But of course, he went off into 3 other tangents so fast.
Okay.
That I didn't even get. I was like, oh, but I don't even really know. So is the point of that joke that you're
gonna lose money, buddy? You better come in with a big fucking. You better come in with deep pockets.
I was hoping it was
you
that.
You better come in with deep pockets, buddy.
Right. Because
let me ask you a question. In poker, hang on. If you're playing poker against a guy who is a decent poker player, but he's got the most amount of chips, doesn't he usually win? Because he can just force everybody all the time?
Let's see. Does the most amount
I'm just asking. You know, I just don't even know that. I mean, I heard, this is what I heard, the guy with the deepest pockets wins. Maybe that's just among friends that are playing around the table, smoking cigars on, Super Bowl Sunday style.
Sure, if it's probably in a situation like that, all else being somewhat equal, and probably pretty much, I mean, if everything's pretty much equal, and it would...
Everybody's a half-ass player. Hang on. Everyone's a half-ass player. They're not even that good, but they're okay. They're okay players, you know. You'd be taking candy from a baby, obviously. But if it's only a group of guys that are half-ass players, the guy with the deepest pockets is always going to win. I saw this as I was a teenager growing up. They would play for pennies that were worth dollars. Yeah. But the guy, I remember his name was sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know for sure what the answer is. Also, I haven't played poker in like 10 years, so
the idea is that the guy who can, what's it called? I think it's press to show or to call or whatever. I mean, there was a move that the guy who had the most amount of money could always force someone out of the game kind of routine. It's kind of like a strong arm move.
It is. It's along those lines where, like...
Okay, I don't know the game that well, so I'm sorry to bother you.
Yeah, no, like, all else being equal, like, but it would be something... There's so much short-term variance in poker that you'd say, oh, there's got to be some kind of a sample size, so it wouldn't necessarily be every time, but over a certain amount of times, generally that person, all else being equal, probably.
Yeah,
I would think so. But I don't have a lot of experience at games like that anyway.
No, you were playing it, I understand, on the computers with 20 hands at a time.
That is an interesting thing. It's like, Yeah,
Look at that.
you'd be surprised at what I cannot answer in terms of.
No, buddy, believe me, I'm watching this thing poke right through his box because he knows it's going to hit the top tick Tommy there. Oof, you're getting out. But look at the way it's coming up and down. Again, it's a roller coaster ride. You want to make sure your traps are set properly, right? So, I don't know. This is fast speed, but it actually shows you the viciousness of some of these moves. And this is the Euro USD, man. This is carving back and forth on the same bar. So, yeah. You know, an hour bar for me is dude, it got to the point where minute bar was an eternity for us. A 1 minute bar was an eternity for us. An eternity.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about paint drying. Can you imagine sitting through 15 minutes when each minute feels like 7 years?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to put it in perspective. It was dreadful. I said, we just got to write the win target and get the fuck out of the office. We're going to go batshit crazy in no time. So that's the key to success is your proper first principles, know what you're getting into, turn around, get a consistency up you need to have a positive expectancy, no matter what. If you can get from point 2 to point 3 to it doesn't matter. Anything over point 3, I think is, well, you know, that was my watermark was point 3 because the whole name of the game is position sizing, or as you call it, scaling. You know, scaling up, scaling in, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The rest takes care of itself. I mean, but how do you? I don't know. I don't know how you're gonna. You can't beat people over the head that already believe ICT and these Michigas. Yeah, how are you gonna talk to those people? You really can't reach them. You know, they're the Moonies already.
Yeah, that's the way of the Scientology.
It's the way of people who don't have any money to really trade, but they're trading vicariously through their mentor. That's all that's going on. I mean, that's my assessment of what I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of the 30,000 people that are on his site actually trade for a living. There's no fucking way. It's impossible. This physically, it's impossible. So out of that 30,000, if there's actually 3,000 people, their chances are they're overseas and they're just trading vicariously. They really believe that one day they're going to get that score, they're going to have enough to open up a trading account and follow the ICT logic of whatever that is, because I don't know what it is.
I haven't looked at it in a while, but it looked like he was kind of doing something. He was doing a general buy low, sell high kind of thing.
Right.
It actually looked like, and Simpleton will say this, so it's like sort of like some of the same principles. The only problem is, well, you could say like the main thing was like in terms of like beginners and all that taking advantage of it, sort of like making it seem very complicated and dressing it up in this lingo of this sort of mysterious lingo.
But that's what people come back for that. But people love the story, buddy. Look how many people are approaching me on the Discord. I can't keep up. I'm going to have to hire a girl pretty soon. In my entire life, I've always had a couple of like ladies that were really good at taking dictation and really good at answering emails and all that stuff. Because when you're running 4 clinics, you cannot physically do that work. One girl was responsible for all of the stuff that was going on with regards to the company and going public. There was one girl that specifically, all the conversations that I had with the attorneys, everything that was notated and planned out, and you know, we have to be here at 4 o'clock tomorrow, so you got to leave the clinic at 3. I mean, I had my life staged and planned out by real professionals. And that was just for one part of my life. And the other part of my life, which was just the clinic side, there was someone who had to, you know, handle all the clinic stuff. So I had 2 secretaries. And I'm not trying to be like, wow, you think you're so special. Not at all. You needed them. There's no way you could remember what the fuck is going on. It's impossible. I'm an aeronautical engineer, so I make it my business to know what's going on. And I still needed 2 people's help.
Yeah.
Okay? So people that are gravitating towards the ICT and the rest of it, they're people that, you know, they haven't gotten to the point where they need other people to help them out, right? So they're just starting out their career. They want to understand the psychology. They want to understand it. Yes. And they want to, you know, I want to get into this field. What do I need to know? I think that, like you said, first principle is how much money before you cry. Legitimately cry.
You haven't cried at a bad trade. You can't trade. Oh my God, I can't believe I just fucking blew $5,000. What the fuck? And if you can't feel it in the kishkis, that pain, then you shouldn't be trading, because this is a war and you're going to get fucking stabbed. And they're trying to knock your fucking head off with a one shot. This is 300. You remember that movie 300?
Yeah.
Okay, this is 300, man. This is fucking...
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
No, it is not in a way. It is. Let me assure you. It's a flipping war.
Well, let me just put it this way. The only time I ever broke my fist was punching my couch during a poker session.
Right.
And I haven't done it in trading so far, but
No, but you understand what I'm trying to get at, right? I'm trying to get at the point that you got to feel that oof.
Right, that exactly.
And then you're going to understand money management much better than you ever have before. Right?
Yeah.
And then you're going to set your targets in such a way that you know you can get them. And then you're going to just let position sizing take over. This is another thing he's looking at now. I don't know what he's looking at.
Let's see. Oh, it's a little triangle thing that's probably going to break out at some point. So, 10 p.m. on the euro. I don't know if there's any news or anything, but probably not.
Who knows?
There you go. Somebody.
Yeah, there's a lot to absorb.
Yeah, thankfully, I mean, I know what to do to get her on the right track.
That's all that matters. You know what? She may have a gift for it. You never know what's going to happen with it, right? May just
Absolutely.
Wow. Maybe able to do this better than you. You never even know what's going to happen.
Right. That's absolutely possible. You never know.
And that should be the biggest gift you could give her. Yeah, I hope she does blow you out of the water. Honest to God.
Yes,
That's the best thing you could have ever done. Let her blow you out of the water. I was going to say something else, but this is a family channel from the last time I heard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I don't know about.
I'm just saying, I'm joking. I'm just joking around. Listen, let her do really well. And let her take you out for dinner, and let her buy a car, or move out of that hellhole in San Diego. Well, San Diego is actually pretty nice. There's a lot of nice areas that haven't been.
Yeah, right. No, it's like
not upside down.
Oh, she lives in Boston. All that. She just went there to visit her family.
Oh, nice.
She just she still lives pretty much in Massachusetts. So
okay.
She's all right. She just kind of wants to basically, like you were saying, have more time to do her thing, which is like songwriting and singing and all that. And
listen, you know what? If she has a cappuccino every day paid for, she should be happy. Because how much is she going to spend in a year on cappuccinos? I'm being realistic now. You just say to her, listen, she's going to ask you, how much money do I need? And you're going to say, look, I'm going to set you up in such a way that coffee is going to be free. So let's take a look at what do you buy every day in coffee or cappuccino, whatever her favorite drink is, a mocha latte, whatever, with the goat milk.